All right. What's up? My name is Lees. I'm here on Hyper Game Dev working on my game. It is a game about an alien invading Earth. And specifically today, I want to work on some level design and some level difficulty design stuff. So for the past several weeks, I couldn't do it as efficiently or effectively without the help from chat. We have been getting the terrain chunks, that is to say, these strips out here that sort of make up the levels, which get procedurally generated. So part of this alien invading Earth game idea is that it's a roguelike, kind of set up like a endless runner, where the level moves towards you, and then once you beat that level, you go on to the next one. Otherwise, it's like endless. So this is a big chunk here that just has like a windmill on it. It's got some barns on it and some cows. That's one of the things you abduct, are cows. It's got some corn, it's got some trees, bunch of different stuff on it. And these we've been setting up to load within a certain order. I've been trying to get more control over how those load. You might see that some flashing on the limbs there. If you run into certain obstacles, you take damage. And so this is where some of the difficulty concerns start coming up. Yes, it is an alien game. Welcome, Frank. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I want the difficulty to feel fair. This is literally level 1 that I'm kind of setting up right now. And level 1 needs to not be, I don't know, super freaking ridiculously difficult. It should be like kind of achievable and doable. And so actually the setup that I have right now is a little too difficult, I would say. So part of it is that your limbs get smaller and weaker, so you would be like slower, or you wouldn't be able to attack as well. A lot of that isn't actually implemented, but we do see the limbs shrinking down, so it is kind of implemented. And I want to set it up so I'm not getting wrecked so badly. Now, there's a lot of reasons that I get wrecked so badly. Part of that is the way the collisions are set up right now. Something that I'm working on during the member streams is getting the player character to be remade. Yeah, I haven't started. You're not going to see any of that yet, but I'm working on remaking the player character. Unless you're a member, then you're getting a sneak peek into that. And so these collision areas here, they're like kind of these capsules, these long capsules. Those represent the arms and the legs. I mean, you can already see they're not actually moving with the arms, so that's a problem. They also don't shrink with the arm size or the leg size or anything like that. So that also makes it a lot more difficult, because you can't actually look at your character and the gameplay and like exactly tell where you're gonna collide. So that makes it harder. But in that sense, I think this will make it easier to even gauge, is this level easy enough? It should still be easy, even with all of those extra challenges of the bulky collisions. We should still be able to get through without too much pain. So you'll notice there's some repeated assets, right? This is there. I kind of would like to try to address that a little bit today. I've only made a few barns. I haven't made a lot of barns, so I'm gonna have to recycle those a bit, but we can try to mix it up in some types of ways. But yeah, so I am remaking the Alien, Frank. Yes, I am. I'm remaking not only the Alien, but I'm remaking, I'm making the transformations, because part of the idea is, so you abduct like animals and humans and stuff like that, and then you get points if you abduct them. And part of what I want to have happen is, instead of abducting them necessarily, you could also opt to eat them. And if you eat them, you'll gain health. There's also some consequences to eating them potentially, including your limbs will transform into animal limbs. So you'll get cow arms and legs if you eat this cow. So it's gonna be so easy, just remaking how it's gonna be. Yes, very delicious, and potentially consequential. So I'm also laying out how we design the different limbs and that stuff. And then next Monday, I'm gonna actually try to start modeling that. I planned it out on this past Monday, and then I'm gonna start modeling it on next Monday. So yeah, so you know, and so anyway, so you'll see there's a lot of repeat assets, and that's because I literally am duplicating the chunks. But if I do it right, we won't see the same chunk or strip twice. Well, we will, but not within the same level spawn. That is to say, once, you know, so everything you see loaded in right now, not everything, but a bunch will have to go away before that next one comes back. Something like that. So that's something I want to experiment with, is just designing a couple more chunks. So to me, this will be a little bit laid back. Hopefully, because I don't think I'm gonna dig into code too much or anything today. I really just want to design the level setup. The only other thing is so the order, the difficulty, the order these chunks come in. Originally, we were looking at like weighted averages or probability based. So like each chunk would come in at a certain, you know, maybe. Depending on what level you were on, you'd get more obstacles. So these are obstacle. So this is important, actually. Do I still have this up, or do I only have the old one up? Let me see if I can find my tasks. There it is. Does it have it probably doesn't. It doesn't. Okay. So there's a few different chunk types. There's obstacle chunk. There's obstacle chunks. We'll just say obstacles, safes, and points. So these are like the level chunk types. Chunk types. And if I scooch this out like this, that will be more centered. So you can imagine that this, with these trees on it, this is an obstacle type. That is to say, its only purpose is to put obstacles in front of the player to make it harder for them to get through. And so the player has to dodge those things or else they're going to get hurt. The safe chunks are ones that, well, there's not a good safe chunk here. I mean, there is, because there are these blank ones. And the blank ones I actually would love to fill in. I'm not going to be able to fill them in exactly as I want them today, but I do want to try to fill in as many as possible today so they're not empty. But that would be an example of a safe chunk, because there's nothing on there that can hurt the player. But here's a better safe chunk. This one has just cornfields on it, and the player can just walk through this and it doesn't hurt them at all. So that's a safe chunk. And then there are these that are the points chunks, and these have the things that you can abduct to get points on them. And so right now, it's weighted, if you will, but it's like a playlist. So I'll show you how this works, and I'm going to be definitely adjusting this a lot today to get this just right. So instead of having each chunk type weigh in, it's agriculture. Instead of having, you know, as many obstacles, I would want to have less obstacles. So we could have done it like a probability, like it's less probable that you'll get an obstacle and it's more probable you'll get a point. But the problem with that is that sometimes you'd get a lot of obstacles and it would be like suddenly incredibly hard. And so that was not good. So instead I went with a more of a playlist approach. Yeah, we up in those cornfields, you know it. That's going to be the first level. The first area is rural farmlands. The second area is going to be small towns. The third area is going to be cities, and the fourth area, the last area in the game, is going to be military base. So, you know, and that's supposed to be like an increasing difficulty in that sense as well. And they'll like bring some different mechanics with them. So for the terrain controller, let's pull this up. So we've got these playlists right now, is the way I kind of think about it. So, and they're arrays. And this array literally is going to contain the order in which the chunks spawn. So there's there's two different playlists, and so it randomly will choose between these two playlists, right? So there's this playlist, and then there's this playlist. These are the two, and I want to make more playlists today, and I want to actually expand these playlists, maybe make them longer or something. So this one has safe, obstacles, safe, points, obstacles, safe, points. And I've actually found that this is too many obstacles, because this is only a set of 9. you know, and then once that goes by, you're gonna get other obstacles. It really it's too much. So it's too many obstacles. So what I kind of want to do is I want to make it a longer list with the obstacles spread out more. So that's one thing. And then here's like another list, and so it randomly chooses between those two. So this way I get a little more control over, you know, making sure that there aren't going to be too many obstacles in a row, and there's always going to be a certain number of safes in between everything. So that way things aren't too difficult. And then there could always be more lists that make things more or less difficult or whatever. But this way, it makes it a little bit randomized, but not too random. And so then what these collectors do, right? So this collector of safes, this collector of points, there's like, I think right now about 5 or 7 or so different chunks in there. So like there's this cattle ranch, and then there's another cattle ranch, and those are both points based. So they look a little different. They're both points based. So there would be multiple variants within those collectors. So that way I can have a variety. You know, if it loads in a points, it could load in ranch 1, or it's going to load in ranch 2, or it could load in ranch 3 or ranch 4 or ranch 5. So that way there's some variety in that. And that's why we won't see as many repeats, hopefully. But then we still get a little randomness. Agriculture, residential, commercial, downtowns, industrial, military bases. Exactly. A little variety, different stuff like that. That's the progression. What's up, Marion? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Your finals have ended, so you have time for some streams. Let's go. Marion helped me out so early in this project, with a couple things. And by the way, this stuff, I got to give props to Dragon Blade for helping me get a lot of this set up. You know, I often, you know, will be like, okay, here's my idea. I don't know how to do it. And I'll go in there and I'll try to do it. And then some amazing folks in the chat will be like, you know, this would be better. And I'm like, great, done. Let's do it. And I really appreciate that. And so we got that implemented. And then also some props to Pressapire, Joe Schmo, and others too for just helping me set a lot of this up. Thought T helped me set up a lot of the terrain controller. Just, you guys are all amazing. And Marion was helping me way back earlier in the beginning of this project when I was setting up body damage and limb damage. And I'm still incredibly grateful for that. That's something that I actually have set aside largely since then. I've done a little bit, but you know, what Marion helped me get set up was being able to reference different body parts with them sharing the same script. So you'll see if I run into this, that leg gets damaged. Now, to my eyes, my arm bumped into that. That's why the collisions need some work. And I'm going to be, when I'm remaking the player characters soon, so I'll be revisiting a lot of this stuff. So you didn't see much there, but technically the leg did get smaller. I might want to make that a little more pronounced, but there you can see the legs are actually shrinking now when you take damage. And to the point where they actually disappear. Now, it doesn't actually make you slower. The animation isn't changing. You're not hopping on one foot or anything like that. But in theory, that's what would happen. We did get it set up so if you lose both of your legs, you do fall down to the ground. So that's something. You can still jump. You know, I haven't implemented any of the actual downsides to being injured, but other than visually. Well, there is one downside, which is that if your head loses too many hit points, which will shrink, then you actually will lose the game. And that is how you die ultimately. But yeah, so Marion helped get a lot of that set up with me, so that way I could reference the different body parts, because they all share the exact same script. That hit flashing, the fact that, oh gosh, reloading the game, it was brutal. Oh man. Oh gosh, look at it. Look how slow it is. Okay. So there's some that's something that I need to look into, and that's where this stream could get a little more technical, is if I start trying to puzzle out what my performance issues are. So you may even have noticed it already. But there's this mask texture that's on the ground right here. And this is a shader that was co-written by largely written by somebody, Pierogigon, who comes to these streams, and it's an amazing shader, and it lets me paint dirt on the ground here, and I'll probably even be using it today. So I can make some more of these. Paint dirt on the ground and have some grass around the edges of the dirt and stuff like that. And unfortunately, the mask, I'm pretty sure that the mask image that I use is very inefficient, because like once in a while, like you'll notice the stream, or not the stream, but the game will sort of jolt a bit, and that's when these load in. It's whenever the ones with that texture on it. It's a little confusing to me, because like if I come in here, oh, here we are. I knew I was gonna get distracted by it. If I come in here and I remove that, so like there's the shader, right? Hey, insane alpha beta, welcome to this. Wait, you don't get a song. You're not a member. I just wanted to sing your praises. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. I'm gonna remove the mask texture. I was just trying to prove a point with this, but you know, that's the thing. Like, I don't even know if this is going to fix it. Come to the other cattle ranch, remove the mask. It's a great mask. Oh, Dragon Blade helped with this too, this mask, because part of the idea with the mask is that it actually uses RGB. A 1 second song. It uses RGB channels to allow for the different, you know, the green. So what it does is it takes a gradient and it remaps that gradient to black, red, green, blue, white, stuff like that. So that way we get a little more variance in there. The blue is actually the dirt all the way on the far left, and then the dirt in the middle is the red, and then the light green and the dark green are like, I guess, like black and white, kind of, sort of. Anyway, something like that. So I'm gonna yeet this texture just out of curiosity. It's kind of awesome, because the shader still works. The shader still like applies, you know, the gradient to it. It's just missing the other stuff. Cause see how the noise texture, that's what's distributing that like green on there. So it's kind of cool. It's kind of nice. But will this actually resolve it? It might not. Oh, it didn't. So see, this is why I say I don't even actually know what it is. I still see it's better, but I still see that like jolt there. It's still a little different. And honestly, what seems to like be the best is if I just yank the entire shader off of there, which is concerning. It could also be like the noise texture. I don't know. So anyway, I really want to spend time building levels today, but it's going to come up throughout this stream where I'm going to be like, oh man, look at that performance. If only it was better. Now, that's not necessarily why when I restarted the game it had performance issues. Oh, and so let's see. It still kind of is happening, which it's like, oh, well, that's because there's something on here. And like, I hear you. I really do. But like, I don't know that is it. It might be. It's something to investigate. So I'm going to try not to worry about it right now. Maybe later in the stream, when I'm tired of building levels, I'll take a break. What is a more fun way to take a break than to debug performance problems? That's what I do on all of my breaks. I debug. So we'll see. What's up, Abba? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. I'm having some trouble undoing this, so we're just gonna not save our changes. We're gonna pull up GitHub and we're just gonna discard all of that and just have a little do-over there. So yeah, so I want to build levels. That's why I want to start this out, and that's what I'm gonna do. But now you kind of know all the things that are on my plate, things that I have in mind. Well, actually, there's quinoa on my plate, technically, but you know what I mean. Things that are on my agenda to look at. But I'm excited to just like build level stuff. You know, and I really want to make it so it's less difficult. It's feeling much, much too difficult right now. Glad you hear this mysterious person. All I hear is you at the moment. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's something that I can certainly imagine somebody would say. And I think somebody has said. I'm actually pretty sure. It's usually the first thing when I'm like, there's performance issues, you know, it's like there's something in there that needs to be taken out. And like, again, I hear that. I hear me. All right, here, I'll say it that way. I hear me. I hear myself. But at the same time, I feel like there's something else too. There's something else going on as well. I'm trying to find what's going on with my... Are you spawning new chunks and objects on runtime or use some sort of object pooling? Oh, that's a good question. So yeah, I can tell you about that. In the title of Alien Meat World, does the alien eat the meat or is the world made out of alien meat? These are important questions. So so the working title of the game is Alien Meat World. And it's supposed to be a play on like Boy Meets World or whatever, except it's Alien Meat World, except it's Alien Meat World. That's literally as deep as it goes. The world is not made out of alien meat, but I would definitely play that game. I would totally play that game. But yeah, Marion, I would love to show you how all that works. So we're not the answer is we are not spawning new chunks. Everything is there. I don't really know what object pooling means, but maybe you can tell me if this is or isn't what is happening or not. So let's look at how this works. I'm gonna zoom out a bit here. But the simple explanation is that all of the level chunks are already loaded in at the beginning of the game. So I think so part of what I think the problem is perhaps some kind of culling, because all of the chunks are actually off screen. They're right behind the camera. Not right. There they are. See in the far left there? There's actually multiple terrain collectors. There's 3 at the moment. Terrain collectors. And these collectors, so let me have it do the remote version of the game so we can see exactly what's going on here. Looks like we're going into debug stuff. I mean, it's hard not to, because it really sucks. It really sucks. And it's easy to be like, there's gotta be an answer. Oh gosh, the performance here is terrible. It is not liking. Oh my gosh. This is kind of a newer thing that we get all these performance problems, and it often happens. Let me just redo this. Let's just reload it here. I need to set remote as the default to load. I like almost never need the local scene tree. Okay, hopefully this loads a little better. Okay, so here are 3 collectors here. There's a collector for points, there's a collector for obstacles, and there's a collector for safes. And so these nodes actually contain, let's zoom out again, if Godot wouldn't mind. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Devastating. Devastating. I'm going to need to pull out the book. I'm going to need to pull out the book here. At this point, we are waiting. Oh, it's done. All right. We're not waiting for Godot. The book is going back for now. Okay. Now hopefully I still got to expand these. Oh god. I don't know why everything got so slow. Just don't know. But it's kind of driving me a little nuts here. Okay, let's expand this so we can see. Wow. I'm just waiting for the horizontal stretch to appear. I really don't know what happened. I could make a simpler scene. That could help, but like I could set up a bunch of debug chunks so we don't have to load as much, but it's really not. I don't know. I'm a little confused as to things that have been making a difference on the performance lately. All right, so hopefully this will help illustrate. So there's 3 collectors here: collector obstacles, collector safes, terrain controller, and collector points. So in the terrain controller, that's the belt. That's the level chunks that are moving towards the player all the time. So I'm going to start moving on here. And so what you're going to see, I'm going to try to get out of the way of obstacles. It is very difficult when I can't see anything. But what happens is when the terrain chunk gets past, oh god, I'm gonna die. Oh frick. And then it's gonna load like terribly. Oh jeez. Man. I need to make a debug. I mean, okay. All right. Well, I know what I'm going to do first. All right. I know what I'm going to do first. I'm going to make a debug level because I can't. I'm going to keep running into obstacles if I stay here. Right? I don't think there's any way to like dodge everything as it's set up right now. Oh my gosh. So I don't have like a way to like test this. Because I think if I go all the way to the end here, yeah, I've got obstacles right to the end. So it's time for a debug level. Oh my god. So I can, show you stuff. You can check how many nodes are used, and that is a reason sometimes for slow remote debug. Oh, interesting. Interesting. A lot of nodes. I would say a lot of nodes. Godot, yeah, it does. It shows how much time it takes to run different scripts. Yeah, you could use that check. Yeah. No, and so, Marion, been there, done that, and I'll tell you, it's always progressed terrain. So, I look, I want to explain this to you, but we need a debug level. So that's what I'm gonna do, guys. That's what I'm gonna do. We're debugging this. That's what we're gonna do. Making debug level because this is terrible. There's an information section at debug panel. Yeah, no, Marion, absolutely 100%. And so what is always causing that is something called terrain progress is the function. And all that ever means is there's something on the chunks that is causing it to load slowly. That's like pretty much ever been what the situation was. And actually last week I did get rid of something that improved it. But yeah, so I wanted to, I've done this for months. I've done that explanation of the terrain controller, but something that we did last time has just made everything so much slower, and I can't demonstrate it to you like I normally do. But anyway, the short version is all of the level chunks are loaded off screen, and then they are moved into the terrain controller, and they move towards the player. And then when they get past the player, they go back into the collector, and then they come back. They keep moving back and forth. So everything should be loaded in at the beginning. But it's, in my estimation, to some extent, Godot is doing some kind of frustum culling. So that is to say, whatever the camera sees is being loaded in differently than what the camera doesn't see. And so once something comes into view, then it is suddenly causing some kind of performance issue. And then besides that, the movement. So that terrain controller thing I was talking about, progress terrain. The physics process running of progress terrain is always the spike. It has always been the spike when we check the profiler. It's always this. And there's been different things that have led to that being resolved. But generally, it's that there's something on the chunk that causes it to run slowly. And so what this does is it moves the chunks towards the player. So the Z position of each chunk is moving at a certain velocity times delta towards the player. And that pretty much is what tends to cause it. What's up, Edward? Edward's working on a Scratch project that's like Voyager 19, but in a roguelike in a way. Cool. Sounds cool. Nice. Good luck with that, Edward. Thanks for letting us know what you're up to. Thoughty says, can you check for me how many objects are used in runtime at debug panel? Sure. I would love to do that. Yeah, and like in some ways that's only going to increase. but I'm a little terrified. So how do I do that? Do I need to do like a breakpoint or something? Like stop it? Oh, that's not how you stop it, is it? Pause. Wait. Or do I need to like put a manual breakpoint in there? Miscellaneous? Oh, I don't know. I've never clicked on miscellaneous. That would be a first. That would be a first. Yes, I am going to make a debug level though, because we already have all the debug chunks. But it does mean I have to kind of redesign how we do the level loading. Miscellaneous. See, what's my zoom like here? Not bad. Monitors. Oh. Object, it's a lot of objects. That's a good large amount of objects right there. I would say there's a heavy number. 25,229. That seems like too many. I'm going to go ahead and say that there is how am I don't even believe that. I have not made, what does objects mean in this context? $19,000 nodes? How am I doing? How is that even possible? I don't even believe that. I just don't even believe that. If you have 10 nodes in a scene tree, in a tree scene, yeah. But 25 or even 20,000? Like, and you have 50 trees, 500 nodes. So what you're saying is we've traded one problem for another. Because before, it was what you were saying, Marion. You were saying, you know, was it this or this? And one way that we were loading it in was they were spawning. It was instantiating each chunk, and it would run down the belt. And then when it got past the player, it would queue free, and a new one would spawn in. The problem with that was when it's instantiated, we'd get a lag drop, or it would cause a problem. It would stutter at that moment. And so a workaround that we came up with was to have everything in there at once. Right. Well, and so that's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't know if it will be a laggy game in that sense, Edward, because the concept is that by loading everything in at first, you might get a longer loading screen, right? Like having a bunch of stuff in there at once should mean that it's already there. Right, and so what Thoughtsy is saying is that will mean checking out the remote debug is going to be more laggy. Not to say that the game itself will be more laggy. So that's so okay. So it's not that we've traded one problem for another in by getting rid of the spawning and the queuing, the queue freeing. Going from that to having everything loaded in at once. It's not that now we just have a different performance problem. You were just literally debugging the remote thing. It's interesting. And I'm surprised that it equals such a high number. All right, I'm gonna make this debug level. So I did set up like a dev only menu that lets you switch levels, but it's currently gonna be broken. I'm not even gonna try to use it. It's currently going to be broken, so I need to kind of rehook these up if I want this to work again. I mean, I'm curious to click on it, but the game's just going to crash. It's just going to crash it. So I'm going to set it up again, except this time with a new debug level. So that way I can at least do my explanation, because it's going to happen again in the stream where I'm going to want to explain how these things work. So my debug level is very simple. It just has colored chunks on it. It is not complicated at all. So here's what I'm gonna do. And this is actually good for establishing a new format here. I think it's possible to move that laggy function to a different thread. What? Like multi-threading? There's some downsides to that, right? Like, because if somebody doesn't have a CPU with multiple threads supported, because that's like, if you have like multiple cores or something like that on your CPU, I don't know, something like that. And so if you know, most of the players don't have that, they won't even see the benefit necessarily. Or maybe that's not what you're saying. But it's intriguing. And sometimes, you know, the function isn't lagging that bad if I have everything set up a certain way. Okay, so for the level stuff, something changed. It used to be that there was one collector. There was one terrain collector and one terrain controller that moved the levels forward. But since like 2 weeks ago, it is now that there are 3 collectors. So all the other levels aren't set up to load in 3 different collectors. And so there's safe chunks. Every level needs to have safe chunk types, obstacle chunk types, and point chunk types. You don't think there are CPUs that only have 1 core anymore? Okay, it's interesting. I don't know. It makes me nervous. Maybe someone can confirm whether I should care about that or not. CPU multi-threading worth it, game dev. All modern games are multi-threaded in one way or another. Do we care about multi-core CPU performance? This is just talking about, I guess, if you should have a multi-core processor. Will I need to develop a multi-threaded game, or will a single thread suffice? And every core have a couple of threads. So if there is 1-core CPU, it will... Oh, really? Okay. I didn't know that. I guess my attitude is I shouldn't have to. If I have to like switch to different threads, I should be optimizing it somewhere else. And like maybe do the multi-threading as a way to supplement, like say, okay, so the game is fine, it runs good on a single thread, but I could add support and put certain things on other threads if I wanted to make it run better in different scenarios or something. It feels like a last resort type of solution to me. But certainly a solution. All right, I gotta make this debug level. So there's 3 different chunk types, and so every time, so right now I've just hard set the paths, and that's what this is too. This is just a hard set path. It looks like it's referencing something, but it is, but it kind of isn't. If I wanted to have this, ideally, I could swap this out. This is something I was kind of procrastinating. I guess we are doing code today. This is something I was kind of procrastinating, but it's become quite important. So this would technically just be for level 1. This is how we load in level 1 stuff. If I wanted to load in debug level, or even say level 2 or something, I would want like a different set of paths. And if I want to just press a single button and then bam, it switches the level. How would I want to start to approach that? I'm going to play some music while my brain tries to imagine what that would look like. So we could say, like, I kind of need 3 arrays, right? So right now I have 1 array that's just levels. What I think I would want is, I know what I want. I think I know what I want. I need an array, and then we just say, if it's level 1, it loads in from each array, index 1 on the safe chunks array, index 1 on the obstacle chunks array, index 1 on the points chunks array. If it's level 2, load index 2 on the safe chunks array, index 2 in the obstacle chunks array, index 2 in the points chunks array. And if it's a debug, we can say it's 0 or something, or 200, whatever. Maybe I might do that. I don't know what you are correcting, but the message might not have come through for some reason. Just so you know, Marion, you said look with an asterisk. But I don't see what you were correcting. Just so you know, sometimes YouTube will not put messages all the way through. Okay, so I think that's what I'm gonna do. It's a little sad to get rid of all these because I set all of these up. But, you know, I kind of knew that this was ill-fated. So instead of levels, let me make sure I'm not using this somewhere else. I possibly am. Well, yeah, in the menu itself, we're referencing that. But that's it. We're gonna get rid of most of those buttons anyway. That does happen, yeah, sorry, it depends. Like, especially if you tried to put code in there, it's likely to try to delete it. You can use the Discord link in the description box if you want to paste code. If you do a URL, it'll yeet that. And then sometimes it just deletes things with no rhyme or reason. And I apologize on behalf of YouTube for But yeah, the Discord live text is a good place. You just gotta let me know that you posted something there. Okay. And it's the live text channel on the Discord. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to make 3 different arrays. I will look up into a project and play around a little, figure it out. Oh, cool! I love that. Look, and Marion, I don't know. I feel like we had this when you were contributing, but I do have a credits list. It's gonna be in the game. It's on the GitHub repo. Repo is in the description box, by the way. Don't know if that was set up last time you were here, but it is now. And I'm sure we got you on here. But just so you know, for whatever it's worth, I do take credit for everybody who contributes. So yeah, I appreciate whatever, even you just talk, honestly, like right now, you, Thought T, who else was giving some thoughts? Just you guys? Like, literally, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It helps not just me, but other people too. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Where is Thought T on here? Here you are. Alright. So, we're gonna do levels. Really, we're just gonna say safe chunks. It's just safe chunks. No, I should say chunks safe. I'm gonna say level chunks safe. Make another one, level chunks, points, level chunks, obstacles. I don't have much here. Oh, and let me also create a new folder here in my file system. And this is going to be, what's our, we do terrain underscore level. Okay. We'll just call this level 0. Terrain underscore level 0. And then I'm gonna move all, because I have 3 separate folders in here. And these folders are all the debug chunks. So I don't have to make the debug chunks. Terrain, level 0, move it in. I guess I'll refactor them a little bit. They got, this says level 1, but it's level 0. That's the truth. Rename this one. No, we put an underscore before. I mean, I might as well keep to my, oops, I did that wrong. Keep to my syntax. Rename this. Rename this. Okay. There we go. So the first one on the index, which will be 0, will be these. So the safe ones, we'll drag this in here as our first one. And then our second one, well, I'll worry about the second one later. Let's just get all the first ones in first. Safe, points, obstacles. And then for the regular level 1, that's in here. Nice, it's already got the right syntax. Love to see it. Load in this one. Put those commas in there. Drop this down. This is points. There we go. And then for obstacles, whoops. Put this in there. All right, so now we've got the index for level 0, level 1, level 0, level 1, 0 and 1. Good, good, good. Oh, it's called temp level instead of terrain. This is not temporary. This is legit now. Obviously, I have to update the paths, but, you know, I want it to be consistent. I want what I want. Especially if I want to make this more programmatic at some point, it would be nice to just already have all of the path names the same. So I can use delimiters. Well, I could still use delimiters, but anyway. Alright, there we go. Now I need a way to switch between them. Well, I need to actually finish setting this up before we do that. But I will need that. So we're gonna say this is... It's just level chunks safe. Level chunks safe. So this I'm gonna actually have to update this variable. So this is right now on the global script, which is an auto load. I don't know if that makes the most sense, but it is where we are. So we're gonna say, we'll just say current level, which is not declared, that's true. So let's declare it then. Variable current level, and we're gonna say by default. I mean, I would like it to be 1. Okay. Come into here for the obstacle chunks. Can we put those in the same order? as the arrays. I don't know. It bothers me that they're not. Safe points, obstacles. And this will be level, chunks, points, current level. This will be level, chunks, obstacles, current level. Cool. Yeah? Oh, spelled it wrong. There we go. Great. Good, good, good. Now I need a way to actually update that. So right now, it should work. Because it should just be putting level 1 in there. Yes. But suppose I want to switch to the debug level. So I'm going to open up the debug menu. Which is over here. And I guess I'll just get rid of all these. Even though I liked having them, I don't think I want them anymore. If I just hide them, oh, they'll just disappear. Frick yeah. Yeah, just click them away. Just click them out of here. If it's not relevant, it doesn't belong. Get them out of here. So we'll have level 1, no level 2, but we'll have level 1. Yeah, I just don't want to keep ones that aren't being used. Don't think that's worth it. I mean, you can keep the button, just hide it. And I'll do the same thing here. This is blank level. Blank level. I'm gonna make that. I know it's silly. I am gonna make the text bigger. I don't know. I want it to be bigger. Why is it so small? It doesn't need to be. Just don't want us to stretch out the button. Oh, the vertical size isn't fixed? Whoops. I didn't even realize that. Whatever. Okay. Good, great. I don't actually like the way that looks, though. I can't believe it makes the vertical size different. I hate that. Oh, that makes me so mad. Alright, fine, just leave it. Now I'm gonna come to the script where we have quite a chaos of buttons here. This is not a very nice programmatic design at all. No, it is not. I'm literally just gonna burn them all down. I'll keep one of them. Hopefully that disconnects them. It doesn't? Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Seems like it should disconnect them. I find a little surprising that it doesn't, but whatever. So I'll just do each one manually. It'd be nice if I could do them all at the same time, but I can't. I don't know, it's even though it sure doesn't matter. Oh, there's a disconnect button down here. It's kind of nice, I guess. It's behind me. It's a little tedious. There might be an easier way to do it. I don't know what it is. And again, it's not the end of the world that I leave them connected, probably, but it bugs me. It bugs me. They're not being used. Honestly, I'd rather connect them programmatically instead of through the UI. But I remember the last time I did that, it like wasn't working for some reason, and then when I did it this way, it did work. Maybe I'll give that another go. I'm feeling adventurous. It's the start of my work session. Okay. So for level 1, we already kind of know about that. Let's do the blank level first. I mean, I would think I could just do pressed. Button name is button level debug 1. I'm gonna make it access as a unique name. I'm gonna copy its name. Hop into here. Forget all that. I don't know why it didn't work last time, but I'm gonna figure it out. I don't know if I'm gonna try. I'm gonna consider trying strongly. So this is at the top of the script. I should be able to say % button level debug 1 pressed connect to on level debug 1. Function on level debug 1. We want to say global's current level equals 0. And then reload the scene. I would like it to work. It might. The last time I had trouble getting it to work. No, it worked. Okay, it loaded the wrong level, and oh, look at my performance. Look at the performance. The stream is lagging. My frames per second are dropping on the stream. The game is lagging. This is a new development. So you're gonna see the stream lagging. That's because, dude, I don't know what happened. But recently, when I reload, this is like between the last work session and today. When I reload the game, it lags horribly. I don't know why. I mean, the biggest change was adding in multiple terrain collectors as opposed to one terrain collector. Dang, that sucks. I mean, first of all, it loaded the wrong level, which is not great. Secondly, the performance, I mean, it makes it basically useless. if I can never reload the game, why can I never reload the game? That sounds really boring to debug. Really boring to debug. So I don't know why it didn't update the level correctly. But I'm honestly more curious why the performance took such a massive hit. Also, what are these errors specifically? That's fine. I don't care about that. Okay. Open up this. Come here. So it's obviously going to be so much slower. And I guess I'm curious to profile. It's probably still going to be progressed terrain for some reason. But because this is like a new and unusual problem, and yeah, the stream, so this is the stream frames per second, it's going to drop while I try this. Yeah, it looks like it's still going to be progressed terrain, is my guess. And there's our big old spikes, just wrecking everything. deeply, incredibly wrecking it. Just obliterating everything. My gosh. All right, I'm gonna stop it so we can suffer less. Show me how definitely progressed terrain it is. Whoops, hey, I made myself really large. I meant to make the screen large. Okay. I mean, yeah, we're right on top of it. 1300, almost 1400 milliseconds for that single frame. Oh, this is process time. That's different. I'm not exactly sure what that is. Actually, I don't know what to think about that. Your progressed terrain is doing a lot, but I mean that doesn't seem to be it. I wonder if there's like a clue there somehow. Like, because if I were to guess, these lag spikes here might be the same lag spikes that happen. It would be nice to have the debug level. I can just set the debug level manually. Because here, progress terrain at this smaller spike is coming in at 1.45 milliseconds. Oh, 1.6. It's the same. It's the same milliseconds as if we come over here and look at this massive spike. So it is directly coinciding with the same time that progressed terrain gives us an issue, which is probably when that cattle ranch comes in. But the like impact of that is so much heavier. You know what I'd be interested in trying? So I actually have built this game on basically the same version that we're looking at. The only difference is I have to kill myself in the game in order to test it. So let's see. Because what I want to see is if the compiled or built version of the game also has incredibly increased lag when I restart it. It's running in an endless cycle. Whoa. What does that mean? That's interesting. Yeah, I shouldn't have said it. YouTube's gonna get mad at me. Alright, so I just need to unalive my character so I can test the scene reload. And I want to see, we do get the lag spikes, right? So it will still jolt when the buildings come in, or the cattle ranch comes in. But I'm curious, will it be even more terrible on a reload? It's not as terrible. So that kind of brings me back to what Thoughty was saying too, with like the remote and the editor nodes, and it makes me wonder if the reload is only a big issue in the editor, but not outside of the editor. Because here in this built version, I'm not seeing a performance hit. I mean, we are getting performance issues, but not because of the reload. Whereas in the editor, if I do a reload, it's devastating. It's just unusable, unworkable. So I don't know. That's interesting. I need a debug menu that just like that does stuff like just restarts the game automatically. That would be helpful. Okay, we're gonna die in a second here. All right, so it reloads. No performance hit. So that makes me think that there's something in the editor when that honestly comforts me a little bit. Just a little. But it does comfort me. Okay, well that's very interesting. Now why didn't the level change? So if I come to my global script and I just say current level 0, what if we just say current level 0? Will it load the debug level? I think we just might not be accessing this variable. Nice. So there's our debug level, which should be much easier. And I guess I'm curious too, based on what Thoughty was saying, like if this, you know, has less nodes in it. I mean, I'm already moving around so much more quickly. I'm a little confused. Why is there trees in here? I don't actually understand that. I put one with trees in there? I guess I was testing something. That's interesting. I mean, look, it's so much better already. I can just feel how much better it is. We're not having any problems. I can load the remote scenes, easy peasy. So this was the debug level that I was trying to set up. There it's set up. Switching to 0 does work. I don't know why it doesn't happen at runtime, but to be honest, reloading the scene is causing absolute chaos anyway. So maybe that's a problem for another day. I'm gonna get rid of the forest that was loading in there. But you know what else? I'd be curious to know how many objects. I mean, I'm sure it's less. But it'd be nice to see, for sure. You don't like reloading current scene function because you have less control over it. Right. What's the alternative? You make it sound like there must be an alternative. Gscript reload current scene function alternative. I don't even know. Like, I guess we could, I guess probably the best thing would be to have like a landing page. The game ends, it takes you to another scene. Or couldn't you just load, I actually don't even know how that would work. Like, can you just load another scene on top of the current scene? Manually add or remove necessary scenes. So you're saying you have like a singular scene, and instead of reloading it at all, you would just like remove a scene and add a new one. That's actually a great idea. I like that a lot. Interesting. I think I need to restructure a couple things. Just add child, remove child. Interesting. I mean, you know, I feel like I need to set up a few things, like, if you're restarting the game, you'd want things like points, health, all that stuff. I'd want all the global variables to reset as well. But I mean, I guess I could set up, just say, remove the global variable script and add it back in. I don't even know. It's an interesting idea. And at that rate, I feel like I need to, like, I don't know, just like I need to rethink everything. I mean, right now, most of that data is all stored on, like, where is that data stored? It's been a while since I thought about that. Right, so the hit points are stored on a class script. So the health of the player is just chilling on a class script. And so if on reload I wanted that to change, I mean, I'd almost think, would I want to, like, run a signal that goes through and resets everything? I just don't know. But I guess maybe you're even suggesting, well, just remove the player and add it back in. Just remove the player, add the player back in. Bam, reset. I don't know if that's what you're literally saying. So, like, really right now, the only things I would need to do that with, I mean, there's a bunch of crap in the main scene. Like, some lighting, fog boundaries, a mesh instance that I was using. Oh, I was using this to help me set up the fog. It's like just a debug thing. Debug fog boundary. I'll just drop this up here. World environment, that kind of stuff. Camera, the collectors. In my main seam tree, build it up like main menu/game. In the game scene, loaded level/loaded player. Whoa. And you add remove the whole game scene. Interesting. You have the main scene, it has the menu and the game stuff. So maybe like world environment, camera, I don't know, stuff like that. Fog boundaries, like I do. Other various universal things, global things. And then you've got a separate scene that includes like the player in it and stuff. Yeah. So then in theory, if I wanted to do what you do, globals are in the game scene. Interesting. Yeah, I guess I don't really need to auto-load that. As long as it's a class script, I can access it anywhere. Right? Interesting. Now I'm very curious to try that. Autoload is great. It's just, I guess I'm just thinking if I want it to be as simple as remove one thing and add it back in. I would need to include the global script there somewhere. I mean, right now, the global script isn't really doing anything that needs to be reloaded anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay, so that's interesting. So, okay, so for player, so that's pretty much the only thing I would need to do is player. Use autoload for that, things you won't remove ever. Right, right. I mean, I guess, you know, in theory, if you're on... Like, currently, the number of abductions... I don't even know where that score is. Where does that score live? I'm actually not sure where that score lives right now. I've gotten a little messy with that kind of stuff. That's not on the score dunk, is it? Oh, it looks like it is. Right, but what does score update do? Welcome back, Abo. Messenger abduction emits score update. I'm confused. Where does that? Oh, is that like on up in the UI? Where did I learn GDScript? Right here. Live streaming, hanging out with you all. Documentation, YouTube videos, web pages, and you know, advice from people in the chat. But there wasn't like a singular source. It's not like there was this tutorial and I followed that tutorial or this series or whatever. Just a mishmash, just like researching and reaching out to community is how I learned. Are you excited to play this game? Me too! More and more it's becoming a game, but you know, because I'm still learning so much and I'm trying to build as good a foundation as possible, you know, it's gonna take a little bit of time, but hopefully not too much longer. Thanks, Abo. Me too. Where the heck is the score? I don't know where the score lives. There's some reorganizing I need to do. Oh, HUD. Is it being stored on the HUD? Oh, it's being stored on the HUD. Okay. That's not good. I see. Messenger abduction connect. On abduction, it increases the score. That's where that is. So if I wanted to restart the game and it reset the score, I would need to align that. Well, you know, based on what Thoughty is saying, I mean, a couple things. Number one, well, I don't know. Like, I feel like the game's gonna crash. Let me try it, because I'm just curious. First of all, well, a couple things. I don't think it's gonna work. Because for some reason, it's not updating my current level number. And I don't exactly know why. But let's say I don't reload the current scene. Oh, also, I should set up the other button now that I think about it. Let's do that. Let's set up the other button. Dun, dun, dun. I'm gonna get that menu scene open. Button level 1. Okay. Come to the script. hopefully be able to set it up in onReady. I'm gonna make sure it's accessible as a unique name. %, paste the name, pressed, connect on level 1, func on level 1, globals. I don't think it's going to work at all anyway. But you know, if I think about it, I don't really need to reset everything right now. That's something I could, that's a can I could kick down the street for now. It doesn't do anything. It just is not updating that variable. Someone called the Concept Boy using Godot. Created awesome games with awesome graphics, I should see. I don't know that I recognize that name. I do like to follow and check out everyone who is making content on Godot, on other stuff. The Concept Boy. Oh, I'm subscribed. Okay, well apparently I do know them. But I forgot. Nice. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll ring that bell so I get more notifications. I'm trying to remember like what I knew about this person. Yeah, I like vaguely remember seeing some of their videos. Looks good. Yeah, I love game dev YouTube. All right, so why isn't that global variable updating? So I'm gonna also say print. I'd like to print it from a couple different places. Oh, they do live streams? That's awesome. Well, I'll get alerted. That's something else. I'm trying to build up a list of YouTubers who are streaming Godot. Because there are a lot of Twitch streamers who are also streaming on YouTube who stream Godot. And that's cool, but I'm really curious to build up a list of people who are specifically only streaming on YouTube Godot stuff so I can share that. But it's not a big list right now. So I'm gonna say print globals current level. That's cool though. Thank you for telling me about that. And I'm gonna even say this is level from menu. That is to say what the menu thinks the level is. Okay, this did not go well. Level from menu. And then I'll do the same thing from the global script just to see what it's outputting. I mean, you do have to have it output at a certain time. So, I mean, either I do it like every second or something or whatever. I'm just gonna see right now what happens. Oh, and I forgot we're still printing all of that too. That's okay. All right, let me see what it prints. Oh, look. As the global variable is being updated. It says 0 versus 1. Oh, you know what? You know what? I think it might... I think I know what's the issue is. It's not updated. That was very helpful. Seeing that global variable is actually updating. Tells me that isn't being pushed to the terrain controller itself. That's the problem. This path isn't updating. We need to also tell this path to update, which I can only imagine is going to cause problems, but I'm actually very curious to see what happens. It will be interesting. Hey, what's up, S? Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Good to see you. So from where does it, oh, it's, you know what? I think it's all the way down here. Chunks path safes, chunks path obstacles. There's a YouTuber called Sundown you told me about before, is streaming on Twitch and YouTube, also is using Godot. One called Fox Hollow Games. I don't know if I know, I mean, I always think I don't know, but then it's like, oh wait, I have followed them. Oh, I see, we're setting it somewhere else. It's possible to create variables that call a function whenever their values change. Cool. Want to learn. I did not know. Wants to learn. Okay, I will see if I can look into that. In the ready function, global's current safe chunk. I see. It's being set in the ready function. So I would need to ask it, or maybe even kind of like what S is saying, run a function when that happens. So it updates this. Literally, it would just be the same thing, except it would be a function. I mean, to me, I would just do like a signal. Look up setter getter. Oh, setter getter. You know, I have used those before. Okay, I'll look into that. Let me create the function that we're gonna want to run. Bunk. On level change or something. And so literally all this would do is it would just update this to that. Now wait, why does it say current safe chunks? Is this in the global script? Oh, but this is also in the ready. So this would need to be... Actually, I don't know if I need to run that on the terrain controller. It might be that it would be better to run it here on level update. Not actually sure, but we'll figure it out. And I could even just say here on run on level update. So that way it updates the levels. Setter getter functions. Oh yeah. I should be more specific. 9 months ago. I'm not really sure how to apply this. For emitting a signal when a property changes values. Oh, this is what you're talking about. Better to use the docs. Find that a little overwhelming. Like, where do I even find that? Set get GD script. Let's see if I can. It's a little overwhelming. I think what I would normally do is just pop a signal in there. Yeah, maybe. Seems... Yeah, alright. You're right. It's just... It's a lot. It's a lot of... Static variables, okay. Okay, we're getting there. Good call. Static variables can have type hints, setters, and getters. That's promising. I just lost it. There we go. Wait, static? Wait, that's different. This is something different. This is for... I don't know. I'm overwhelmed by this and it's stressing me out. Okay, here's just a regular variable. The property setter and getter are always called, even when accessed inside the same class. Oh man, this is stressing me out. I don't know how to read this. Okay, so amongst all of that, because I don't have the mental capacity or patience to figure that out, judge me accordingly. I feel like I would just rather just run a signal, which is definitely not ideal. All right, but I think it's what I'm gonna do. Unless someone can like help me, I'm just gonna do it. Your prehistoric laptop can't handle the project. It runs on like 5 FPS. Oh my god. You checked out the yeah, maybe for future. Oh, Brackeys talks about it? Well, if Brackeys talks about it. I assume, Marion, you got like the blender set up and everything. That's shocking. I'm surprised that it's running so badly. But you did set up, I assume you set up like the blender integration and everything as well. Albeska. We're gonna sing Albeska's song. Albeska is a member supporting Hyper Game Dev. Welcome Albeska to the stream. Welcome Albeska to the stream. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Albeska, you're the best. Oh yeah. Albeska, you're the best. Oh yeah. Oh Albeska, you're the best. Oh yeah. Albeska. Welcome, Albeska. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate it. Things are going okay. Things are going good. I want to build levels, do level design and stuff like that. Hitting some wicked performance issues in various aspects of doing that. Yeah, and so I wanted to set up a debug level so I could explain things easily with a nice, clean, uncomplicated debug level. Then that led me to wanting to be able to swap between the debug level and the main level, but that's requiring a bunch of extra steps to do that, so I'm kind of puzzling that out, and I'd like to do some level design stuff. So things are going good because I feel like we're cooking, we're learning, we're doing stuff. So everything's set up. It's just like a 10-year-old laptop thing. I see. Dang. I'm sorry to hear that. That's because, I mean, this isn't a laptop. But I think I built this computer in, like, 2017. So that's less than 10 years ago. 10 years is a long time in computer advancement. I should try it on one of my super old laptops. Try running it. You know, I'd like to think that the game could run okay on potatoes, or at least have some way to be able to run okay on potatoes. Thanks for trying, though. Dang. Because I'm not using the most powerful machine. The specs should be in the description box. I think they are. But it's not 10-year-old potato. Thanks for trying. So I think I'm just gonna do a signal for now. So the signal, let me come in the messenger. The signal will just be run whenever. Signal update level, or what were we calling it? Level update? Whatever. We'll do level. I feel like it's gonna be interesting. Like something weird is probably gonna happen. I'm excited to see what it is. So level update signal, when this runs, we just say messenger level update emit. Oh, I could even, dude, I could even forget all that. We could just put the level number right in there. Make that a lot easier. Simplify that real quick. Then it becomes quite nice. Oh, and then you were talking about the brackeys. That does sound like a really interesting thing. I really want to look at that. Like, I don't know if I want to do it here, but I want to remind myself to look at that. I feel like I should post that somewhere to myself. I need to note. Can I tag myself in Discord? Is that, I mean, am I allowed to do that? I can probably do that, right? At least check. Oh, that's even cut off. Jeez. Check out brackeys to about setters, getters. It's a chapter. Oh, it didn't tag myself? Sad. Discord's like, no, you don't need to do that. Oh, it did work. Thank you. That's what I thought. All right, anyway. So I could literally just have it emit the level number. Come on back to globals here. And we say messenger level update connects to on level update and have it call with the level number. So level and in that sense, I don't even need the current level variable. Don't even need it. Probably should have it though. It seems like it might be useful to have it, if I'm being honest. So I am gonna keep it in case I need to like reference it somewhere. Current level equals the level, and then we update all the chunks just like that. Cool. I wonder if that will be enough. Because it's still only, the paths are only getting set up in the ready function of the terrain controller. So I don't know how that's gonna go. Yeah, still not actually updating it, that's okay. Most of the frame time is spent on this loop in the terrain controller. How many chunks is looping? Oh, did you paste something? I don't know, but you can always use live text if you want to post images or something. So technically, nothing is looping. Well, now I can actually show you. So I did set up the debug. Let me try one thing to see if I can swap. I'm right on the precipice, unless I'm not. I'm very possibly right on the precipice of this getting set up. So I would need to have this function run as well. So let me just connect this. It doesn't need the current level, but that's okay. So ready, we're gonna say messenger. I'll show you. It's 9 things, but then like one thing goes out and then one thing goes back in. to the loop. So it's like basically one thing gets added to the terrain belt or the terrain controller every time something gets removed. But there's 9 at a time, and you can reduce that to less. Here's a variable you can update. Messenger. What are we doing? Oh yeah, level update. Connect on level update. We named it something else. On level change. Besides that, reload current scene being used. What is the reason you want to leave this method now? I want to leave a method now? I don't know what you mean. Oh, that did nothing. Yeah, okay, we're not on the precipice. That did nothing. And is this doing it? Print. Controller tried updating paths. See if at least that pops out. Oh yeah, it did try. It is trying to do it. Well, that didn't work. Maybe it did, and like they're gonna load in on the next round. This method worked with global's current safe chunks equals levels. No, that didn't do anything. Global's current safe chunks equals, oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, it does work. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get it to update at runtime is what I'm trying to do. So this does work. All of this does work. The reason why I'm setting this up is to have a signal, a function that runs when I press those buttons, basically. But like so this does work, right? So all of these being updated. This is the array. There's 3 arrays. There's level chunks points, level chunks obstacles, and level chunks safe. And they have 2 indexes each right now, 0 and 1. 0 is for the debug, 1 is for level 1. It didn't. I had to reload the scene in order to get it to work. Well, it was different. It was just kind of different. So if I reload, because it was previously, it was all being set in the ready function. That's where it was being set up, in the ready function. And so if I reloaded the scene, the ready would reload, and that would lead to it changing the level. The difference now is that I want to try doing it, having the level change without reloading the scene. I feel like that's probably one of the bigger differences and why I'm restructuring it. But this will work. If I changed the level to 0, the default, so this is the ready function in the global script. If I change that to 0, now it's going to load in level 0. Yeah, thank you for asking questions. So then it loads in the different level. But then what I'm trying to do is be able to hit that button and have different things load in. But I'm not exactly sure how to get that to update. So, I mean, I guess I can check to make sure this is running. Print, globals tried updating paths. We can also say that to make sure that also comes through. I'm sure it will. It does. Both of those messages come through. It just doesn't happen. Oh, you know what? I might know why. I know why. I'm not saying it won't result in chaos, but I know why. It's because this function, load terrain scenes, isn't being called. This is where we get all the chunk paths from and stuff. We have to run this. That's why. It's not actually updating anything. So I have to run this again outside of the ready function. And this is where we should get a scary or perfect result. It's either gonna go great or it's gonna be really, really weird. I mean, weird is an optimistic word. I mean, it definitely chugged for a second. Oh man, what? It's not loading anything different. Dude, something happened. Maybe the debugger popped off a bit too. Could be something to look at. There was something! There was something! Whoa, now we're crashing at the start. Oh, because we typed some W's. We typed some W's in there. Probably should have been L's, but it's okay. Alright. Now the debugger already is saying stuff, which is strange. Can't take value from empty array. What? Oh, yeah, so this is actually a different issue. I don't care about that. I mean, that's something, but that's not really related to this. Okay, good to know. Switch to level 1. See? Something happens. Something there happens. That was my laptop's fault, but even when running 3 chunks are generated, some function causes freezes every second. That is weird, especially that like you're experiencing that, but I'm not experiencing that. Maybe there's some wisdom in what's happening on your end. Maybe there's something to learn. I'm glad you found that function that loads 3 chunks at a time. Every second. I wonder if I mean, I want you to be able to, you know what I'd love for you to be able to do? Is to try the debug level. Right now the debug level is loading by default, and I don't expect you to if this is a lot of effort for you. But I'm gonna push an update that has the debug level be the default. I'm gonna say debug level setup. Reworking the level select menu, not functional quite yet. Reorganize stuff so the debug level and level 1 could in theory be loaded separately. Debug level is currently the main level. Alright, I'm gonna push this. I'd be interested to know if you have the same issues without this. See you later, S. Thanks for stopping in, and thanks for the heads up about setters and getters. And if you want to like change the level, right now it's not my favorite, but you would have to go to the global script. I did push that update though, Marion. You'd have to go to the global script, and in the ready function, change this little value right here. I guess it'd be probably better if I set this to current level. Wait, let me push that. That'll be easier. And then I'll make this an export. That's like what nice people do, is they make exports. That's what decent human beings do. Or actually, I'm gonna just push that one instead. I mean, you can do whatever you want. Either one, you'll probably figure it out, but... I mean, why am I making an export? This isn't anywhere. No, it is. If you run the remote, it'll actually appear in remote. Change global script level variable setup. I actually didn't test it. Look, I am not that level of developer to be pushing updates before testing them. Okay, it worked. Yeah, it's interesting that something happens. And so something that I'd like to even see, like, what if I zoom out? Will I see everything else in the collector? Like, did the collectors fill up? No, they didn't. I wonder what happens. Something else that'd be interesting is to see what paths are actually being updated when that happens. Like, what do the paths say that they are? Are they indeed updated, or are they still the old paths? That would be very helpful. Okay. So I would say even just print what the paths are. I mean, I'd kind of like it to be after load terrain scenes. And by the way, can we please get rid of all these other prints? Gab Games, welcome, good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Hope you're doing well, hope your own projects are going well. Let me just get rid of this match statement. It's annoying me at the moment. And then in load terrain scenes, I'm gonna have it print all the current paths. Print points path. Everything sucks at the moment, but you're alive. I'm glad you're alive. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Sending you good vibes. Good vibes to you. Good vibes to you. Glad that you're here too, Gab. Hope things look a little better for you soon. Points path. I want this to say. Chunks, path, points. Oh, it would be nice to trim it. That would be very nice, actually. But I won't, because I don't feel like it. Safes path. Are we doing safes with an S? I haven't got the best naming convention there. Obstacles path, obstacles. Okay. Like sometimes I put an S at the end, sometimes I don't. Alright, I'm very curious to know what this outputs. So we should get right at the beginning that information. It runs many times, which is interesting. So right now it's set to this level 0, which is correct. This is level 0. And if I pop open the menu and we do level 1, the paths say they're on level 1. It says the paths are level 1. So for some reason, so it might, maybe that update still isn't being pushed somewhere else in the script. So I think I need to dig a little deeper here. So that was interesting and useful. Good information. Someone along the line here isn't getting that information, though. You know, I do have to wonder if I don't have to run the initialize chunks function. I was hoping I wouldn't have to. But what this, I believe, is supposed to do is give us all the starting ones. So it puts all the ones out at the start. I do not think I want this, because then we're gonna get a bunch of chunks on top of the ones that already exist. Ooh, I'd like to see your profiler. Should be interesting. It's so helpful to have you running it. So helpful. What's up, Marion? Yeah, you can send screenshots here. Every second there are spikes here. Fix. Oh yeah. So That's going to be progressed terrain, I'm sure. So if we pull up the game here, and let's even run a version of it, which painstakingly enough, I have to come in here. Type that in. Monstrous. Monstrous that I would have to do that. And then if we run the profiler. So that's going to be the same thing here. So there is a big spike right there. And what it should coincide with, Marion, is this cattle ranch chunk loading in is usually when that happens. All right, so if we come to here and we look at physics frame time. All right, same thing. Now, if I come down here and we look at, so this is physics process, right? It basically corresponds to this, progressed terrain. Because this is running on the physics process. This function is being called in the physics process. You can see there's other things on the physics process, but this is what's causing the most. And progressed terrain is the function that's moving the terrain forward. And choosing when things get removed and get added back in. So what it ultimately ends up meaning is just whatever is on terrain chunks that is causing the slowdown will show up as a progressed terrain lag spike, basically. So really the work of narrowing it down goes beyond this. And unfortunately, I've only found the profiler helps me up until this point. And then I have to start figuring out, well, what on the terrain chunks is causing the problem? And you know, if you run, you are gonna not see that. If you run the debug level, if you check out the update that I pushed, you'll find that it won't have those lag spikes. Those lag spikes will go away. Thank you for sharing. It's good to know like what's happening on other people's machines. But yeah, and so this is why I go with reloading the scene, because I don't know how else to do this. Now what this is doing is this is instantiating a level chunk. Level chunk is defined down in here. But we have obstacle, we have chunks points. Profile is a little bit of a mess in Godot. If there's an optimization mistake within the engine, it's hard to find out from the profiler what's causing it. Right. Right. It's just not very clear. Unfortunately. None of this has level chunks. This is saying chunks safe. Chunks obstacles. Chunks points. I think Godot signals run on different threads. Oh, interesting. I will try put that progress terrain on a different thread and see. Wow, that would be, I would be very curious to know how that turns out. Exciting. Thanks for trying that. Usually the biggest error is not in your own code. Right, it's like, you're saying like with objects or nodes or something like that. Yeah. But maybe you're also saying that it tends to be reporting code errors mostly. Oh, level chunk, right, we're defined in the for loop, duh. Level chunk in chunk safes, right. So it's instantiating. So this, I see. This is the first ones that spawn in. Oh, this is what loads the collectors. We have to run this code, and we have to say, do not run this. This is what we have to do. I see. So here's what I'm gonna do then. I am going to create a new function here. I get it. I'm gonna say func chunks update. That's what we're calling it. And then we would just literally run only these again. In the initial setup, it puts 9 in this case down. And that's this right here. Don't want that when we change levels, because otherwise it'll just slap 9 on top of the ones that are already there. Don't want that. Instead, I would want to actually do this, which instantiates all the other ones, which is definitely gonna cause a load moment, but that's okay. And then, in theory, I would want to remove, so this is where it gets a little complicated. I need to remove the ones that are already there, especially if I'm switching between 2 big levels. I don't want just to stack up all the ones. So it actually gets a little complicated because I have to make sure to organize the old chunks, separate them, label them, flag them to be queue-freed versus the new ones that are being instantiated. I somehow have to differentiate between those. You know, I could do like, you know, an order. I could say first remove them all and then add the new ones, but then the player's gonna freaking fall and die because they're gonna get removed. So it's like the ones that are already there need, at least on the belt, need to stay there until that belt goes through. And then the new ones need to start coming in. And then, man, that's kind of a whole thing. I mean, it's doable. It's just like, do I want to do it now? And what that also means is I could keep adding more and more because we're only instantiating them. So if that level was already loaded, in theory, I could just keep loading more and more and more and more nodes on top of it without them ever getting removed, which is just, you know, something to think about. So okay. So that's I don't feel great about that. So I guess I would have to put a flag, because it's not removing and adding the collectors. We need to be removing and adding the chunks that actually go into the collectors. Which means on each chunk, on the script that's on each chunk, I need to get a flag. And then we iterate through it. And so then I'd also need to have another flag that determines whether or not it's currently in the terrain controller moving at the player. And say, if it's on the belt, don't remove it until it goes past the player. Then you can queue free it. Otherwise, queue free it if it's in a collector. Doable. Just like, do I want to do it right now? Not really. Not really. Let me at least see if this works. And then we'll worry about that. Chunks update. On the debug level, it's running completely fine. Yeah. And further, you know, if I had a way to just, I mean, I could have a way to do that. I could set up the level such that it's that. If I were to remove certain chunks from the non-debug level, it would run pretty fine. That's good to know, though. Thanks for trying it. But we'll find the name. We'll find the name. It's in here somewhere. Chunks update. So I want to run chunks update here. Unexpected identifier in class body. Oh, I forgot to indent it. All right. So, this is going to just instantiate more things, which is not good. But hopefully... Oops. Oh, I just did that. Oh no, now we're gonna have two. Oh god. Oh god. My frame rate. Rest in peace. Oh god, the game is like exploding. Stop. Oh no, I'm getting frozen in place. Rest in peace, Godot. I did not mean to click on that one. But this is why I need to set it up differently. Okay, frame rate is returned. This is why I need to set it up differently. Because it's too risky. I just have to, just don't click on the wrong button. That's some dangerous dev tools. What I really wanted to try was clicking on the other one. That would load in something much less devastating. Okay, now it's better. Yes, Marion. So, real quick, let me, oh god, this is not good for frame rate. But, while it's not good for frame rate, it did work. So the stream is gonna look like it's going very choppy. But, it did start loading in the other chunks. Kind of. Somehow it's, oh god. Look how slow it is adding those in there. So they're coming in, but it's at a great expense. I'm kind of curious before I tell you how to do that. If you want our game jam where the topic is who can kill their PC better. How I wouldn't that would be horrifying to play. And yet it'd be kind of fun. Just like literally have a sacrificial computer. And like whoever can actually make my computer like smoke and explode wins. Look at that. Look how many objects it added. It doubled it. Now there's 48,000 is how many. There's 48,000 objects in here when I added this in. It's honestly a hilarious idea, and I kind of like it. But it also sounds like it's inviting malicious actors. I need to make sure I have it, like, sandbox to hell. So this is surprising. All right, I'm going to stop it so the stream isn't chugging. All right, stream should not be chugging now. Marion, the way you do that is you come to the globals script. So you define the global script. You can just search the file system. It should be just in scripts. It would be a 10-hour jam stream, right? All right, I guess, because you know I'd have to like, or the jam ends when somebody is able to crash the computer so bad that it can't be revived. If it takes too long for it to load, you win. So you want to come to the global script, Marion. And then, depending on which push you got, I'm not sure if you got the last one I did or the one before that, but if you have the most recent one, you can just update current level to either 0, which is the debug level, or 1, which is level 1. Alternatively, you could come to it depending on which push you got. If you go to the ready function and this, as long as you have the latest one, you don't have to do this. But if you didn't get the latest one, come to the ready function, on level update, change this to 1 or 0. And that will update it. Yeah, I mean this is a whole thing. Nice. You're welcome. Thank you. This is the whole freaking thing. It's the whole entire thing. You know, it's just adding them into the pool, and since I don't remove the others, it doesn't know to stop loading in the other ones. Now, what's amazing to me, and I'm surprised I didn't check this sooner. So Thonti had us looking at the monitors here. There's 21,000 objects. Oh, that's 2,100. Wait, there's in the debug level, there's 2,100 objects. Okay. In the debug level, there's 2,100. In level 1, that is a lot? Well, I got news. I got bad news. It's even worse in level 1. In level 1, there's 25,000. There's like 10 times as much in level 1 than in the debug level. And you're saying even the debug level has a lot. Oh dear. Oh dear. Are we in danger? Now here's what confuses me. So right now it says 25,000, right? Now if I go and I instantiate, in theory, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what this button is doing, but in theory, if I instantiate one new set of the debug level, I assume it's one set, so I'm gonna press blank level. The stream is probably gonna chug. Look! It jumped up to 48,000. When is 2,100 plus 25,000 48,000? How does that work? All that's supposed to be, in theory, adding in are the objects from the debug level. You gotta have an RTX 4090 to run the game. That's pretty much it. That's the truth. I'm suffering with optimization issues. It's drowning me. And I barely know what to do. You know, I got the original, like this entire game began from a very specific tutorial that gave me the code to set up how the terrain works. Right, but do you see what I'm saying, Thonti? I don't know if you know what I'm explaining, if I'm making sense. No, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but this says 48,000, right? If I load level 1 by itself, just level 1 by itself, the monitor says 25,000. If I load the debug level by itself, the monitor says there's 2,100, which is considerably, that's like 10 times less. Right? Is that how math works? I think so. It's like 10 times less objects. If I add, but nodes is 377. Oh. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay, okay. 377 in the debug. $19,000, almost 20,000 in level 1. And now if I add on top of that, I just added the blank level on top of that. Stream's gonna chug. How does that equal 40,000? Even if we add 400 on top of what it was before, it doesn't equal that. It's like multiplying it. See if I pause it, if we get our frame rate back. If it will actually pause it. Yes, maybe. It's paused, but I can't like do anything with it. But yeah, so that's what I'm just trying to point out, is that it's multiplying. I got that. I get that. But like, do you at least see what I'm saying though? Like, I mean, you must. Surely someone understands what I'm saying here. And maybe it's not doing what I think it's doing, and that's possible. But if it is doing what I think it's doing, what the heck is going on here? Right, so there's level 1. Level 1. Level 0. Level 0? No, I mean, I'm just saying the multiplying, not even like how it's not, I'm not what I'm, so I am, on one hand, I am surprised by how many there are, but it's not that I'm concerned with. It's how many more are getting added somehow. Should you modify the script and save while the game is running? Yes? No? No. 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 No, I did not. No. Okay, so level 1 has whatever objects. Or level 0 has about 2,100 objects. Level 1 has about 25,000 objects, right? Huge difference. Massive difference. Two separate things with two separate amounts. Now, I think this is what I'm doing, but I'm not sure. But I think what the code I put together should be doing, in theory, is adding these together. So we should be plussing it, summing them. And if I were to sum them together, what I would expect to happen is that level 0 plus 1, you know, obviously not exactly what's happening. But I'm a little amazed by that, and frankly very confused. If we do this, it ends up equaling about 50,000, or we'll say 48,000. How is that? How does 2,100 plus 25,000 equal 48,000? So that was just what I'm remarking at, is that somehow this is happening. That seems wrong. Huh? What? But that seems to be what's happening. So that's all. I don't really understand that, which is fine. I don't expect anyone to explain it to me. Oh, right, of course. It's just simple math. It's simple math. You don't know about 2,100 plus 25,000 equal 48,000? Well, maybe math isn't for you. It's correct. It's correct. Okay, well, you know, and so it also makes me curious. Godot monitor objects, how many? An empty project, someone says there's 1,000 at runtime, according to this person from 2021 in the Godot forum. How many is too many? Wow, they're even talking about chunks. Separating threads, stuff like that. I don't know. I mean, it makes me think. I don't know. I don't really know what to think. I actually have no idea what to think. Restore scripts. Whoa. If you turn off terrain function completely, it still freezes. It has to be something else that's causing the freezing. Wait, if you turn off the terrain function... How... That's very interesting. First of all, how did you turn off the terrain function? I mean, I feel like if I comment this out... when you say turning it off, you mean like bring the velocity to like 0. I think is what you mean. The terrain velocity, bring it down to 0. As long as I don't press anything, because the terrain velocity does update. The spikes still happen? It's very interesting. Oh, there's a spike! Oh, shoot. That is surprising. I mean, there was just one. Oh, maybe there's some more. No, there's still more, I think. Okay, that is incredibly interesting. I mean, it's clearly not as bad, but it also isn't nothing. Wait, but are the spikes still happening? Actually, I'm confused, because sometimes the debugger confuses me. Like, we saw pretty clearly something went high, but now it's not so high. So I don't even know what to think about that. And actually, progressive terrain is still up there. I'm not sure what I learned from this. I expected this to be more interesting. Now I'm just confused. Man, I really thought I was gonna do level design today. We're deep in the annals of debuggery. I don't like the way that came out either. But I said it, so. Can't unsay it now. Very confusing. I mean, you know, maybe it was just like at the start. But I could have sworn I saw a little bit of an issue there. Where it spiked up. Could have been something else. It could have been if I came in here and I mean, other things aren't causing it. Well, I don't know what that was. You all saw it. Oh, there it went. Okay, that's not a big spike, but I'll take it. I will take it. What does it mean? On Discord, okay. I don't think it's gonna give us any more information, honestly. I mean, yeah, it's progressed terrain. Still is progressed terrain causing the most. Oh, so you didn't even run it in the first place. Oh, interesting. That's considerably higher? Actually, I don't know if it's that different. 16.66. It's actually exactly the same. 16.66. It's completely the same. For whatever that's worth. I don't know if that is worth much. But let's try it that way too. Process time. Right. Right. Oh, process time. Right. Well, my process time wasn't that bad. My process time is not so bad. Let me try commenting out. Right. Yeah. True. Right. I don't know why I ignored that. I did though. I wonder if that's on an on your end thing. All right. Let's see. We'll skip calling that function altogether. Oh. That's why you're having problems. The player's gonna fall. Okay, I gotta just stop it. The reason why that's happening is because if the player gets below a certain Y position, it's going to kill the player and reload the scene. And as we established earlier, reloading the scene causes the editor to just get super slow. Yeah. So that's what's happening there. And so why I was trying to reload levels without reloading the scene. But it turns out that's a whole mess unto itself. So, like, I don't even know, guys. Like, it feels like the entire foundation my game is built on is very troubled. But yeah, if you wanted to fix that, I don't even know what you would do. You just need somehow... I mean, you could, like, take out the fall death. Obviously, you'd be running into the potential of there being issues that the Y-axis is getting so big. I think, you know, I used to have a fake ground in the main scene that the player could stand on, but I think I got rid of it. But I used to have one. You could always add that in there. Just pop a collision shape in. And as long as I think even just you don't even have to modify anything, and the players should stand on that. Just like that. I mean, you can go off the edge on the left or right side. Unless we make this longer. Okay. Oh, obviously you have to put like a static body or something. Static body, debug ground. Drop that in there. It could even be like a little bit below, so that way you fall a bit, and it could just be there all the time in case there is no ground. Did I get? I don't think I kept that function commented out, actually. Oh, I did. There you go. So that could be a way to test that. Could probably just push it like this, if you wanted to try that. Bum, 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 bum. You know, it doesn't matter, but it's something. Added a backup ground into the main scene. What is my daily routine? Whoa. Wake up would be a big one. Read the news. Check Discord. Get caught up with what's going on in the world. What happened. Have some breakfast. Work on things that I need to work on. Then, by the end of the day, spend time with my partner, do something fun, go to bed, do it again the next day. Oh, there was dinner in there somewhere and lunch. Eat snacks, stay fed. That's it. Well, anyway, I'm gonna push this update that has the ground in there. Although I'm sure you can just add that in yourself if you wanted to. But now there's an update that has a ground if you wanted to test what you wanted to test. Well, look. So what am I gonna do? I mean, I could try to set up all that crap that makes it have it delete the old level and keep the new level, but I don't know, man. There's a lot of mysteries here that I don't understand. And you know, I really hate it's actually very hard to know what to work on with these issues outstanding. I almost feel like I do have to work on debug. I don't know. But the main reason I wanted to make this was to demonstrate better how the terrain collector works. And at least I can do that without Too much chaos. Oh, I see. We're way... It's over here. I was like, this is quite a bit of zooming. So at least we can now do this without much issue. Eating what I normally eat. Quinoa. But then, in particular, right here, I've got a jar of almonds. It's a jar of almonds. Seasoned almonds. That's it. Cheers. It's delicious. But I finished my quinoa already. Vegetables, grains, nuts. That's what I eat. Wow, so I'm actually at a bit of a loss of what to work on. I mean, I feel like I need to just like debug. It makes me not happy. So we made the debug level. I guess what I want to do now is... Ah, man, it's very stressful. Because if I try to work today on building out more level stuff, it's just gonna make the performance issues worse. Here's what I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna separate myself from debug because it's boring. And instead what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do adjust chunk spawn order. That's what I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna take a bit of a break from the debugging, and I'm going to work on one of my stated tasks. So to do that, I'm gonna come back to the terrain controller playlist. Now that's not to say if you guys have thoughts about, you know, those other issues, I'm down to dig back into it. But for right now, I'm just gonna deal with the pain of the performance issues. And for me, it's not that bad. It's not that good, but it's not unplayable. Because really all that I'm trying to do here is adjust how often obstacles spawn versus points versus safe areas. And right now, it's too many obstacles. It's too many obstacles. And you can see because I'm just getting wrecked. I'm getting hurt so often. I'm taking so much damage. Again, as I said earlier, a lot of that has to do with how the collisions are set up and they need to be adjusted, but that is not something I'm working on right now. So we'll just use that as a good gauge. That is to say, well, the collisions make it really hard, but how can I make the level easier despite that? And you can see I'm doing the same move, right? I'm just moving around the tree in the same way because I don't have multiple chunks set up yet that have different, you know, setups that would make this be variant. But I'm not worried about the variant right now. I'm worried about making it easier so there's less chunks to dodge. I will say, I guess I'm getting a hang of it, but that's because I recognize it's the same thing. In theory, it would be different things, which would be harder to learn the patterns. And so I don't want it to be punishing the player quite that badly. So what I'm thinking for that, so right now there's 9, I think, on each chunk order list. And I'm going to increase that number considerably. I'm gonna say 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's beef that up a bit. So right now the obstacles aren't spread out very much. I'm gonna add collector, safes, collector. Sure, add another safes. Collector points. Collector safes. Collector safes. My least favorite thing is keeping count. I guess if I look at the number down here, 37, I'd want that to be 57 by the end of it. Collector points, collector points, collector points. I'm not thinking too hard about this. Just going for it. Alright, so something like that. And then for the obstacles, expected closing bracket. Oh. For the... Oh, wait. Did I... Oh, I forgot a comma somewhere? Yes. For the obstacles, I'm gonna move them. I mean, this feels like not enough obstacles, for sure. So I need to add at least 2 more in. But of course, it's important to remember that the points themselves are gonna have obstacles on them. So they're not super safe either. You know, I think to some extent it's going to be impossible to have all the control that I want. It's quite a lot. It's quite a lot of these. So this is starting at 60, so I'd want this to end on 80. And these probably aren't going to look that different from each other. I mean, it's clear that I'm kind of following like a sort of pattern to some extent. Making sure I don't have too many more than 3 in a row. Sometimes adding a bunch of points, no more than 3 at a time. And then just a couple obstacles tossed in. I could probably do better to make sure that there is like a decent pattern or variance in some way. Oh, I took out 2, so we need to add the obstacles in there. Not a lot of obstacles. It's gonna be a lot of safes and points. But this is supposed to be like level 1 also. Alright, I'm curious just to see how this feels. Another way, we could do this with the debug, and then it's just red is gonna map to the obstacles. Oh my god, it's already so much better. I'm not immediately being met with dodging. Now you can see there's a lot of blank. Because I probably put so many safes in there, and it was like the end and the beginning with a bunch of safes. I mean, this is so much better. You can see the one that has the tree on it that I have to dodge is only coming up once in a while. So if we were to visualize this on the debug level, just to see it look a little less chaotic and a little more informative. Blue is safe. Yellow is points. And red is obstacles. So you can see pretty clearly. There we got a ton of safes. And then we got an obstacle. And we're getting a steady flow of points. I think we could do more points in a row, too. It's a lot of safes in a row. And so I never put that many safes in a row, but that's like the end and the beginning of 2 lining up. Which I don't love. So I might want to make sure I never end or begin them with more than 2 safe areas. So that way we don't end up with such a large section of safes. Yeah, I'm not really sure ultimately how I'm gonna resolve my all my performance issues. It's concerning because, you know, so much of this is built on things working a certain way. And it's not to say we couldn't go back to an instantiation thing. I just don't know. I don't know. I got problems. I'm gonna have to... I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do. So, let me just make sure we don't end and begin with too many. So there's 3 safes in a row. This ends with 1 safe. This begins with 2. This one ends with 2. This one begins with 3. So that's where we're getting 4 in a row. Is because this one begins with 3. So I could bring this down. And just put like another safe somewhere else. And I think I'd even like to rename these a bit. And what would be nice is to actually have these be level based. So if the current level is 1, then it would load the level 1 list in. If it's level 2, it would load the level 2 list. 3, 4, 5, etc. But, you know, I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Physical collision. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Like... physical engine, yeah. I mean, the only things that have physical collision are the player physically collides with the ground and the NPCs. The cows and humans. The cows you can't see right now, or the humans you can't see right now. So that would be something to test. I mean, if I'm gonna do a quick performance issue test, right? I feel like I have tested it and it didn't resolve it. But what the heck? Let's test it again. Test it again! But other than that, nothing else should have physical collision. That I am aware of. Or able to think of off the top of my head right now. I mean, you can even see the cows are all rigid bodies. Before I delete it, I'm just gonna make a push. Chunk spawn list adjustments. Why when I download the file of the game and import it in Godot, I play it gives me an error? You should read the page. I love that you're trying that, Abo. Let's go. Building physics engine is sensitive, yeah. Makes sense. But Abo, check out the instructions here on the repo page. You need to have Blender integrated with your Godot editor in order for the project to work. And so it'll walk you through how to do that right in there. By sensitive, you mean that it's garbage. Yeah, I definitely have heard and even observed that. But if I remember correctly, removing these didn't resolve the performance issue in this case. With that said, you sold it because you can't wait? Okay. It's not gonna be very fun. It's not gonna be fun. I love that that got you to install Godot. I love that. I mean, something I could add in, if you don't want to mess with any of that, Abo. No, it's not. That's very generous. I make it look more fun than it is. And that's not saying much. I could start putting a build of it in the repo. That's not like a bad idea, right? And then in theory, you could just run that exe if you wanted to play it. Although this build isn't all the way up to date. And I don't plan to keep it up to date. Oh, you want to load the blank debug level? Nice. Yes. So, because I unfortunately don't have a way to switch in the game, what you gotta do is you gotta search in the file system for the global script. Pull up the global script, and then you'll be able to change the current level right up here. Since you're the second person to ask that, I feel like I should add that. I feel like I should add that onto the README. Even though that's subject to change anyway, of course. Oh, I forgot I can screenshot differently now. We'll see. I don't know if I'll actually add that in there yet. But it's something to think about. And it's just 0 versus 1. What was I talking about? Oh. I could add builds to the repo. But I don't know. It's not going to be the most up-to-date build. I don't know. I feel weird adding builds to the repo. I'm not ready to add builds to the repo. Hopefully, Abo, you can figure it out. Oh, I was going to remove the cows. Let me stay on a task at a time here. Get rid of the cows. No cows. The cows are removed from the cattle ranch. Nothing in here should have any physical collision. Come to the other cattle ranch. Get the cows out of here. Alright, yeah, if you're already doing it, go ahead. Get it set up. It's a good thing to learn. Why not? Hopefully you have Blender installed. Whoop, I deleted everything. Whoops. Alright, here we go. No cows on any of them. I guess it's been a little bit since I tried this. You found it. Let's go. Yeah, I'm still seeing the performance issue. The engine calculates with static collisions too, like trees. Yeah, no, think about them. So those aren't, the thing is those, I don't disagree with you, right? Like, I mean, I've often read people say like, oh, you should never use collision shapes because, and they're moving, right? Never use collision shapes because it's more calculations than you need. And what you should do is have an array or something that has a list of the positions of everything. And then you like define coordinates or vectors for where those collisions are supposed to be. And if the player is at, if the player's vector crosses paths with where the collision is supposed to be, then it counts as a collision. Instead of having actual collision meshes, which, I mean, it makes sense. Like, that would be really cool, but that sounds like very difficult to me. I don't know. Maybe I need to get over that. I don't know. Yeah, Blender the modeling program. Yes, exactly. Yep. Or use spheres where you can. Yeah, I'm using boxes. It's all boxes. Which I know is a lot more to calculate. Because a sphere only needs like 2 points. And then it like figures it out from there. But welcome GDXR. Here's Blender. And so if I open the tree, for example, there's the tree. And let's say we do something silly to it. Boxes are one of the worst. Worst. Really? Dang. That's brutal. You know, and I don't know. I'm just gonna try to deform this in some significant, obvious way. Not like that. It's hard to calculate with them. Interesting. So, whatever. I'm gonna make my tree look horrible. We'll do that. Alright, that's the new tree. So this is why I connect Blender with Godot. So the tree looks like that currently in Godot. But now if I save this, so I just press Control S here, I just saved it in Blender. And I come to Godot, Godot is automatically gonna start updating. And then that tree is going to change to look like what I just did in Blender. Or it should. It better. It didn't. Let's find out why. Let's find out why. Oh, that's why. Oh, what's interesting. Let's come to the actual tree scene over here. Yeah, it saves so much time. Oh, wait, some of them did change. Oh, look, this one changed. Wait a minute. Oh. Okay, so there's the one that I changed. Apparently, and this is something I need to fix. This actually could be a performance, part of the performance problem. I have the wrong thing in here. But you can see this tree actually changed right away. That one didn't, because this is incorrect. What did I do wrong? But yeah, it saves a lot of time. Exactly. But I need to... Wait. What is actually happening right now? Let me... Oh, you can see this tree changed. Alright, hold on a second. Ranch. We'll get to the bottom of this. Oh, this one had all the right trees. This one's got the right trees on it. So these all updated correctly. Those have the those have the old trees on them. This has the new trees. The new trees are supposed to be that one that updates from Blender. So that's our weird one. So now if I show you this, it'll work. So we'll pull up Blender. I'm going to not keep my tree looking like a hurricane came through and smudged it. So I just Control S, saved it in Blender. Come back here to Godot. Let it do its thing. And that tree, there it goes. Back to normal. Gotta make sure I'm looking at the right thing. But yeah, so that's the Blender integration. Very nice, very helpful. And then the thing is, so when folks are trying to build this game on their own systems, if they don't have Blender integrated with Godot, then you'll get an error when you try to run the game. With all that said, it's very interesting. You knew where the file is, and now you're gonna play it. Okay, great. I'm glad you found it. I'm glad you found it. Also, before I do that, I'm gonna add the cows back in. I'm very confused. There's a lot of things I don't understand here. So what we're gonna do is we're going to reset our project. I need to change those trees. That honestly, the wrong trees being in there is a huge red flag. I guess we're doing more debug stuff. I did terrain set list loading for about 5-10 minutes. And then the debugging just pulled me back in. And I mean, it sucks because it's affecting anything that I want to do. And Abo, please set your expectations low. Okay. You know, a part of me, I like making the project available since I'm here live streaming and you guys can just check it out and mess around and see what it's like and even help make it better. But, you know, just expect nothing. Expect it to be the worst game you've ever played. All right? But not looking for feedback. It's not up there for the purpose of receiving gameplay feedback. Logic, coding, setup, feedback, bring it on. Gameplay feedback, it ain't ready for that. All right, cows are back. This tree situation, so this is the right tree. I can tell it's the right tree because it has a capsule collision, which is not as good as a sphere. But maybe it's better than a block? Maybe. But on the other one, I'm noticing, and including this, these have the wrong trees. So I need to replace all these trees. And I do wonder if that isn't going to improve the performance. These are the wrong trees. So I'm just going to get rid of anything labeled as tree 1. Tree 1 is the one in question. Tree 1 is gone from here. Now I'm gonna come to this cattle ranch. These all look good. I don't see the wrong tree in any of these. I can also tell the color is a little different on the right tree. These all look like the right tree 1. That was on a different obstacle forest. This one has all the right tree on it. So I doubt that's going to fix our performance issue. I doubt very highly. Come to Cattle Ranch 2. That's forest. One thing that made a big difference last week was getting rid of navigation nodes. Navigation nodes were causing a lot of problems. A lot of problems. Yeah, so this is all the old trees. We're just gonna get rid of all the trees from here. And I think that tree, I wonder if that tree even has something like that on it. So we also have duplicates on here. That's the other reason that there's going to be some issues. I need to actually get rid of these duplicates. The reason why there's duplicates in there is because there has to be a minimum number of terrain chunks in each folder. Otherwise, the game won't work right. So that's why I duplicate a bunch of them. Oh wow, there's not even enough safe ones. That's surprising. I'm quite sure about that. Train level 1 point safes. Wait, what? Where's all the obstacles? Oh, because we're searching for ranch. I was like, what? Okay, there we go. Points, there's all the safes. Okay, good, good, good. That was horrifying. And then in obstacles, I gotta get rid of all these duplicates. But we do need a minimum number. So I'm gonna duplicate this. Dupe 1. So now that we have 20, I need a... Well, actually, I should only need 9. Did I make some optimizations? I don't... Yes? No? Maybe? Oh, so you're... Abo, you're playing a version that probably has the debug set to level 1. I don't know. Oh, gosh. Or set to level 0? I don't know what you have. I don't understand your question. Did I make... I mean, I'm... Yes and no. You can also, if you want to, check out the descriptions for each commit on GitHub. We'll give you a little information on what happened. Right, so here it says how many commits there are. If you pop open that, you can get more info on what happened on each change. Yeah. Yes. 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 That's it. That's what I'm here doing. That's what I'm here doing. That's why I would not recommend you play it. But, yeah. Not looking for feedback, Abo. It's disappointing because, like, you know, as a game dev, you don't want people to check out your project and give feedback about the gameplay when it's not done or ready, you know? I hear you. I hear you. Working on it. I'm glad you think it's fun, though. That's cool. But I'm also... I don't even want to know what you think about it. If you set the terrain velocity to 0, you still have spikes. That is surprising. Because I don't have that issue. I don't have that issue myself. Okay, so I took out the tree that I believe is at least causing some problems. I don't think it's causing all of the problems. Duplicate this. Yeah, the performance issues are something that I'm reluctantly looking into because there's other things I want to work on. But unfortunately, I don't think I get to. Oh, so we're loading in the wrong level here. Let's go to globals. Switch the level to 1. I'm not expecting much. Yeah, no, removing that tree did not save us. But I wanted to rule it out. Yeah, you know, that does happen sometimes. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. And that, honestly, Abo, part of that too could be because you're running it in the editor. Not really the ideal environment for playing the game either. I'm glad. But also, please stop playing it. No. It hurts my heart. I mean, it's one thing. I love people checking it out and exploring it, but... And I'm glad, on one level, I think I'm glad that you're checking it out. And I'm getting feedback from somebody who wants to play it, but... Yeah. So anyway, we're still getting the issues. I can see them. I have to make sure I don't run into an obstacle. But basically, it jolts a little every once in a while. And when it happens, and we can even emphasize when it happens here. If I adjust the terrain controller, to only output a few chunks at a time, a significant difference could be seen if all the colliders were replaced with the simplest possible solution. I mean, yeah. It's funny you say that, because I've done that to dispel that exact suggestion so nobody would suggest it. So it's most obvious when I only spawn a few at a time. Honestly, Thoughty, that should already be the case. Literally. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay, fair. No, that's not the truth. That's not the way it already is. You're saying, I see. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I hear you. Oh, the terrain has convex? Yeah, I should change that for sure. Yeah, I hear you. So you're saying that's probably not it, but it's something to look at. So here's the thing. This game, like there's some core aspects that make this game the game. And one of those core aspects is navigating your body in between obstacles. But anyway, hopefully, I know it's kind of hard to see because I have to keep dodging things. I guess I have to get rid of the things to dodge. It makes me angry. You know what I need? I need like a way to... That's gonna be really hard. To be able to go through things invisibly. You know what would be nice? What if... Okay. This doesn't make me super happy. And this would be great for a debug option. Oh, I did just notice there is a navigation node left on the player. I didn't even see that. Oh, I need to get rid of that. Wait. That's interesting. I should probably get rid of that. Whoa. I need a debug option to just set this. We're up in the air. We're gonna fall. That's not how that works, Lise. You're gonna fall. You'd have to set the invisible ground to be raised up. So that way you don't fall down when it starts, because you have collision. But it'd be nice to set up a debug that moves the ground and the player up at the same time. So then we can cheat, and I can actually test things without having to dodge things. That would be nice. Oh, man. Man, things get stressful. It all gets very stressful. Okay. So now we should be floating above, and I shouldn't have to worry about dodging obstacles. Why are the cows? Oh, because the cows are Okay, wait, what? Wait, why are the... Because the ground is colliding. This is freaking annoying. Oh, God. That should not be true, Abo. Leave it as the end of the following to make it better, and when the program is ready, replace the others. So you're saying, also, Abo, I don't think that's true. If I come all the way to the side here, bam, obstacle. You see? We come all the way to this side, we're gonna hit an obstacle. Now, I need some way to, like, turn off this stuff, because I need to test this level. See, we run into it. What would be ideal is if I actually had the player floating above the ground all the time. Oh, man, it's starting to get really, really stressful. It's okay. I'll be fine, right? You know, I can't even test things in the ways that I want to. Oi, oi, oi. But anyway, what I was trying to say before is that it is important that the shapes of the objects, the collisions of the things that you run into, look like the shapes of the objects. And the reason why that is... I feel like I'm drowning. I feel like I'm drowning. That was a different sentence than what I was saying. But so, you know, avoiding this tree, for example. A tree is like this. And like a major part of the game, especially as you get into harder levels, is going to be about weaving between obstacles. Like a primary gameplay aspect is going to be about weaving between obstacles. And like, sure, I could make a sphere like right here, and maybe I should, because that could kind of have sort of an angle, you know? But I worry that if it's, you know, maybe I should just let it go and just do it. Or, you know, if we look at the electric pole, for example. Like, I could do an ellipsis, but then what do we do about the cross? Right? There's gonna be a way that you could be tall enough to bump into that, right? So do we just say ignore that? Alright. Alright. I'm willing to be convinced. Alright. How am I gonna add that way to bypass all the obstacles? Obviously, you know, I could turn off all the collision detection. Besides having unforeseen consequences, it seems like it could be a lot of work. Yeah. That's a good point. I'm willing to try it. Thank you, Abo. That's very nice of you. Thank you for saying that. I'm glad you didn't get in there and just like, this is garbage. This is trash. I can't believe I've been watching this trash. Thank you, Abo. Thank you. Abo says, I'm so proud of you, and just keep going and keep using Godot. You know what? Because you said that, okay, I will keep going. I will keep using Godot. Thanks, Abo. That's very nice of you to say. And I'm glad you tried it. I'm glad you figured out how to download it and set it up. You know, I mean, I was obviously just like nervous about you doing that. I'm glad it worked out. Thank you, Abo. I don't know if this is cause a problem. I just mentioned it in relation to the topic. Maybe it will become clear later. Yeah. Yeah, I got you. Well, and honestly, this is why I need to make more... I don't even know. It's... It's hard because... You know, if I resolve the performance issue as it is now, and I start adding more chunks, which is gonna happen inevitably, does the problem just come back? You know, it feels like it's like, okay, I get the performance good, and then I start making the game bigger, and the performance is like, I start making and I fix that, and then I make the game a little bigger, and the performance is like, and I gotta fix that. Do not ever stop making games. Heck yeah. I mean, look, I'm definitely not going to quit on this project. That's never going to happen. This project, unless I die, this project will be finished. Yeah. You've convinced me. All right? I just, it's like, at this point, I'm a little overwhelmed with choices. So I have this thing called ADHD, and it makes making choices very hard. When I'm presented with a lot of possible paths to go down. So I do have to make choices somehow about what I'm gonna do next. And right now, I'm not doing much of anything. I'm just like, this. And I hate that. I hate it so much. Thank you, Abo. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. I'm just here sharing myself, working on this the best that I can. It's an interesting way to word that. Alright, something I want to do before I mess with all of that. Oh yeah, join the game jam every Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern, 1 hour game jam. Come on through. Every Friday. Any engine you want. As long as I can play the game in the browser, that's good enough for me. Something I want to do. Can I search for nodes in an entire project? I don't think I can. I guess I can on GitHub. That would probably be the place to do it. Oh, you use Godot. Nice. That's what's up. All right, let me... I don't really know how to search an entire project for certain nodes, but I know I can do it on GitHub, more or less. Yeah, the helicopters aren't spawning, so I'm not worried about those. The humans still have them. I'm not spawning any humans in, though, right now. So that shouldn't be a problem. The building has it. I'm not spawning any buildings. The house has it. I don't think I'm spawning in an actual house. House has it. Yeah, there's really not many left. But then again, it's not showing the player, because the player has one. So what's up with that? Because that was... The reason why I'm looking for this is because that caused a lot of issues. So see, we have navigation object 3D on the player. But I just searched navigation on GitHub. Oh, it's right here. There's the player one. Okay, they're all there. I mean, I'm going to get rid of it on the player. The navigation nodes don't work well, and they are a nightmare in terms of their performance cost, at least for this game. I'm going to get rid of it on the copter as well. Not that the copters are there, but we're going to get rid of it everywhere. It's on some houses. Do I make the game jam just for fun, or you make ranks? Just for fun. Not ranked. Yeah, just for fun. No ratings. Not rated at all. And you can check out all the past jams too. If you go to any one game jam that's set up over here, so you can come to the game jam playlist, for example, and you can pick any old one, doesn't matter. And then if you look at the link in the description box that takes you to the itch page, you can see a little more about that. If you go to the main jam page and you come down here, click below to find past jam pages. You can literally see every single jam, well, that has been on itch. I've actually done about 20 more that weren't on itch, but you can see them all. None of them are ranked. They're all unranked. Most indie games are unoptimized. Unreal ones and often Unity ones too, because the indie developers put together the game the way they like, not the way the machine likes it. Now, that's a fair point. I know, and I want to avoid that badly. And I've noticed that. I've definitely played folks' games where they haven't actually tested it. They just export it and they want me to play it, and I play it, and it's like impossible to play it because it's so slow. And so that's part of the reason why I want to care about it. It's hard because I don't always know what to do. And I hear you suggesting to change the collision shapes. I will do it. I will change them. I don't have a lot of confidence that it's going to make all the difference. You know, I wish I knew how to calculate and fake collisions with the position of objects. But I don't know how to freaking do that. Not easy, yeah. What's up, Pepe? Pepe! Let's give you a song. Because Pepe is a member and Pepe is a patron. Thank you, Pepe, for supporting Hopper Game Dev. Hey, Pepe, thank you for supporting Pepe. Hey, 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 Pepe. Hey, 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 Pepe. Hey, 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 Pepe. Hey, hey, oh, Pepe. Hey, hey, Pepe. Hey, hey, Pepe. Hey, hey, Pepe. Welcome to the stream, Pepe. Oh, Pepe. Welcome to the stream. I tried. Welcome, Pepe. Sorry about that song. Real sorry. Thank you for coming through. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Jam starts at 6 p.m. and 6 p.m. in my country is 1 a.m. Ooh, that sucks. That sucks. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that kind of like is so hard to get around our people's time zones. It'll be a late night. It'll be a late night jam for you. At least it's on the weekend though, right? Thank you, Arvo. That's very, very generous. It's no coincidence that many games are not optimized in AAA too. It's even harder there. Yeah, oh, I bet. I can only imagine. Oi, oi, oi. So I'm just removing all of the navigation obstacles everywhere I can find them because they are a scourge. Where else are they? Get back to here. A human, get it off the human. Get out of there. Don't want it, don't need it. Not that there's any humans spawning in anyway, but whatever. You applied to publish Fortnite maps through Unreal Engine Fortnite, so I can get to know a simpler version of Unreal Engine before I swap to the full version. Smart. It's a good idea. I like that. Yeah, it is simpler. Maybe you can participate if you're going to sleep late. Yeah. And you can always stop by and hang out. Yeah, I'm sorry that doesn't work out for your time zone. One day, very, very far in the future, I do want to host a different type of game jam that's over a longer period, but that's way, way, way down the line, honestly. It would be like after I finish this game, probably. But yeah, I got you, Abo. Depends on what the engine is not good at. Interesting. Interesting. Makes sense. And you were saying physics in Godot, not good. Okay, the human has that. What else has it? Yeah, I guess all we're doing is optimization. I hate starting the stream out and saying, I'm gonna do this today, and then I do something else. It makes me so irritated. But it's just the optimization problems are... It's like being sick. It's like having freaking the flu or something, you know? It's like you want to push through and do other things, but you have to first not have the flu anymore. The building, not using the building, but whatever. Get the navigation off of there. Thanks, Tati. I wish it wasn't. I wish it was a bad analogy. I really, really do wish that was not a good analogy. Very badly. This PC doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11, which I consider a blessing. I have Windows 11 on one of my other computers, and I don't like it. I don't like it that much. So, especially as a live streamer, because Windows 11 be popping stuff up, and it really irritates me. flashing advertisements on the screen all the time. So yeah, this computer actually isn't powerful enough to run Windows 11. I'm probably gonna have to do it eventually if they stop security updates for Windows 10, which apparently maybe they're gonna do. So then I'll have to probably buy a new CPU. But I've been quite comfortable on Windows 11 here on my stream setup. I like it that way. Okay, and then on the main scene on the player, so that should be that. That should be all the navigation nodes that exist. That should be all of them. Now, I do not expect that. First of all, we're probably going to run an error somewhere. Somewhere in the code, probably on the helicopter. Which the helicopter's not spawning in right now, so we might not get the error. But we definitely on-ready the navigation nodes in the helicopter. Okay, so not seeing a performance improvement, but I did want to just get them out of there. If we're going to upgrade because it refused to work with Windows 10. Weird. Sketchy. Do I love AMD more than Intel? Nah, I don't care. I on this computer I do have AMD. This computer I built as a budget PC in 2017. And I think for some reason, based on some light research, I determined that AMD was a preferable choice. I don't remember what that reason was. I don't really care all that much. I have Intel on my other computer. What about you? Do you have a preference? Okay, so just to make sure I've burned all that down. Oh, and you know what? Before, let me just make sure. Okay, let me just make sure. Hello? Yeah, I get rid of this code before we have a problem. Get this out of here. And get this out of here. Okay. Okay. Intel Core i5. i7. Nice, nice. Yeah, I don't get too hung up on specs myself. Just don't care that much, you know? I'm gonna say removed navigation nodes everywhere, I think. And I'm gonna use the GitHub site just to make sure it's gone. I will do the collisions thing. It's super boring. You like Intel more? But also AMD is good, right? It all feels so minuscule. Like, to me, the differences between them just don't feel like enough for me to care. I'll put the task back up here, and we're just, unfortunately, much to my disappointment, optimization, I guess. That's the mood that I have about it. Optimization, I guess. Guess that's it. Guess that's what I'm gonna do. If suits a project, it's possible to do something so the colliders are switched off if they are far away from the player. Interesting. I think it would suit. Possibly. I mean, yeah, there's a bit of an issue with that, actually. Because in theory, we should be able to, like, if there's an NPC in the distance that's a flying NPC, like a helicopter, and you... Wait, really? Oh, dang it. Alright, hold on. I pushed this without truly removed all nav dependencies, probably. So let's say you like attack a helicopter from far away, and if it crashes into a building, then in theory it should damage that building. And that could be in the distance as well. You can also attack things in the distance, and so the collisions to some extent. I mean, you actually don't need the collisions for that. Well, just different collisions. Processor's first generation. Okay, so you upgrade it. Okay. One of the problems here is that they move. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a problem. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem. Yes, it is. You know, I've heard that it looks like Jumbo Josh. I have heard that comparison before. Yes, I have heard that. I think the head is quite different, but it's green, it's big, and it has sharp teeth, big mouth, spacey eyes. I do see the comparison, for sure. For sure. Okay. So as far as updating the collisions, let's do it. It's such a pain. You know, I'll start with everything that actually exists right now. Let me close all of these, because this is just a lot. The tabs at the top of Godot projects get so messy. So easily. The alien does not have a specific name. It does not have a name. It's just an alien. I feel like someone has ever wanted to have a name for it. I don't remember what was come up with, but... Because really each alien is different. In theory, every time you play, you're playing as a different alien. So, you know. Jumbo Bob. Yours can be named Jumbo Bob, if you want it to be. Okay, so... let me just pull up things that actually exist in the game right now. Ranch 1, Ranch 2, they're gonna have all the same assets. I don't think there's anything different. Oh, they're actually, Ranch 2 has the windmill. Ranch 1 doesn't. I don't think they have anything else different in them. I mean, this includes the cornfields, which is in one of the safe ones. This includes all the different trees. So this actually will have every asset that should be in level 1 right now. So I can use this as my reference for figuring out... oh, this has one extra thing in it, actually. For figuring out what collisions I want to update. So you're saying even use a sphere... wait, okay, but Thoughty, of course I need to use a box for the buildings. Like, I can't use a sphere for the buildings. It's gonna be such a minuscule difference. I really am. I mean, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, but with deep begrudging. I feel deeply begrudged to do it, but I'll do it. It feels like a waste of time, but I'll do it. Because But I hear you too. With the trees, there's so many trees. Am I with Palestine or Israel? Obviously Palestine. Come on now. Maybe it's a, you're right. I know that maybe is everything. I know. Can we even, we can't even make these ellipses. Oh, jeez. Wait, really? Oh, jeez. It has to be spherical? Sad. Oh, I hate it so much. Look at all that extra space that's there. Look at that. It's terrible. It's devastating. Oh my gosh. What am I gonna do? It's gonna be so unfair to the player. And then it's like, you know, then the alternative is that I make it super small. So that way it is less unfair, but then there's so much of it that doesn't collide. You can use the box if I don't need 4. I mean, what would you suggest with setting this up, you know? It might not be worth dealing with it? Oh gosh. I mean, I guess a few spheres would be better, right? A few spheres would be better. Instead of 4 cubes. I could compromise there. Welcome back, Hollow Tempest. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping back in. Yeah, we got a few Arab folks coming through here. Oh. I have to make it unique, of course. Which I'm sure does not help with optimization, but... I mean, my least favorite thing about doing this is now there's this weird little space in here that... But whatever, let it go, right? We just let it go. We do what we can. We do what we can. Alright. I could live with this compromise. How's who doing? Me? Someone else? I'm doing okay. I'm unfortunately having to think about optimization more than I want to, even though, gosh, I get so tired of updating these collisions because I have almost no confidence that it does much. Today was super productive for you? Nice. I feel like if there's anything, you know, removing all the collisions entirely would probably do more. But you know what? You know, that would be an interesting experiment. What if I just get rid of every collision? I'm really interested to see what happens. You know, just turn them all off and see if the performance issue is still there. I'd almost rather do that than come through and do this and be like, maybe it helped. Who knows if it helped? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. You know, I hate that feeling. I hate feeling like I'm doing things for theoretical reasons without any way to prove it. I mean, and I don't know if I just turn this on to disabled, is that enough to make it not be a collision that takes up space? Or do I need to like literally delete the thing, you know? Changed one tree collision. Tree 2. Alright, I'm about to do something extreme here. You think modeling a tree is the hardest? This tree right here is like I don't think they're hard. I think they're very easy to model. I think it depends on the fidelity. This is just like a blob that has just got some like modifiers on it. Oh yeah, the repo is in the description box. Absolutely, Hollow. Wow, it has been a while. Name of wasting a lot of time on useless things is IT. Oh jeez. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna literally delete, which is going to cause, I don't even know, will the game even run? Certainly Godot is gonna be like, excuse me, in the scene tree. Yeah, it still runs. I'm sure if I try to attack it or something, it doesn't even crash. All right, I'm gonna get, here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to delete every single object's collision. I'm gonna settle this once and for all. Sure, it might give us a little bit of extra something. I will say, this doesn't need that little collision on there. Oh, actually it kind of does. It actually kind of does, because it's got 2 hit points, and the idea is that if you get rid of this, it's got the second collision there. Yeah, I'm gonna try it. You're proud of your little creation today, but it's not too useful, unfortunately. Oh, I mean, maybe useful in the fact that you learned something and stuff? Try it. I will. How do I make the little brackets in the title? Unicode. Unicode brackets. Bam. Right there. I copy it and I paste it. There's one in the chat. There's the other. Simple as a pimple. Alright, I'm getting rid of all the collisions on everything. So it's gonna be angry. Godot's gonna say, hey, this doesn't have collision. And I'm gonna be like, you're darn right it doesn't. You're darn right it doesn't. Today, all collision dies. That doesn't have collision. This does. Delete it. Goodbye, collision. See you later. I've had it. I've had it with this. Now, my theory is that this will have an almost unnoticeable change. A degree in game development. That's cool. I think we got a couple folks here who have studied that in some capacity. How did you like that? I studied screenwriting and playwriting in university. And that is not something that I like doing anymore. And I, in part, chalk it up to learning it in university. It made me like it less. How long has the game been having problems? Since you started to fill the map with a lot of things? Kind of. Honestly, it's been since I added the shader in. But then again, removing it doesn't necessarily fix it, so I don't know. I mean, it's difficult because there's been different problems at different times, and so it's kind of a little blurry. But a few months ago, something like that, a couple months ago, a month ago, I don't know. Yeah, it's a simple shader. I know. So I wish I even knew how to answer that question. Let's circle back to that question once I do this task. Rework the entire resource to make it fit with Godot composition. That's a fun feeling to have. I made this. It works. It does what I want. I'm gonna have to completely redo it someday. You won 2 free video games? Let's go! That's awesome. That's awesome. Yes. Heck yeah. Alright, so we've broken the collision on this. The fences don't have collision. The corn stalks don't have collision. It's kind of hard to tell because it's not giving a warning right here, but they do not have collisions. What else is in here? That's fence, that's just meshes. The cows, get rid of their collisions. If I get rid of their raycast, that might cause a bit of, I don't know if, I feel like we're gonna get an error if I delete the raycast. So I'm gonna leave the raycast. Now, to be fair, I've already tried deleting the cows entirely, and it didn't fix the problem. So now this is literally all just to return it back. Keep the raycast. Yeah. All right. You're gifting one of the games to a friend, so it's technically one. I mean, you wouldn't have been able to gift it if you hadn't won it. If you think about it. Hey, Bale. Get that collision out of there. No collision. Is gone. See ya. Electric pole. No collision for you. The electric pole is an instant scene that I scaled down. That could be causing a problem. I forgot about that. First of all, I've removed a bunch already. I just want to see where we're at. Alright, I'm still noticing the issues. I know that's not the most objective measure, but I can see it. It's still going slower when that stuff spawns in. Before I experiment more, I'm going to remove the electric poles. Since it's actually a little dubious that I'm shrinking their scenes down to begin with. And I'd kind of like to just eliminate that real quick. So I'm just going to get rid of these electric poles. Alright, no more electric poles in here. Using the name? What does that mean? What do you mean? What name? Since I can't remember, possibly not. No, that didn't do anything. Shrinking down the electric pole scene is not the culprit. I mean, it's not worse. No, you saw that little chug there. I would say it is a little improved. But I wouldn't say it's enough. I'm surprised by how much better it is. Oh wait, I still left some electric poles on there. Wait, I didn't actually delete them all. Whoops. Wait, where? Oh, the duplicates. Dang it, I forgot about the duplicates. See you later, Arbo. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for trying out the game. Good luck with your own game dev stuff. And maybe I'll see you at the game jam on Friday. Goodbye, Arbo. Take care. Without collision, at least it turns clear that physical detection is the problem. Or something else. After that, maybe don't put the colliders back. Wow. Wait, what? Wait, so if I remove all the colliders, and the situation improves, or let me rephrase that. If I remove all of the colliders, I'm gonna move the chat box. What's blocking what I'm doing? That's no fun. I'm not one of these streamers who doesn't move it. I move it. If I remove all the collisions and it doesn't help, why would I bother leaving them gone if I know that it doesn't help? Different things, Hollow Tempest. I know spheres are better than boxes. That's why I'm just removing all of, because here's, I hate doing this so much. I think it's insipid. Like, to me, it's not like, it's like, I really don't think it's that. Like, I do think having a million collision checks is bad. To me, it's like, anyway, I don't know. Anyway, the pun, I'm not even gonna, what I'm doing right now is I'm removing all of the collisions. Yeah, I've got a couple capsules. I've got like this tree set up with the capsule. What I want to do is I'm going to remove every single collision from all the obstacles. They're all going to be gone. And I want to see if it makes the performance better. If it doesn't, now I know that it isn't the thing that's causing the current issue. And I can finally stop worrying about that right now. So that's what I'm doing. And then I got a little sidetracked, of course, because I am trying to see if these electric poles are actually the source of my problem. Because I have a bit of a theory about them, about why they might be causing a problem. So I am removing them right now, and then I'm going to go back to removing all the collisions. Everything counts, so it's easy to find out if you can exclude different things from the formula. That's fair. I would think, while I hear you, I think it's less helpful, because suppose it helps a little bit, now it's going to be harder for me to detect. Maybe I want them to be amplifying the problems. So then it's easier for me to see what a big spike, what resolved a big spike, you know? Game was great, can't wait to try it. Oh, thanks, Hollow, I appreciate that. Oh, Earth Harvest, right. Yeah. So, yeah, I do. That is a good name. I'm sure I took the note down somewhere in the hacking plan. But I'm so just like deep in trying to figure out like everything else about the game. Things like the title are of the lowest priority to me. So, but with that said, let's see if I wrote it down. I did! There it is! Alien Meat World, Earth Harvest from Hollow Tempest. So that is still in the game project files for whenever I am like, okay, now it's time to think about the game title. I'm gonna come right back to here to look for what suggestions have been made before. Still there. I'll take them all. I'll take them all. I don't know if you're joined in the Discord. It's okay if not. No pressure at all. But if you are, and that's something you use, Terra Hunt? Oh. We could make like a forum post in the Hyper Game Dev forum, and then you can tag it Alien Meat World, and we can also gather up suggestions there too, as an option. Could do just like a game title. You are in the Discord? So like we could be like game title suggestions. We'll say alien game title suggestions. My working title has been Alien Meat World. But of course, this is not the final name. Always looking for ideas. Think. Tag it Alien Me World, post it. Oh, you did post some stuff here? Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I hate plugins. At Hollow Tempest suggested Earth Harvest. Or what was the other one? Terra Hunt? There we go. So it is begun. There's the link. Okay. So I'm getting rid of these electric poles as an experiment because I have an increasingly strong suspicion that they could be a problem here. A big problem here. Alright, all of them are actually gone now. Let's see if that makes a difference. For about the plugins things, I tried a plugin called Gaia, and I couldn't get it to load. Right. Next time I open the editor, 395 errors. One error for every day of the year. Yeah. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. So I'm still seeing the lag. It's definitely not worse. But I can still see it. It's still happening. You know, we could get more objective in the measure. You have no 60 FPS on iGPU, and I can't feel the spikes. Are you saying that you have 0 FPS? Or you have no 60 FPS? Alright, see you later, Hollow. Thanks for stopping by. Good to check in. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Man, can't believe this is what I'm doing today. I don't like it. It's not that fun. You're at 45 FPS? Dang. Dang. I'm gonna try to get an objective measure here. It's hard to tell because there's like gonna be different spikes of varying degrees. It's like, which one do I average them all? Do I get a minimum of 10 and I average them all for every test, and then that's what I check against? Right, yeah, scaling down the window makes a huge difference, for sure. Alright, so of course we're getting the spikes. They're still there. You can see them. It's kind of interesting how they just like started getting smaller and smaller, and then they didn't. I suppose that's the baseline for the physics frame. That's why it's always 16.66, I guess. Here we got 84.92. 60 milliseconds on frame time. 50. So about between 50 and 80. Between like 50 and 80 were the spikes. Milliseconds frame time. Okay. Now I'm gonna add all of the power lines back in. I'm gonna try to add them back in. Godot might not cooperate with me in trying to do that. Yeah, it's not cooperating with me on doing that, unfortunately. I should have known. Irritating. Very irritating, actually. Let's see if I can get them back on this one. Oh, I'm glad I can. That's good. Because I can just duplicate these again. Duplicate. Because that's all this is a duplicate. Dupe 1. Dupe 2. Now, again, we're still getting the spikes, so it wasn't the main problem. But I'll be curious to see if that made a difference. I kind of thought that it might. It's behaving differently for you. No specific spikes, but the FPS drops for a while from time to time. It's interesting. It's interesting and a bit surprising. What's that about? What does that mean? It's curious. Fluctuates. Okay, so there we're getting some spikes when it loads in. I just want to see if it's worse with them versus without. This wasn't a great test because I kept clicking away, and I feel like that caused some of these kind of weird spots. So I want to make sure I get a little extra to compensate for that. Alright, this seems fine. So now, come in here, it's at 85, 56, 40, 50. To me, it seems about the same. There are some like more 80s than before, but I also ran this one a little longer. This one's about 70. So it's not lower. It's definitely, it seems like it skews a little bit higher. But overall, we're still getting the big spike. So I wouldn't call that a big success. Alright, now I'm just going to go back to continuing to remove all of the collisions for everything. Yeah, thank you for saying it. Because to me, it doesn't seem like it. Even if the gliders aren't the biggest problem, that's not a problem if you simplify them. Maybe I understand what you're saying. Okay, let me close these. Hay bale, I removed the collision from that. Yes. Electric pole, let's remove the collision from that. How goes the hunt? I mean, at this point, I am trying to eliminate that collisions have anything to do with the main spike. Optimization is to make everything as simple as possible. I like the sound of that. So I'm just going into every obstacle that has collision. Because honestly, the whole notion that it is the collisions, which I totally understand that having collisions causes problems. Collision shapes causes optimization or performance issues. I'm not convinced that that is what's causing the primary lag spike that we're experiencing in this game. when a certain terrain block comes in. To me, that is not the main issue. And so I'm trying to put to rest the notion that it is the main issue by just literally deleting every single collision shape that is present in this level, and then just compare to see if it's any better. It may seem obvious, but my inclination is that it will have absolutely no significant impact on the performance. But I'm gonna try it so I can say that with confidence and be like, no, that's not it. The performance could be improved more if the distant objects were placed on a flat surface. I'm confused. Placed on a flat surface? I don't understand what that means. What does that mean? A flat surface. I believe I have gotten rid of everything that can collide. And I am... Oh, the ground! I forgot about the ground! I forgot about the ground. Everything that can collide that moves. So we do have a safety collision underneath the player in the main scene that doesn't move, that just sits there. So that will catch us. So I can literally come in here and we can even get rid of the terrain on the ground, or the collision on the terrain, which is the ground. Let's get rid of it. Get it out of here. No collision. The collision will die. Octahedral imposters? I don't know what you're talking about. It's kind of interesting, but I just don't understand any of that. Alright, so now... Oh, there's this one. Nope, I forgot that one thing. I forgot that one thing. It's interesting that the player, like, hops up a little bit there. I don't know exactly what's going on right there. Google it? Okay. Do I have to? I think they mean a level of detail system. The further away, the less details. So a tree, yeah. Well, and I mean, there's already... Godot has built-in LOD that reduces the polygons. So, like, that's already happening. Oh, what am I doing here? What am I doing here? Dropping your frame rate when adding high polygonal models. The reason for this is when your first-person camera is processing certain frame rate, the polygons of a specific frame. For how simple the models are, you don't even need... Well, yeah, I would agree with that. What are we doing here? Thoughty, this is not worth my time right now. Right? Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't read this right now. What are we doing here? Hard no. If you can't explain it easily in a way that relates to my situation, I don't think it's worth looking into. It's one of the best solutions. Come on now. But that's it. Like, I don't think the visual appearance of things or the polygon numbers of things, I don't think that's what's causing the issue. I think it's something else. And that's what's frustrating. Is like, I feel like we're chasing down like minuscule things. It's like little bit here, little bit here, little bit here, little bit here. No. There's one big thing that's happening. There's a big thing right? And like if we were seeing a like if the baseline FPS or performance was super high, okay, now let's look into it. If it's like constantly staying high, okay, let's deal with that. But it's usually down here, and then once in a while it does that, right? I'm interested in that, not getting this to be lower. I don't give a crap about this being lower right now. This is not that bad. It's this that's causing the problems. Not by talking about this, Bati. Oh my gosh, I know. I do understand your point. I do understand your point. Anyway, there's that one building that I did not remove the collision for. So let's do that. I don't think your point makes a lot of sense here. I'm just gonna say it. I don't think it makes sense. Like, yes, there could be 3 different things that's causing the spike. Of course. Of course. And so if I make a change, I would like to see that spike get lower. If I make a second change, it gets even lower. Great. But what you're talking about is more broad spectrum that would affect the entire overall performance wave. And that's just not what's causing this. Experimentation, I don't know, Thoughty, figuring it out. I wish it was easy to pinpoint, but it's not. Yes, it's hard, it's difficult. That's why I say I guess. That's why I'm not happy. 'Cause it sucks. And if this doesn't work, I'll find something else. And I think I understand you too. I believe that I also understand what you're saying. But I'm chasing a bigger catch here. Now there's obviously something the ground is colliding with here. Or the player is colliding with on the ground. I don't know exactly what that is. Or why that is. It's very interesting, very odd. There might be something that's moving the player to that position, so we're just not going to worry too much about it. But right now, we should have all the collisions gone. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I'm gonna move the ground up here. The debug ground. I'm gonna push it up a bit so we're not falling quite that far down. Oh, and then, yes, let's do collision debug. Oh, there is another collision on the player that I didn't get rid of. So yeah, the player still has a bunch of collisions on them. So there's that. But hopefully all the obstacles will have their collisions removed. Oh, nope, I missed this tree. See, this is the other thing, is that turning on the collision obstacles causes super lag. Okay, so let's get those trees. I don't know how I missed it, but I did. Let's fix it. Delete it, delete it, delete it. Try it again. It's gonna run really slow for some reason. This is a fairly recent thing too, that it started going so slow when I do collision debug. runs at an absolute and actually the stream is gonna drop frames too. That's how bad it is. It appears that the graphics are proportional to the number of plantations on the map. That's possible. Welcome, Gustavo. I don't believe that that's true. And I will demonstrate why I don't think that's true. It looks like all the collision shapes are removed. It is weird. Isn't it weird? I would have to agree with you there. I'm not sure what that's actually a very recent problem. That's a recent issue. I don't know how that happened. I hope so. All right, so Gustavo, I will try that. I'm confident that that isn't it. But we'll try that. But first, let me see what we're like here. So this, I'm gonna run the test here. Oh, right. I have to wait till after it starts to run the debugger. Or to at least open this window. All right, profiler started. Let's see if it's any better. Obviously, the collision is acting very strange. So I have removed collisions all over the place. We are still getting spikes. It's a little harder to see them because of the bouncing character collision issue. But the spikes persist. And in my estimation, it is related to the cattle ranches. Something on the cattle ranches. Let's look at the numbers. See what the numbers say. 50 milliseconds. So I have a feeling that we can maybe confidently say that the collision being gone on the objects has nothing to do with this spike. In fact, it's not even better in general. It didn't even lower it overall a little bit. 65 milliseconds here, 50 milliseconds there, 90 milliseconds here. Can we please, pretty please, stop suggesting that we adjust collision shapes? It's such a waste of time. And I now feel deeply confident. I don't know how I'll ever, I mean, I know it's gonna happen again. I'm gonna be like, I have optimization problems. People are gonna be like, change the collision shapes. I'm gonna be like, no! I tried that, it didn't help. There's something specific that's causing it. Okay. Yeah, it's complex. Everything is connected to everything. True. That's why a AAA game works well for someone, but not for someone on the same machine. All that can be done is simplify everything that can be done during development. Yeah. If anything remains, it'll be easier to solve it. Yeah, I gotcha. I get you. All right, so now that I have arguably wasted my time doing that, however valuable that may have been to learn, I am going to add the collisions all back in because I do not feel that that did anything of much value. I'm going to restart Godot, and now we're going to start trying other things. Gustavo, I've done this before, actually, before this specific spike issue. No, not even before. Actually, recently. That's not true. Actually, it was during the spike issue. I've already tried that. But I want to show you so you can see. Oh, they're all back. They're all back. You're going to have to get used to it because I just brought them all back. So let's make it so only, and this is actually pretty doable. I can set it so only the cornfields are spawning in. Comment out the signal connects in hit points. The grab target and something hit. Okay. Yeah, I'll try that. Let me do this first, and then I'll try that. So this will be very easy to set up. All I have to do is come to let me just look at the functions here. Here. Come to this function. I always forget to use that list. It's very useful. I am gonna say only load in chunks list safes. So the only thing that's gonna spawn in are the blocks that have corn stalks or cornfields on them. So we're gonna see blank blocks and cornfield blocks. Those are the only ones that are gonna spawn in here. And what I guarantee you is that the, believe it or not, and I know, but believe it or not, the spikes are gonna be gone. So now we're gonna run it. And we're not gonna get any spikes at all. These are a little bit, but they're not as bad as the ones we were getting. They're proportionately much smaller. And we can click on it soon to go check it out. But as you can see, there's a bunch on here. We can even put the FPS on here. And you can see even when there's a bunch in here. Now the FPS does drop a little bit. So now it's at 200. So you're not wrong, Gustavo, to suggest that it does cause some performance issues. But what it isn't doing is causing those spikes. It is causing the wave to go up, but it's not causing it to jump and jolt up. So you're at least correct that the frames are less or lower when there's a bunch on there. That is true, for sure. And here we'll see it go a little bit lower. Maybe it'll even hit 90. But this isn't like what we're seeing with the issue. So if I come and look at some of these spikes here, that's sitting at 30. This one's 36. This is actually interesting and useful, but they're not even going over 40. This isn't good, and this is something to look into, for sure. But it isn't the big giant spikes that I'm getting elsewise. Hopefully this has demonstrated that. Where is that one? This one's at 30. This one's about 30. So 36 is the tallest spike. We don't even approach 40 milliseconds frame time loading. Whereas if I I wonder, this would even be a good test too. If I make a set list here, Well, it's gonna be a little buggy if I try to do this, actually, because I don't have enough duplicates in there. Yes, I don't think I'll do that, because I need to have at least 9 for that to work. So, I know, I'm not gonna do that. I was gonna make one with all points, but I can't really actually do that just now. So we'll just go back to list various 1. And now with that in there, these spikes are gonna be considerably more significant. Again. Debugger. And again, I've narrowed down the worst of it to the points chunk, or the cattle ranch, or this one right here that has the colorful tile on it. That's where the worst performance comes from. And you can see how much bigger the spikes are now. And you can tell that physics process baseline, that 16.66, is way lower down there than it was before. And we're getting significantly higher spikes. You know, before we saw those nice smooth waves. And if I pull up the FPS, you'll see it's devastating. It's quite bad. So it's not the cornfields by themselves. And again, these are all quite high. All right. So yes, I would love to test that. Let's do it. Comment how the signal connects in hit points, grab target, and something hit. Let's do it. Now to do that, now when you say signal connects, that's gonna, I have to comment out the functions as well. So right now on hit points, we have is destroyed. Let's just look for all the connects. Something hit. Oh, actually I don't have to comment out the functions. Sorry. I was wrong when I said that. Alright, comment out all this. I don't know why I know why I thought that. I was wrong. Okay, all the connects should be commented out. Welcome back, Abo. On hit points. Oh, you said just those two. Oh, I thought you were saying all of the... I see. I misread what you said. I see. Alright, well, we've got them all commented out. Alright, let's get rid of that on hit points. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. That's a good test. That's a very good test. I like that test. Although, I'm not sure I'm seeing improvements yet. So you'll notice the cornfields aren't getting torn down, because what we just commented out is are signals that would send the information that they had been hit. But I don't think that's it, because even if I'm not attacking anything or whatever, we still get the issues. And as you see, we're actually still getting the issues now. So I don't know what you wanted to get out of that. I assume it's seeing if that lowers this. Worth trying. But now we're getting 60 ms spikes. This one looks 80 or 90. 100. So we're back on the high end. 84. Now one thing that can again remove that is if I get rid of the cattle ranch. So what is it on the cattle ranch? What is it about the cattle ranch that makes it especially bad? Something on here. Let me get rid of this. I'm gonna get rid of that cow barn. I didn't even know there were cows in there. Whoa. How did they get in there? Ooh. I swear to God, if that was it. Dude, well, this one doesn't have any in it. See if it's the big number of connections that was making the spike. When the signal was sent, it had to go through all the nodes that had hit points. Right. No, that's fair. It's just, you know, the reason why I would say that that wouldn't be it is because we still get the spikes whether or not things are being destroyed. But I hear you're saying just the fact that those connections exist. I see. And then those things, but it's also like, why when they come into the frustrum, you know, why would that lead to it? I don't know. It is worth a shot. I'm glad we did it. Okay. So now I've gotten rid of that literal single barn. And I think, to me, this is the next step. Is to just, one by one, see what on that... To me, that's the offending chunk. Oh, wait, they're still there. Oh, because of the duplicates. Oh, yeah. To me, that's the offending chunk. Are the cattle ranches. So I just need to look at what's the same on all of them. And thus causing the problem. So what I gotta do is I have to obliterate the duplicates. I actually think that this barn is a strong contender. The reason why I think this barn is a strong contender is because of this little bug that I've been having. So you guys who downloaded the game and played it on your computer, I forgot to ask you, and no pressure to answer, maybe you're not here or you don't want to, that's fine, don't stress. But in general, I do have a question, which is the roof of the cow barn, the one that looks like this, did it look like this or did the roof look like that? How did I make the browser bigger? I don't know what that means. You mean minimize or maximize? I don't know what you mean. So here, it looks like it has blue, one color shingles. On this version of the barn, it's got multicolored shingles, or multiple toned shingles. On yours, it looked like this. That's interesting. Because so far, the people I've talked to who have run the game on their computer, the roof looks like this. And indeed, when I run it on a different computer, it looks like this. But here on this computer, when I run it, when I build it, when I test it, it looks like this. So the reason why I bring this up for this optimization thing is I wonder, is there something weird, something wrong, something funky, something going on with this mesh that maybe doesn't cause the visual glitch here, but then underlying is part of the problem of the optimization. I don't know. So I'm gonna delete that. But it's why I say that I have a suspicion it could be related. It might not be it. It might not be the thing. But I have a suspicion that it's related. Only because of that one thing. Okay, I'm having trouble finding this. There we go. I'm gonna come to each dupe. I'm not even... No, you should just delete the dupes. Delete the dupes. Redupe. Again, the reason why I dupe it is because it's not gonna work right if I don't. Okay. I've duped it. Oh, no, wait. I have to delete. If I don't close that, Godot will recreate it. You have to close it and then delete it. Otherwise, Godot replaces it. Okay, here we go. It's part of game dev. 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 It's part of the process. It's part of the process. It didn't have those multiple colors. Really? Because there's two barns. There's this barn right here. And then there's the one that would appear right here. This one doesn't cause issues. This one does. That's really interesting that you guys don't have that problem. Like, I really wonder why. I really do wonder why. What's up, Precipier? We're gonna sing a song to Precipier. Look, I gotta do what I gotta do. Precipier was gifted a sub. Precipier was gifted a sub. So Precipier's gonna get a song. So Precipier's gonna get a song. What's the music like right now? Precipier, 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 welcome here. Precipier, welcome here. Oh, Precipier, you're here. You don't draw any ire, Precipier. Oh, Precipier, you don't draw any ire. Oh, Precipier, you don't draw any ire. I'm so glad you're here, Precipier. You don't draw any ire. Real sorry about that song, Precipier, but there you go. Thanks for getting gifted a membership. Alright, anyway, so let's see if this makes it any better now that that's gone. I'm non-optimistic. You tested latest commit. Looks fine in scene and in-game. Collision debug doesn't break game. Collision debug doesn't break game. Abo. Abo. Come on now. Come on now. Now. It's not nice to tell lies. Okay. So let's test it. Let's see if this is any better. It's not. It's not. I saw it. I saw it, Chug. It ain't better. There's our spikes. There's our beautiful spikes. Ooh, I just saw 100. Nope. It's not that barn. It ain't that barn. Actually, I almost just want to get rid of everything. It's not a lie, I swear. It's very kind of you. Okay, so it did get a little better at the end there. We've got almost 100, the spike there. 36, 60. I think that was a lot more than 36. I just didn't get the right frame. 70. No, did not fix it. It is not that barn. But we're going to keep getting things out of there. Honestly, that problem is so weird. What I'm probably going to ultimately do for this issue is I'm just going to remake the roof and hope it stops happening. Game engine dies on me if you pause the game. Pause it? Oh, your roof does look normal. Wow, your roof does look normal. Oh, and then you were saying when you do the collisions, collision debug doesn't break it. Wow. Wow, so the collision debug is something on my end. Thank you for reporting that. That's really interesting. I'm so thankful that y'all are here giving me thought to all of you. Like, I appreciate everyone like giving me this feedback. Interesting. Yeah, that looks great. That's weird. I wonder if it just has something to do, like, depending on, like, the I don't know, the specs of a computer. Because my other computer is actually quite a bit more powerful. And it shows the wrong roof mesh. I don't really understand why. I wonder if it's just, like, a type of, like, a graphics card. There's like, some specific thing that causes it to show up differently. And I still don't really understand why. No impact on performance when you turn on the collision shapes. Wow. What is that? Yeah. Well, yeah, my other computer has overkill as well. And again, it shows the wrong mesh. So it's not like a power issue. I think it's something more technical than that. And then I haven't actually tried debug shapes on my other computer. I'll have to try that. I never noticed lag when I played it before, but it still showed up in my debugger as a spike. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's a pretty subtle thing, but I notice it and it makes me very frustrated. I don't, on my other computer, I have no idea. On this one, it should be AMD. Although apparently it's NVIDIA. I don't know. It's actually, I think it's NVIDIA. Wait, I think it's NVIDIA. No. I think it's NVIDIA. I have an NVIDIA, right? I don't know. GeForce, that's NVIDIA. Here's AMD. Here is NVIDIA. I don't know what's on my other computer. So when I say, I feel like it's, I don't know. Anyway. So I'm gonna start deleting things from here. It's a weird thing. GeForce NVIDIA, yeah. So it looks fine on here with NVIDIA. So it's not like that. I don't know. And it could be. I'm thinking it's even more technical than that. Like, I don't know what that would be. It has to be something. Did I maximize the size of the browser? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Maximize the size of the browser. The web browser? The internet? Did I maximize it? I don't understand. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Did I? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I don't know what you're asking me. Like, I mean, there's a maximize button. I don't know. I don't know what you're asking me. I can minimize it. I can pull it up. Like, I don't know what you're asking me. Yeah, right. Yes, full screen is a thing. Yep, full screen is a thing. There is full screen. That's something that exists. You're not wrong. You're right. It's okay. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna get rid of this cow barn now. One by one. Get rid of all this stuff on here. Come to this one. That one doesn't even have the barn. Oh, it does. Delete it. Delete it. Redupe the dupes. See if we get the same problems. And I remember when we tested this last, like, the shader, it seemed like the shader was the problem, but like I had to like almost reload the entire project to get it to register as being gone or something. I don't know. It's really strange. It's not. No, it's fine. On here, it's always fine. I've never ever even seen it look wrong on this computer. On the other computer, I can't actually find it not looking wrong. Unless I open it in a Blender. Then it looks fine. Yeah, it's wild because I can't even track it down here on this computer at all. That's why it baffles me. Alright, running it with that one less barn in here. Still seeing some pretty significant spikes. I'm noticing the chug. I'm gonna go ahead and vote this as not better. Alright, let's get rid of something else. Get rid of the solar panels. Goodbye, solar panels. Thank you for everything you have done. It is time for you to go. Delete them all. Oh, that was only on a dupe. Oops. Oh, maybe it wasn't. Thank goodness. Oh, we gotta make sure I close the dupes, otherwise Godot is gonna recreate them. Please don't. Thank you. Okay, we've gotten rid of the solar panels. Don't know why that would make a difference. Duplicating these so there's a minimum number of these scenes in here. I don't think it's gonna make a difference. I feel like it's the shader, and then there's also, it's weird because if I remove the shader, it still doesn't fix it right away. Wait, there's still, why are there still solar panels in there? So it's save the old dupes. Okay. Alright, hold up. Optimize the demons! That's what I'm trying to say. Optimize the demons, obviously. Welcome, zombie. Okay. Dupe it, dupe it, dupe it, dupe it, dupe it. So much duping. Run it. See what we get. I'm not streaming this game next week, by the way. I do 3 weeks working on it, and then I take 1 week off. I believe next week is number 4, so Wednesday and Thursday I won't be streaming. I'm only halfway through this stream, don't worry, but I usually don't say it until Thursday, but you know what? I'll start saying it a little sooner. I do not think this is any better. I believe it is still chugging when that spawned in just there. So I am going to vote that as no improvement. You can see this spike got up to 74. Nothing good to see here. I'm going to remove every object. Yeah. I'm removing every single object that's on here. All the trees, all the fences. Make humans, and humans are the enemy in the game. Oh yeah, that's already true. Yes. I have started to work on that, but unfortunately I don't get to work on all that fun stuff because I gotta do this. I mostly just have to do all the unfun stuff. But... Alright, no objects on here whatsoever. I'm gonna do the same thing on the other one. All the objects are gone. Get rid of them all. Nothing. Goodbye, all obstacles. But yeah, the, So I don't know if I've told you about this. Okay, let me just see real quick. I'll tell you about the story, Abo, in a second. Let me just run this test. Debugger, profiler. Oh yeah, I always think I'll get it set up ahead of time. No, you won't. You will not. All right, see if that makes a difference. It did. Wait. Nope. You know what? It wasn't the problem. I forgot to do the dupes. That's why we do the dupes. Because if I don't do the dupes, it's not going to load any in because there has to be a minimum number in here. If it doesn't have the minimum number, it won't load any in. Okay, just kidding. Not exciting yet. Hold on a second. All right, debugger, profiler, start it. Still not seeing any loading in yet. Oh, they are loading in. Oh, I just can't. Oh, they were loading in. Wait, maybe they were before. I mean, this is better. So there is something. Gustavo, you might have missed it, but I already debunked that. So that is to say, you're not wrong that the frames do drop, but that is not the source of the frame rate, what I'm looking at. So there's two different problems here, and one of them I happen not to care about. Okay, there's two problems here. One problem, let's say we have an ideal amount of lag or whatever. Let's say ideally I would want the frames per second, I would want no waves to be above this red line. Let's just suppose. Ideally, nothing would be above this red line. All right, but we'll say that these lumps here are when there are a bunch of cornfields on screen. You're calling them plantations. That is not a good word in the United States. We don't say that. We're gonna say cornfields. So cornfields, right, are causing these yes to go up. But that's not the problem that I'm trying to solve right now. The problem that I'm trying to solve, so we've got this, and then sometimes it does that, right? Sometimes it does that. This is the problem that I'm trying to solve, right? I'm not worried about these little lumps. I'm worried about these giant spikes here. These are my concern right now. Are these. Do not care about these. They're cute. So yeah. Now, I may have been the only one who noticed, but deleting every object on here resolved the problem. It's not the shader. It's something on here. Now, if I were to hazard a guess, maybe it's the fences. Maybe it's the fences. I don't know. Just something I haven't tried or considered as potentially being the problem. I need to close this and not save it. I'm gonna come to GitHub. We're gonna discard all these changes. It is bad. It certainly is. I mean, it's better than nothing. It's nice to have something. You know? But it amounts, for me, in terms of this project, it amounts to little more than something happened at this time. Hey, just so you know, something happened at this time. Thank you. Thank you. No, yeah. No, you're right. I noticed, but you confirmed it. So thank you. Yeah. All right, so we're back to normal and everything will be back. So, oh. Gustavo, you know, I just realized what you mean. You're saying plantation, you don't mean the cornfields. Okay. Snaps, Gustavo, snaps. I see what you're saying. Yes, and you're right. Oh, when you see, that word is very confusing to me when you say the word plantation. You're talking about when there's a building and this. So this is we're calling it a ranch. It's a cattle ranch, is what we're calling it. Now I understand what you mean, Gustavo. I got you. And yes, you're correct. You're absolutely correct. These spikes, yes, they correspond to, so when I keep saying that it's something on the cattle ranch, I'm saying when you say plantation, I mean cattle ranch. Yes. Yes, that is exactly when the problem is happening. Yes, exactly. And so that's why I'm on this one, and I'm getting rid of stuff. What's up, Jose? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. I am, I guess, doing optimizations. And it's not the cows. It's not the barn. It's not the cornfields. It's not the trees. It's not the power lines. It's not the windmill, in my opinion, because I just made this recently. It's very simple, and there was the problem there before I put the windmills on. It's got to be the fences. That's kind of the one thing that I haven't been trying. It's not the hay bales. I don't think it's the hay bales. Could be the hay bales. I doubt it's the hay bales. I think it might be the fences. Now, the fences are actually multiple pieces in here. Oh, the fences are actually nested. That's not a good sign. Nested instances. There's an instance, but it's not real. It is a separate scene that has just the fence in it. But really, it's just a Blender import. I don't really need to have it be this separate instance. I could just use the Blender import. So that's something I could do. Dude, it's the fences. It's 100% the fences. I don't know. It's not 100%. It's not 100% the fences. Oh, Tincho, this is some dramatic music right now. But I'm gonna sing you a song anyway. Ooh. Tincho, oh Tincho, oh Tincho, welcome to the stream. Thank you for supporting Apple Game Dev. Oh, the song just ended. Oh no, it didn't. Yes, it did. That's your whole song. That's your whole song, because the song ended. I was vibing with that one too. All right, new song. Tincho, oh Tincho, whoa, got an epic ending. Welcome Tincho to the stream, now you're here. Feeling good, Tincho, yeah, you're here. And you're feeling good, Tincho's here. And you're feeling good, Tincho's here. Welcome Tincho, oh Tincho. That's it, that's all I can bear to do. I am so sorry, but you're also welcome. You're not feeling good. No! No! Well, let's say I was trying to cast a spell to make you feel bad. I'm sorry to hear that, though. That's bullcrap. That's bullcrap, but you're not feeling well. Alright. I think the fences might be the culprit. So I am going to delete all the fences. Can't believe all this time Gustavo was talking about this. I did not realize that's what Gustavo meant. I didn't know that's what you meant. Not a plantation, cattle ranch. Very important difference. As an American, I see the word plantation, I react very strongly. I'm like, no. But yes, it's not. It's and what I interpreted what you meant as were the cornfields in general. But I see now. So this as well has a bunch of fences. We want to get these fences out of here. No fences. The fences are gone. Bye-bye fences. Okay. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Nice color. You mean the ground? Yeah, the ground does. Ugh, the dupes. I gotta get rid of the dupes. Always with the dupes. Yeah, this looks awesome, right? Color edition mentioned Jose Alberto. Wait, I don't know what you guys are talking about anymore. Okay. You guys are talking about okay. Alright. Okay, you're on to some mysteries. Chat is speaking in code. Abandon. Oh, color with a U versus an O. Yeah. It's an important discussion. It's very important. Color with a U is correct. I'm gonna have to ask chat, because I have zero opinion. I like the U. I think the U looks nicer. But ultimately, I've got no skin in the game. You know? Like, I don't care. Just don't care. Who cares? You know? What difference does it make? Who cares? Why do you care? But people care! Alright, the poll is there. Is it color or is it color? Which one is it? Color with a U is better. Color Edition is abandonware Jose was developing. Oh, abandonware! Wow. It's not abandoned, it's just spicy. Interesting. You hate the U. Wow! And now your game is called Color. Color or more favorite. Alright, well, guys, it's a very important poll to vote in. I gotta say, color without a U, chat is hating today. Only 5 people in chat are hating. Well, not 5, whatever 60% of 5 is. 3 people are hating. We'll see, we'll let it sit, we'll let it cook. We'll give folks a chance to vote. Could not care less myself. There's now 6, and it's still with no U. It's still with no U! Alright, so I got rid of these fences. Now I just need to make sure that the dupes are in place and set up correctly. I think my issue might be the fences. Please let it be the fences so I can spend some time today designing levels. I would like that. Very much. Very much! I would like that. It does mean I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with the fences. How to make them better. Dupe 1. Dupe 2. And dupe 3. And hopefully I'll never have to, if I can get some work done on the level design, I don't have to make these dupes anymore. That would be nice. That would be nice. Alright, fences. Be it. Be the problem. What's the process in Particles Destruction script about? Something that I probably should get rid of. Oh, it's better. I can tell you right now, it's better. It's the fences. It's the fences, baby! Forget the fences. That... I don't remember. I feel like that was... Oh, I don't remember. Probably something to get rid of. Just got back in time to vote. Let's go. Yes, this is... Usually these stream... The audience numbers... I don't like that word, audience. The number of people who are here tends to be front-loaded. And then in the middle, it goes down. And then by the end, it goes back up. So we're just coming out of the end of that saddle right now. So you're back right in time for that. To me, I couldn't care less. I don't care. I don't have a preference. Only 7 votes, that's not that many. But of those 7 votes, we are strongly in the color without a U category. I think the U looks really nice, personally. You can tell when Insane, yeah, I guess Insane Beta must have voted for that. I think the U looks nice, but on the other hand, it's like more letters, and so why bother? Like if I'm gonna write the word color, I'm gonna just not use the U because it's shorter. But the U is fancy. And I like fancy. All right, let's run the debugger so we can just finally put this to rest. I believe that the fences are to blame. Which raises the question, how do I make the fences better? Specifically, what's so bad about the fences, and how can I avoid other obstacles being as bad as the fences? Alright, so we do get a spike here and there. This is not great that there's a spike here. I would like to eliminate that. That is not a good thing. But it is not much. It is not much. It is considerably better. These are something, and it's something to think about. But it is not remotely as bad as it was. I'm not noticing any issues, like visually, like looking at it. Not that bad. I mean, I can see a little. Oh, I got for loops doing a lot. I got for loops doing all kinds of things. Let's talk about that. But this, I want to say, this is largely resolved, except not really, but it is. So here now we're down, the highest spike is 37, so it's like around 40, 50. This is not great. These spikes are not awesome. I don't love them. This one's probably about 50, yeah. So now our max spike is about 50, which is much, 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 much better. Your theory with zero evidence, something to do with resetting the objects. It could be. It could be. I work with a colorist. Oh wait, I missed some stuff here. Hold on, let me catch up. The U is fancy. That's true. It is fancy. The U is absolutely fancy. I agree with that. I'm not on the fence about it, no. Dragon Blade did a test. The physics engine changed the physics engine to Jolt. What? Just left the game running in place. The only spike I see is that process from particles destruction. Interesting. Well, I mean, you know, you don't have some funky for loop. I might. Let's look into it. Zombie says, I work with a colorist and they interchangeably use both versions. A colorist. That's perfect. We have a theory that they're trying to get management to know that he is going crazy and needs a well-deserved paid vacation. That's one way to achieve that, I guess. Something to do with resetting the objects, potentially. Yeah, I need to play with Jolt more one day. One of these days. Alright, so what's going on with the particles destruction? And with what we're doing with for loops and stuff. Now, I still need to... I need to deal with the fence issue. I want to be clear. There is a fence issue that I need to deal with. But first, let's see what we're dealing with here. Because it's fun, and it's interesting. How can you profile all that? I can't find the option to monitor all these things. So you have to play the game first, or you have to run the scene first. And then down here, after it starts running, click on debugger. Right here, right down at the bottom. Hit debugger. And then you'll be presented with this. Now you have to come over to profiler. Right there. There's profiler. Not only do you have to do that, but then you've got to hit start. And then when you hit start, now it's going to start tracking what's happening. And so you can stop it, and then you can come through and you can check what's going on at different frames and study information based on that. It'll tell you like what processes are running and things like that. All right. You're welcome. Also, I'm sorry, because it's not the best, but it's something. Where did my inspector go? What has happened? You put my inspector... Oh, I put it on full screen? Whoa. That's kind of nifty. Alright, anyway. So... Right. We were looking at the particle process. Particle destruction script. Yay! Rest in peace, Inspector. Yes, it's gone now. Global... Oh! I remember this now. This... Okay. Alright. Let me explain myself. So... This was part of an experiment to ensure that particles' rotation... It was experimenting with the rotation of particles. It's trash. It's trash. Like, basically, I was dealing with some issues where, especially with spawned things, their particles would face in weird direct... I mean, okay. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna pull up the NPC spawner here. That will spawn the helicopters. And I think the problem ended up being something. So by spawning the helicopters, watch their particles when they hit the ground, specifically. Okay, it's a little hard to see. That one was too close. Alright, see their particles when they hit the ground. It's a little hard to see there. But look what happens. Do you see them spinning? So actually, it's not trash. It's actually not trash. No, there is a need to show. So look. You see them, they spin around. So you'll notice how the helicopter spirals down when it hits the ground. The particle effect is also spiraling after it already explodes. And so that was an experiment for one way to keep it, because why would the particles spiral as well? It's like, it almost makes sense, but it don't look right. So you can see they're spinning in a terrible way. And so that was an attempt to keep them from spinning out along with the helicopter. Now if I put this in here, you'll notice that they won't spin out. They won't. However, it will wiggle a little bit. You'll see it kind of moves its position, because it's not just... So actually, if I really wanted to be perfect, I would say vector position also set to 0. Because they still kind of wiggle a little bit. But the rotation is resolved. So that's what that was supposed to fix. So it's not really trash, but... You know, there's other things we could do, like try to stop the animation, or... I don't even think it's animation, I think it's code. And then this should... Now, it's interesting that you're saying that that's, like... Because you... Dragonblade, you weren't running it with the helicopters spawning in, were you? Or were the helicopters spawning? If the helicopters were spawning in, it makes more sense. But then again, if it's not emitted, well, I guess it does make sense. I don't know. I wonder if I could check if particles are emitting. No helicopter. Okay, that's not good. That's not good. No, they're not. That's not good. No, the helicopters are actually instantiated. That needs to be dealt with. So what even, so, okay. I mean, if I open up, heck, say the fence. Oh, it does have it on here, look. Right. Oh, so I do have, oh my god. This is a good catch. I do have this script on every particle effect. And the reason I have it on every particle effect is for adjusting the lifetime. I don't think I need to adjust the lifetime anymore, though. I mean, it was to make it so I could uniformly adjust it. But of course, that's fine. Like, it's a ready function. Happens in the beginning, move on. So what I should do, A, find a different way to deal with the rotating particles. B, at least put a condition on here for now that keeps this from happening on anything other than the helicopter in that very specific scenario. And actually, there should even be a scenario. I don't know if it's on the copter or something else. Is destroyed? And what does is destroyed do? Oh, okay. Yeah, we emit it, but that's it? We just emit it? Okay. I guess that makes sense that that's on there. And then I see it's emitting it from there. So then what causes it to get emitted? If copter death is collide. Oh, so this is the moment. I see. So literally, I mean, I would just need to I mean, I could do the condition, but then that's going to happen for every particle effect. So I would need it to turn off. It's still pretty messy. Here's what I'll do. Here's what I'll do for the world. This is the way I'm going to deal with this right now. I'm just going to comment it out. That's it. I'm commenting it out. That's all I'm going to do. No more. Comment it out. No, that's a good catch. That's a good catch. That's running on every particle effect all the time. Constantly. That's not good. Nobody needs that. Real quick, I'm going to use the loo. I'll be right back. I'll run the profiler for this when that happens. And you did the stream, the vibe is very much not in that observation, I guess. There's such a sass to it, I know. Because it's not what I wanted. Because I was excited to do level design, and then I found out that I don't get to work on that. And so I'm sad. But, I might be able to start working on it soon. To prevent the rotation, you just have to lock the rotation on the node itself. Oh. What? Okay, that's easy. Okay, hold on. That's... Do you have any idea how easy that is? Right? Right? Wait, it is easy, isn't it? So I could come to the copter scene itself. Wait, so I do know how to lock all of them, but how do I lock just the rotation? Node. Is that on transform? How do I do that, actually? Like, I know I can lock the selected node. Wait, actually, I don't know how easy that is. Actually, I don't know how easy that is. But it sounds like it could be easy. Oh. Well, never mind. I was like, that's gonna be no problem. Alright. Well, anyway. I'm commenting it out for now. I'll deal with that another day. Not a problem I need to worry about today. Alright, I'm gonna run the profiler, I'm gonna hit the loo, and then I'm gonna be right back. It'll take me less than 2 minutes. I don't have any snacks to go get. I'll be right back. And, I'm just curious. I'm just running it right now to see if even just doing that made a noticeable difference. Oh, the helicopters are still spawning in. That's okay. Let them spawn. Alright, I'll be right back. Give me less than 2 minutes. And then, stuff like that. Stretch your legs, get a snack, especially if you're co-working along with me here. Alright, we're gonna run to the freaking tree all the time. So it's not gonna be much, but I'll be back fast. Alright, hold on. Hold up! It's amazing. That music got loud. Dude, this is amazing. Look, it's not even spiking at all. Okay, so that Dragon Blade, you said that was not related to my problem at all. Wrong. It's not even going above the physics line now. At all. That was an incredible change. Okay, I kind of want to like put it to the test and put it back in and just admire how terrible. What are we getting for the FPS right now? I bet that makes that okay. There, immediately we got a spike, but it's okay. All right. Hold on. We were just standing still. But no. It's better. It's still better. I think okay. We're getting okay. All right. Now there's spikes. Moving makes all the difference. That made a big difference. It's different now. Okay. Well, it was fun to imagine. Still. It helped. It still helped. 40. Yeah. It's still there. All right. I'm not gonna bother putting it back. It helped, but it's not everything. But you know, these little problems, they're not as noticeable. You know, I'd obviously still love to be able to sort these out. Again, they're still gonna just take me back to the progressed terrain. I guess it'd be interesting to see what they coincide with. You know, is it still the cattle ranch or is it something else potentially? I'm kind of curious actually. Now that the problem is less bad, I think that makes this a good time to. I'm gonna stick with optimization. As much as I want to do level design today, I think I just have to. I have to do this. So that way maybe tomorrow I can enjoy the privilege of level design. I'm gonna hop to the terrain controller. I'm gonna bring down the number of chunks Let's bring it down to 3. So we should see like pretty much like one thing in front of me. And I'm curious because I mean I don't even notice it now. But I want to see if I can tell what it corresponds to on here. I mean, yes, running into the tree. Okay, it looks like maybe it was the one with 2 barns on it. This one? No. It's really hard to tell what this is corresponding to. Maybe if I keep an eye on this number. Not really sure what it is. I mean, it's like I don't really notice it. Like the spikes are there, but I don't feel it in the game. Which to me means it's honestly not even worth worrying too much about. That's not good. Profiler not in sync? Why are you not in sync? Come on, be in sync. This is actually wild to play this way. It's very challenging. But like kind of fun. It's kind of exciting because you don't know what's gonna come up next. Oh, wait, why did I just run through that tree? Oh, right, because we made the collisions easier. Kind of. I mean, look, it's really, there's no problems. I don't think as much. I tested it, made it wait a second in a function to see the spike. It took a while for the profiler to show it. That's a good thing. I mean, at this point, I just don't know that I care that much. I mean, look at the overall. Look at this. It never went above the physics line. There was 1 at the beginning, but like, sure, it's the beginning. Whatever. I think I'm fine. I think I don't need to worry about this. I think what I need to do is investigate what made the fences so unperformant. What was going on in those fences? What was their problem? Because, true, there's a bunch of them, but there's a bunch of corn stalks, too. I mean, I could, like, go without fences. I'd rather not, but I could, in some theory, let go of them, maybe. I'm gonna tell you what. Well, it's hard to say. I don't know if I don't know what I'm gonna tell you. What am I gonna tell you? I'm gonna not save it. I'm gonna end this. I'm going to the game right now. And I'm going to discard these changes. Was that my advice? Is that something that I said? I don't think I said that. Don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you got a snack! Nice! I was like, did I say make PB&J? I did say make a snack. Nicely done! Snack time! Good job. That makes me happy. I'm like, don't you accuse me of telling you to eat PB&J. Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, you're right. It's good to stay nourished. Okay, so I want to go back to when the fences were there. I'm obviously going to have to comment out that offensive particle script. Oh, and then Pressapire was talking about the for loops. Yeah, there are some for loops, and it could be something. It took a moment. It could be, it could maybe, I don't know. I don't know. It's just checking a variable and it's rewinding something. Maybe. The fences are really where disaster is striking. Let me comment out that particle script line. And Lee's another day will deal with that rotation problem. I'm just gonna say commented out a unperformant, an unperformant line. Process function in the particle effects was being used to control the helicopter spin out particle effects. That's good enough. One of the fence issues is related to that nav mesh issue the trees had. I don't think so. I think I got rid of it. I wish, gosh, I wish Insane Alpha Beta, because that would be so easy to fix. But they don't have any navigation on them. No navigation. None. I mean, the most suspicious thing about these is that they have a scene that they're made up of. And this is different than other stuff. So for example, I mean, I think it is. Let me see, the corn stalk. Yeah, so the corn stalk, it doesn't have a scene like that. So there is the cornstalk scene, but if I click on it, it's gonna be like, hey, you wanna create a new one? Because this isn't real. This isn't really a scene, so do you wanna create one? But the fence actually has a created scene that's nested in there. And so this could be pretty easily, I'm just gonna get rid of them. I'm gonna replace them. There is one other thing, actually, now that I think about it. No, there's not. No, there's not another thing. There is for loops on here, but this is on every block object. And so this for loop is supposed to reset damaged things. I think this is what Pressapire was getting at. But I don't think that's causing our problems. Yeah, I for a second there I thought it had a special script, but it doesn't. So yeah, so I'm gonna delete these, but before I delete them, I'm gonna replace it with just the raw Blender file. If I can ascertain which one is which. I wish we could see previews. I believe it's fence 1 would be what this is. Yes. Alright, so there's the fence. This is it just as a Blender file. And so that which I just dragged in, even though it has a little scene icon, it's gonna ask me to create a new scene because it's not actually a created scene. Whereas these ones, if I open it up, it's a separately created scene. I don't know if that makes sense to everybody, but that's the truth. So I'm gonna first try that. I'm going to replace these with that. There's another funny thing about these is I have edited the children of them a bit. And the reason why I do that is to get rid of extra posts so they can go together. Now, I could, and what I maybe should do, and I think I will do, this is another problem with the fences. Yeah, so the fences are multiple meshes in one. Whereas, like, the cornfield has one mesh that has all 15 of these stalks. 15 of these stalks are in one mesh right now. Whereas on the fence, I actually have 5 meshes within the one scene. So an alternative is to go into Blender and create a single scene that has 5 of these in it. That makes sense. And if you think about it, right, if we have tons of fences and it's multiple, yeah, you know what? I think that's what I'm gonna do. I don't even think I'm gonna bother replacing it. The biggest challenge is gonna be making sure they line up again. So I do have to do that, but whatever. Let's do it. You found a super helpful course on GDScript. You think it was on the GDQuest website, and you were doing great, but when you got to while loops and for loops, I was just stumped on writing them out. Everything else made perfect sense, and you were able to write the code and know what you were doing, but the loops just stumped you. You just couldn't wrap your head around it for whatever reason. I need to go back and tackle it again. Yeah, for loops have confused me. I am less confused by them these days. But the simple, if I'm just going to try to simple describe it. In this case, damaged parts refers to an array. So this has a bunch of stuff inside of it. Right now it's empty, but it gets filled up with stuff. So there's multiple things, there's a list of things inside of damaged parts. And we're saying for every part in damaged parts, right? So within that list of parts, and we're actually establishing the part. So we're creating, it's sort of like if we were to say variable juice equals 3 or whatever. That's kind of like, yes, we did find the culprit. No, we did find the culprit. We did. We found the culprit. So you're creating this like little local, no, we found it. We created this local variable here called part. Yeah, no, we got it. I got it. And I'm saying that for every part in damaged parts, look at each part. That is to say, I have assigned the variable part to everything that's within the array or the list of damaged parts. Everything that's in there, let's say there's something, let's say within that list, imagine damaged parts, or here, let's just even do it this way. Let's keep it realer. So this could have juice, money, and soccer, okay? All right, these things are in the list, the array, okay? And then now juice or part is set to juice. Part is also set to money. Whatever I typed, all that stuff I typed. Stop. Part is set to soccer, whatever, right? So so when we say part and then dot function, so I'm saying run a function on juice, run that function on money, run that function on soccer. Reset damage on all of them. But we're just shorthanding them, calling them part. So for every part in damaged parts, that is to say, for everything that's in damaged parts that we are labeling as part, which is everything that's in there, run this thing on it. I don't know if that helps you, but that's how that's kind of how a for loop works. Anyway. So yeah, so the problem was these fences. I don't know, I kind of do know why, but it was the fences. When I removed these fences right here, the problem went away. It was gone. No more problem. Problem go bye-bye. It was the fences. The fences were the problem all along. It was always the fences. In a way I understood, but it was like the actual structure part that was stumping me, like how to write it rather than what it does. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's confusing. I'm sure there's some good reason why it makes sense to do it that way, but I also find it confusing. I'm glad it helps. And so, you know, these fences, they have multiple meshes contained in them to string together a row of fences. So what I think I'm going to do instead of that is I'm going to go into Blender and I'm going to make one fence row that has these 5 pieces in it already baked together. And I think that's going to resolve that issue. I really do. The color vote got a few more votes. Dang, you guys are deep on the OR. You guys are all in for OR on color. Wow. Wow. For the record, I have no personal preference. Okay. So let's do that. I'm gonna hop into Blender and we're gonna make this a single piece. Baked, we are cooking, and I'm hungry. It's PB&J, nice. Let's go. Now, there are some issues because I want to make sure it all fits, which is going to be tricky. It's going to be a little tricky, because in the game itself, I've already done this, honestly, painstaking work of setting these fences up to be connected with the others. It sucks. I don't like doing it. You can see they're not perfectly lined up already. And, you know, what are the chances that I get it exactly in these same spots? Pretty low. So I'm going to have to redo a lot of this. And that's just going to have to be okay. This feels so strange to me. There's tons of games out there with way more meshes than yours. Are you sure it's not something that happens to the fences? I'm pretty sure. You know, maybe they're incredibly unoptimized. There's not a lot, because it's only when they spawn in. That's it. It's just the moment that they spawn in. And not even spawn in, but appear. I could check the LODs. I don't think I made changes there, but it's possible. LOD bias. No, I didn't modify that. So yeah, I just don't know, because it's only, and by the way, it's not when they appear, it's when they move into position at the end of the terrain belt. That's when the lag happens. So it's them getting moved from their collector into the controller. That's when the lag spike happens. So nothing's being done to them. I mean, I hear what you're saying, that like the reset, but the reset doesn't happen when they go to the end. The reset happens when they go into the collector. So that is to say, when it goes past the player and it gets removed, that's when stuff happens to them, not when they get moved back in. And the lag spike is happening when they get moved back in. They're already loaded in, so they don't spawn. They move fine through the level without lagging, and they are not high poly. Yeah, I mean, you make a good case. I just don't know what it would be. You know, And so then the other thing is that they have nested, right? It's like nested. There's 5 meshes in here, and maybe that nesting makes them harder to deal with. It's also like a separate scene out here, as opposed to like the Blender file on its own, which the other ones are, or like, you know, an import, an X, you know, if it was like a GLTF or whatever, it's not that. It's like a separate scene that's been created that exists out here. That's all that makes it different. Other than that, it's got the same script that all the other objects have. It's got the same obstacle settings, same hit points. I mean, if there's yeah, I mean, it's just like the corn stalks. It has 1 HP. It doesn't do any damage. It doesn't slow you down. It's all the same. So it's the only thing I can think of. So we'll see. We'll see if it helps. You know, and if I look at the triangles, it seems good enough. Now, I had been separating these 3. I'm going to actually save this as a new one. We're going to say this is Fence 0102. My only worry is if you do merge them together and there are less objects, you might see a performance improvement, but then it might pop up again in the future with another object. Yeah. Totally. I do think that that's a risk. But also, I mean, if it did pop up with another object, I would think that it would pop up with similar conditions. And as long as I don't replicate those conditions, it'll probably be okay, right? Fences were genetically modified by the farmers to have a disruptor, which reduces frames randomly. That makes sense. Wait, no it doesn't. I should really update my stream title. I used to do that when I cared. But sometimes I'm like, you know what? Let's just let it rock. That's not true. I actually only recently started titling it what I think I'm gonna do. I'll update the title. We don't want any wrong ideas. Obviously, I update it after the stream too, but I'll do it now. I don't think we're getting into any level design today. Okay, I'm saving this. I think that's probably true, Insane. I think that's probably correct. And I want to actually, I'm gonna actually just join these all together. At one time, I was considering having it be like you could break certain parts. Off of it. But I realized that that was unnecessary. All right, so there's one. Ignore fence, make levels, be happy, repeat. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I'm hoping that tomorrow I'll be able to enjoy making levels, because tomorrow is my last day working on this until I take a week off. I am still going to do the member stream on Monday and work on this game, but that's only for members. On Wednesday and Thursday, I'm not going to stream the game until the next Wednesday and Thursday. So I'm hoping I can set up tomorrow to be a day where I can just literally only do level design. And so if I set up this up now, I can have the most fun possible. Alright, I'm gonna add an array in here. Try to put them on top of each other a bit. It's gonna look pretty crappy. Oh, do a bisect. Or merge? Oh, heck yeah, merge. Oh, frick yeah. Nice. Let's check those overlaps, or those face orientations. Oof. Got a little messy. I can see some red. That's not good. We don't want that. That red right there. No bueno. Yeah, merging is kind of risky. What if I adjust this factor a little? That looks good enough to me. All right. And then I'm gonna mirror that on the other side. Nope. We'll bisect it so it gets rid of it. And there we go. 5 fence pieces. I'm gonna apply those modifiers. Save it. Now we hop back into Godot, and we're gonna mess it all up. They're all gonna be in different positions, and that just has to be okay. So I'm gonna get my new fence and drag it in. Did not mean to open it. As you can see, it is ever so slightly longer. Don't love that. Don't love that. You know, I could come into Blender, unapply those, and just get real pedantic with it. And try to squeeze it just a bit. Tincho is very proud because Tincho fixed the bug. Let's go, bug fix. Let's party. Let's party about it. I haven't run the party thing in a long time. I think it still works. Tincho fix the bug. Oh, Tincho. You fixed the bug. Nice. Good job. That's a big deal. If you, like, come on. Feels good to fix a bug. Nice work, Tincho. We got another vote over here. Oh, color getting a little bit more. Getting in there a little bit. Just a very tiny bit. Just a very tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. It was that kind of bug that crashes the game and doesn't give you any code error. That's not good. No error? Monstrous. Absolutely monstrous. Let's go. How am I gonna shrink this? What do I think I'm doing here? Now it's gonna be off center. No, you know what? I'm not gonna do this. I don't wanna do this. I don't wanna do that. No, you know what? Nah. I'd rather it, you know what? Nope. I'd rather it just be wrong. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. I'm gonna get rid of all the old fence sections. Alright, so you can see it's a bit longer than the collision that was there before. That just is what it is. I know Thought T would not approve my box collisions. I know that's not exactly the truth, but okay. Now I'm curious, so it's gonna look messed up, but I'm curious, see, sometimes we get these little these little overlaps, and then the ends are gonna stick off the side a bit. But I'm more curious, does it perform better? If it doesn't, that might point more to what Precipier was saying. Ooh, I think it might not have helped all that much. But here's the thing, I might need more sections. I don't know. I'm a little worried. Ooh. I don't think that fixed it. I don't think that was enough. The spikes are still there. Yep, the spikes are still there. So it's not just that. It's something else. In the obstacle script, where does on area entered call send things? In the obstacle script. Why do I keep getting bigger? Oh my god. Hello! Okay, Oh, you mean all these signals in here? Amount damaged, area damaged, amount slowed. Talk about all these signals. These signals, the messenger stuff. Yeah. Let's look. So I'm gonna search. I'm gonna do find in files. Then we can look everywhere amount damage shows up. So of course it's in the messenger. It's right there in the obstacle. And that goes to the body part, this first one. So that is to say, if the alien runs into it, this is going to send information about how much damage the alien should take. So when I set max health or damage amount right here, damage amount, we say the lowest amount of damage, full or no damage. The fence does no damage. Some things will do the lowest amount of damage, which is 1, or the full amount, which means it just kills you. This is hurts you, insta kills you, doesn't hurt you, is the difference. So that's amount damaged. If we were to check out area damaged, see where that's being sent to. Obviously the messenger, of course, on the obstacle. And this also goes to the body part. It's also going to the health bar. The health bar is deprecated. I don't actually use it anymore. I might get rid of it, but technically it does exist, but it's not being used. So in this case, it's taking what the collided body part is. That is to say, was it the arm? Was it the leg? Was it the head? Was it the left leg? Was it the right leg? And it's gonna let the body part know, you know, what that was. And so we're now saying, hey, I hurt this body part by this much. So that's what that's doing. Amount slowed, similar, except it shouldn't be going to the body part. Oops. That should be going to probably the player. Yeah. So that's going to the player. And this is this right here, slowdown amount. Either it fully stops the terrain or fully slows the player down. That is to say, you come to a halting stop when you collide with it. Or it's a partial stop. That is, this, I haven't actually set this up yet, but this would be like a trip or a fall or a stumble. Or it doesn't do anything and you just plow right through it. In this case, for the fence, you plow right through it. Most of this appears to run even if the player doesn't get hit. No, this would not run, because it only runs if you collide. Not true. Theory is when all those fences get moved, they collide with each other and send off a bunch. So the thing is that they should not be colliding with each other. This should only be colliding with the player. That's the only thing that this is supposed to be colliding with, is the player. It should not collide with anything else. This area. This should not fire. Maybe it is, but it shouldn't be. If it is, we should fix that. But this should only happen when the player bumps into it. And if that's wrong, then I need to fix it immediately. So here, in the obstacle ready function, I define the collision layers and masks. And these should ensure that it does not collide, that they do not collide with each other. So obstacles, let's look at this and the layers and masks on here. Ignore these because these are all going to get changed at runtime, right? Because I'm setting it in code. So what these settings are don't matter. But this will kind of this is where I keep the information about what layer is what. So if I hover over layer 1, that zoom is not ideal for this, so let's adjust it. Okay. So layer 1 here is ground. Layer 1-2 is NPC. Layer 3 is obstacle. Layer 4 is health. These don't matter right now. So that means layer 3 is for obstacles. Yeah. It should prevent it. And then those are the same for the masks as well. Mask 1 is ground, mask 2 is NPC, mask 3 is obstacle, mask 4 is health. So 3 is obstacle, and then also, don't ask me why, player, because I don't know, just randomly picked it. Player is 16. Player is layer 16. And then subsequently mask 16 as well. So we say that it's not on layer 1. I'm making sure that it's absolutely not on layer 1. False. Not on layer 1. I want to say true, yes, be on layer 3. You belong on layer 3. I could even take it a step further and say you don't belong on layer 2 either. If I wanted to, like, just be thorough as all heck. Shouldn't be on layer 4 either. I don't believe I need to do this, but what the heck. Let's do it. So it's not on any of those layers, but it is on layer 3 because that's our obstacle layer. Mask value is set to 1 false. That is to say, the fence does not collide with the ground. Now, in theory, it hasn't. We haven't said that it's false to be on 3. It's possible. Maybe I accidentally set every fence in the UI to have a mask of 3. It's possible, actually. The only way to be sure is if I came in and I did each one of these. The only mask that I really need to be true is 16. This is me experimenting. I really wanted to collide with the copter, but that's something that I'm experimenting with, so that's off to the side. We definitely wanted to collide with the player. This is the most important thing. So let's even set it like that, right? And see if that makes a difference. Yeah, let's try that too. So just in case, because it's possible, maybe I accidentally set mask 3 to be it. I don't think I did. But this will ensure that it's false. I see already that we're still getting the lag spikes. So I don't believe it was that was... Oops, wrong profiler. I don't believe it was that was part of the issue. So the lag spike should still be there. Yeah, still getting the big lag spikes. Now, if I were to do what you say, let's see what happens. So the collision shape on the fences, I'm going to turn disabled to true. So now the collisions on the fences won't work at all, which means if the player runs into the fence won't get destroyed. It will just pass right through it. It'll sit there, mind its own business. I see the lag spikes are still happening. So there you can see nothing is happening to the fences. Let's look at the profiler to confirm, but I'm pretty sure I still see them happening. It's a good theory, but I find that theories, when it comes to performance stuff, haven't served me well. Chat is often very good at solving problems. Chat has not often helped me with solving performance issues as it relates to collisions. Okay, but let's see. Let's let it run for a bit. Look, I want to be wrong. Now this looks less. I don't think it is. I still see the spikes. If you look at the game itself, when the cattle ranch comes in, it chugs. Yeah, I don't think this is any better. Spikes are still there. It looks better for a second because we had a super high one, but it's not. Worth looking into. See if I can capture that one frame there. $70. There it is. 71. 50. Very lag spiky. So it's not the collisions on there. But hey, why not add all these extra ones in here? Can't hurt. Make sure it definitely doesn't happen. So yeah, it's not collisions. I really don't think it is. But I will say I am disappointed that replacing the mesh didn't fix it. That disappoints me. I very much would have hoped that that would have helped. It did not help. And I'm a little surprised. I mean, if we look at the node tree, I don't know if there's any easy way to count. I don't think there is. I don't think I can like select a bunch and then it'll tell me how many I have selected. Those fences never spawn on my end, and I still get those spikes. They're a lot smaller, but still there. Oh. So, well, yeah. So there is a spike that happens, but it's not noticeable. At least I don't feel it. But yeah. So wait, why don't the fences spawn on your end? Why would the fences not spawn? I don't understand that. I'm gonna just say replaced fence mesh updated obstacle collisions. Obstacle masks and layers are more thoroughly programmatically set. Wow. I think it's because they're a blend file and those don't seem to show up for me. I probably have the Blender stuff set up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you definitely would need to have... Oh man, you're running the game without that? That's not good. I mean, I'm surprised you can even get it to run at all. In my experience, people usually can't even get the game to start if they don't have the Blender integration set up. But I can understand if you don't want to do the Blender integration, but if you do, there are instructions on the GitHub repository how to do it. But wow. That's cool. How did you get it to work without it? That's pretty interesting. All right, I'm gonna save it so I can, and commit it, so I can come in here. Yeah. And I'm just gonna remove all the fences. Well, there's also these other fences back here. Oh. Let me get rid of these as well. Oh, these still have the old ones. Oh, I gotta fix these too. All right, let me adjust these before I decide. That this didn't work. So there's a couple different versions of obstacles. There's the versions that are interactive and are in the game area, that are within bounds, that the player can actually run into. So these player can run into, player can run into that, player can run into these. But over beyond these big white blocks, all of this stuff is just off to the side. It's like in the background, and it's just there visually. But it doesn't have any of the code, it doesn't have any of the collisions, it's literally just visually there. So you can see beyond the fog a little bit. you can see how there's trees back there? Those trees aren't set up like these trees that get destroyed and get bumped into. Same with these fences back here. These fences beyond the boundary are not real fences, but they are set up, the meshes are set up in the old way. So I just need to upgrade them so that way they are like the new ones. Otherwise, I haven't really tested the new version of the fence until I do that. So let me do that real quick. Okay. I mean, honestly, I almost don't even need it to be a scene. I guess I've made it a scene just in case. Oh, I guess I did that so I could update the colors or something. That's silly. I should really just drop the blend file in there. But, okay, so that's fixed. Let me make sure that doesn't help. You had to switch the alien import to alien3.gltf and it was happy. Oh, wow, it was just the player. Interesting. I'm gonna add that to the repo so people know that. Maybe I'll add it. Okay, it looks like the spikes are still happening. So I don't think that that resolves it. I didn't think that it would, but it definitely should be set up that way. Oh, I need to update the animations because they're not actually disappearing when I bump into them now. The animations are messed up. But anyway. I think it helps, but we're still getting some big spikes. But the spikes that you're seeing, Pressapire, I have noticed, and I am interested in figuring out what their deal is. That's around 50. This is probably around 70. Yeah, it's almost 70. 66. This is actually a pretty... It's actually better, but it's not resolved. It might just be that there's so many of them, and they're all... I don't know. But, alright, let me save this real quick. Mesh only fences updated now too. I'm a little unsure what to try next. Because it's definitely the fences. But, you know, is it... Is it the number of them? I don't think so. So let me delete the fences. Let me just run it one more time. Let me just see. Do I feel the lag spike? Barely. A tiny, tiny bit. No, not that tiny. No, it's still there. I can feel it. It's definitely still there. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of all these fences. Fences go bye-bye. Then you're getting the super long ones. Yeah. Yeah, nice, nice. Yeah, the fences are the brutal thing. They're the big baddie here. Now this does mean I have to go deal with the dupes again. Always annoying. Always annoying. Delete the dupe, delete the dupe, delete the dupe. Pushing for those UK Euro clicks tonight. We could use some more colorful language. Perhaps we shall have a dialogue to determine our favorite flavor of spelling. Nice. Welcome, Kai Guy. Some folks came in and they were like, color with the U is better. And I was like, I don't care. I think color with the U looks prettier. But I'm gonna save time. And I'm gonna use without the U. And then we did a poll. And there we go. Now we know that at least 12 people who came through here since I put this poll up an hour ago are in favor of the O with no U. Hope you're doing good, Kai Kai. Always happens on a physics frame, which makes sense because it always blames the progressed terrain. It always dude, it loves to blame that. Which only ever means that there's something on the terrain that is causing the lag. That's always what it's meant, is that there's some object or obstacle that's on there, and that's causing the issue. That's always been what it means so far. Alright, so now I've gotten rid of the fences. And so the spike that you were talking about will be there, but this spike doesn't cause like notable issues. Really, noticeable issues. So here you can see already, it's staying way below the physics line. Now sometimes it goes up a tiny bit, but personally, I don't even notice it, right? So there's still something there that could be worth looking into. It could even be similar. It could just be there's some other object that's setting it off. It's just there isn't enough of it for it to be really that bad that it causes a problem. You know, there's a lot of solar panels here. There's a lot of trees. But the fence is a worse offender. Pragmatism. I was gonna say that. It's honestly very American of me to even think that I prefer color because it's shorter. That's a very American thing. I'm glad that you pointed that out. I always love spelling airplane as aeroplane, and I'm an American. You know what I also like? I prefer aluminium to aluminum. When I first heard aluminium, or not first heard it, but first realized that when people say aluminium, they're literally saying aluminum, I was like, why would you do that? That's so much longer for no reason. But I don't know. I like aluminium. It's grown on me. I guess aeroplane, you would still kind of say like airplane. But I like how aluminium straight up completely changes the way you say it. You're Australian and you always spell it airplane. Interesting. So, you know, it's like, do I just get rid of the fences altogether? I mean, it's funny because it's like, what if I, you know, what if I just drag a bunch of fences onto here? And I'm even just going to do the row only. So it's literally just the row. That is to say, there's no logic on it. These fences do not have logic. And then the other thing, too, that it makes me think is, like, maybe because there are so many nodes on one terrain block, right? Because if you think about it, the cattle ranch has the most stuff on it. And so it may be that there could be a bunch of things, and that's okay. But if there's too many things, it's not okay. I don't know how to explain what I'm saying. I honestly just might be putting too many things on individual chunks. So, like, maybe I could have the same number of things distributed across multiple chunks. But if I try to put it all on one chunk, it becomes too much. You know? If I checked out the profiler documentation, there's a piece of code they have that lets you check individual sections. No, I didn't know that. I'm just spamming a bunch of fences on here right now, recklessly. That's such a good idea. Like, I'm like, okay, I'm trying to solve a problem. I need to fix something. Now I'm going to look at the documentation. But the documentation is good for, like, looking at something that you think you understand, but you maybe want to learn more about, even if you're not currently encountering a problem. I don't do that enough. Because then you have the opportunity to learn and discover things. All right, I put so many fences on here. And these are not logicked. They're literally just sitting here. I never think about how Aussies smell. Love the accent. Yeah, they got some good accents, for sure. Oh, I also don't think I made enough duplicates. So that's something. Definitely not causing the same level of lag spike if I just put a bunch of the mesh ones on there. Not as bad. What if I just straight up duplicate multiple of them? How many can I fit on here before problems arise? Is what I'd like to know. My cat just came running down here. He must be getting chased by the other cat. I'm not noticing any lag spikes at all. When I visited America, it was really funny how hard it was for people to understand us. Apparently it's the same if we go to the UK as well. Wow. Interesting. What is that? Docs check is pragmatism. Docs check is pragmatism? Or you're saying that, like, my normal attitude, like, only check it if there is a problem. Oh no. So I would say, I have put over 100 of the mesh alone on here. Which raises the question, maybe I should just have the mesh without any logic. Okay, so now I'm gonna put these on here with the logic built in. And see where that gets us. Okay, there it is with the logic. I'm gonna drop a few in. I'm not gonna spend as much time with them in here. But I will spend some time duplicating. I'm gonna say until we have 100. I'm going with 100. Put some in the air, put some over here, put some down there. I don't care. Pop them in. All right. We got over 100. These are the ones that actually have logic connected to them. And let's see if we get the spikes. Oh, yeah. Oh, I immediately noticed it. Yes. So, the ones that have logic in it are more resource intensive. They just are. Which is interesting. And the only difference between the ones that have logic on it and the ones that don't is that they have that obstacle script, which, you know, doesn't not point to something Precipier is saying. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to close it again. And I'm going to go to GitHub. And I'm going to discard all these changes, if it wouldn't mind. We're going to try it again. And this time, I will see, I guess, what I can do to the fence code to make it stop doing that. You know, maybe I'll try to, if Precipier is keen on the for loops being an issue, maybe I should try commenting out the for loop. See what that does. Because it's, you know, it's helpful to have the fences there, knowing that they are causing the problem. And I think, Precipier, you make a good point that other obstacles will eventually cause similar problems. And they may already. It's just less noticeable. And so it provides an opportunity, since there already are a bunch of them, to see where things could be improved to make it all run better. My impression is you go to the docs as a last resort. You tough it out first, or maybe because reading documentation on stream will be perceived as boring. Yeah, that. Well, I mean, it's not just that. It's I mean, look, for the way my ADHD manifests, it's really hard for my attention, for me to keep my attention reading like a large document and parsing like big blocks of text. It's very overwhelming, and I'm just like, I don't want to do this. Get me out of here. And especially when I'm on stream, that's true. Especially when I'm on stream. And I do very much do it as a last resort. But, you know, even if I'm not on stream, I'm still like, oh my god, look at all this. I'm not going to sit here and read all this. I might control F a little something. But I think something that I could benefit from doing is, like, literally, I don't know, printing out Godot documentation, making a binder, and just having it around the house, and once in a while I just flip through and look at stuff, you know? And just read it when I have the chance. Something else that I want to do is I want to train an AI, like a language model, on the Godot documentation. That would be fun. Okay, so now that I know that the fences are causing a problem, we've got the fences in here. I'm going to make some changes to these fences. So let's just confirm that we're back to the issue manifesting. I used that code snippet and have narrowed down the spike to the initial for loop in progressed terrain. Whoa. Which is moving on. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, oh, well, yes. Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's this is interesting, but I feel like that's almost a given and it's about as helpful as knowing that progressed terrain is causing the problem. That's extremely interesting to know which part of progressed terrain it is. But that makes sense because that is what is moving everything. So whatever makes things move, if there's things that have problems, then that's going to be exacerbated. It's not to do with reparenting or slapping the chunk back onto the field. Well, so, right. But in a way it is related to that, right? Because the lag spike only occurs when the chunk is slapped back onto the field. But based on what you're saying, that tells me, this is actually really, really helpful, right? Because it narrows it down. That tells me that, yes, it's happening when it slaps it onto the field. Right, but pen to far edge is not the thing. The thing that it is when a chunk starts moving after it had been stopped. So it's not necessarily, it's not appending it to the edge. That it's not moving it over here. Because that's like a teleport. It's just immediately going there. The thing that's the problem is something that wasn't in motion, suddenly going in motion, causes an issue if that thing that's suddenly going in motion has, what I'm guessing, a certain number of something on it. It's not just meshes. It's meshes with certain code. So I'm gonna try to look at that code and figure out what in there is that problem. So I think it's moving something. So that's really helpful. Wow, thank you. Oh my gosh. By the way, dude, I haven't been decimating. I don't even know. Designating? Delineating? I don't know. There's a word. I haven't been giving out enough debug credits today. No, but that means when something goes from non-motion to motion, that's the problem. And then I think more specifically than that, it's when something that has certain type of node or code on it, when they become moving from not having been moving. Alright, I don't know if I gave Dragon Blade a debug credit today. Albeska, oh, I like how it's discolored, so that's how I know I've already given the credit. Thoughty gave a lot of helpful stuff today, so we're gonna give an extra one to Thoughty. Precipier has been helping so much. Dun, 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 dun. Marion was here earlier. We already gave Marion some credit. I don't remember if Zombie said anything in specific about it. I don't think so. Alright. Credits updated. Alright, so now I'm going to go through the fence. Oh, I was confirming that we are getting the spikes. So I should be able to notice them, and I believe I do. Yes, I can see them happening. The lag spikes are occurring. I can see it when the cattle ranch comes in. It jolts a little. I can already see it. It's definitely happening. So let me see if I can keep it from happening by making incremental changes. So here is the code that is on the fences. Right here. This is it. Or this is the node. These are the nodes, I should say, that are on the fences. We got the obstacle, which is on every obstacle. The trees, buildings, solar panels, all of that has the same code on it. That's pretty much it. That's the only thing, is the obstacle. So that means it's either something in here. I mean, it is. It's something in there. So there's a couple scripts in here. There's, of course, the obstacle script. There's the hit point script, which does a lot. The particle script, we actually eliminated something already that was causing problems. This did improve things, was this process. So that's something I'm thinking, is we need to look at like process, physics process especially. So do we have any process stuff going on here? So actually there is no process function on the obstacle. There's no process on either the hit points or the obstacle. That doesn't mean something isn't running every frame, but there isn't a process function. I'm going to assume our problem is not in ready. I'm just gonna collapse the ones that I don't think are it, and they could be it, but I'm just going to not look at the ones that I think are not. I mean, Precipier was taking a hard look at on area entered, so I'll keep that up. On area exited. I don't remember. Do we need this? Is this doing anything? I'm just gonna look for undamaged in the project. Oh yeah, I guess this is for... Wait, but are we releasing? Damage undetected. Oh, this was supposed to help. So this is like if I walk into something, right? And the terrain stops. And then if I walk away from it, this lets us know, oh, it's time to start moving again. So actually, this is necessary. One wonders, meaning me, the Godot know-nothing newbie, what the single decision to have the terrain moving like a treadmill versus moving the player/camera on a static terrain caused. Let's ask alternate universalities who went with static terrain. Yeah, I mean, what it causes? I mean, it causes, I think you're looking at what it causes. These problems. I think these are the very problems that it causes. But, I mean, if we did it the other way, we wouldn't be able to procedurally generate an endless, like, level. So we would have to say, which, I mean, that's interesting, right? Like, we could try that. We could say that if the player passes a certain point on each chunk, like if the player gets to, I don't know. I'm not really sure how that would work. But maybe we could say if they pass a certain point on a chunk, like the halfway point of whatever, the chunk that they're on, then one appears at the end and then one disappears behind them. I guess the problem with that is then you have the issue of an infinite access, right? Because the game is supposed to be endless unless you beat the level. And so eventually Godot can only make the axis so long. So then we'd have to start looking into teleporting the player back. So the player would have to be like here, and then suddenly, zap, they go back. But then everything would have to move back. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like the sound of that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, moving the whole terrain is definitely... And I think it's important to consider that is kind of a source of basically all of my problems. Yeah, it is fascinating. The consequences of simple choices. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yep. All right, so I mean, this to me is somewhat non-negotiable. And this isn't gonna happen again. These only, so here's the thing. I know it's not these, because these should, in theory, only be running if the player is colliding with the obstacle. And we know that this issue is happening when the player isn't colliding with stuff. So for now, I'm gonna collapse these and say these are not it. On mouse entered. Now this is actually something that, I mean, obviously this is only gonna happen if mouse enters, otherwise it doesn't matter. But it actually currently doesn't work. It's broken. Ever since I upgraded to 4.2, for some reason the arrow hovering above, so the idea was when you hovered over things that could be interacted with, there would be an arrow that would appear above it. But then that got broken and it doesn't work anyway. So we could maybe look at that. On mouse exited, very similar. Restore collision. And this is what happens when it resets. So that is to say, when it goes off of the terrain field, belt, controller, whatever, and goes to the collector, this runs to reset everything. It could have something to do with that, but probably not. But we're really looking for something that could cause a problem as soon as something goes from stopping to moving. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go through and I'm just gonna try to remove these or deactivate these one by one and see which makes it be better. On update hit points. So this should only happen. This actually could be running more often than I would really want. Let me keep the ready function open here. So update hit points runs in the ready function. It also runs whenever this signal is called. And actually, this is when any hit points are updated. So if I bump into a cornfield and its hit points are updated, that's gonna ripple through every single obstacle. Every single obstacle that exists in the game is going to get this function running, this on update hit points, I think. Maybe. I'm not sure. Let's just try getting rid of it. Let's just not call it and see what happens. So I'm just gonna comment this out. Let's see what happens. I feel like that's not quite true what I said. Alright, I'm still noticing the spikes personally. Like just looking at it, I can see that the spikes are still happening. In my opinion, that didn't fix it. Let's try this mouse stuff. I'm gonna disconnect the mouse signals. See what happens there. The other thing too is if I get rid of that arrow hover in general. I might try that. I still see the lag happening. It still looks jolty, jerky whenever those things spawn in. It doesn't look, it looks maybe better, but it's kind of hard to tell. I could go and measure it, but that's a pain. I can see it, so I'm not gonna worry. I mean, it does seem considerably worse. Let's see, comment it back out. not much better. I wouldn't say that's much better. So that was quickly unhelpful. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna actually take this arrow out of here. This is a scene that I don't really even use anymore, and this is a very inefficient way to do this. Basically, what this was an entire Sprite 3D that has this arrow above it, and there's one on every obstacle, except for the ones where I have gone in and done what I'm about to do, which is neutralize it, because I've set up a system that expects a node called arrow hover to exist. And if it's not there, we're gonna get errors. So what I do is I just create a node 3D named arrow hover, and it usually stops complaining. And I might just look into completely getting rid of the arrow hover, but for now, let's see if I can get away with just replacing it with the empty one. And if I can, okay, I can. We'll sort that out. Right, so it's trying to modulate that. So I have to literally tell it, don't even bother with this. I mean, it's, yeah. Oh, right, we can set this to not have an arrow. So we have has arrow, has no arrow. So that'll skip that now. Doesn't have an arrow, it should skip that. Okay, runs. Still a little jerky. Do I perceive that it's better though? Maybe. Maybe not. I was hoping that would help more. I mean, it is like a little better though, right? And it's true, you know, it could be that it's the sum of a lot of these little things. Especially if there's a bunch of this one thing on here. I'm gonna run the profiler with this. If there's a bunch of this one thing on here, the sum of these little changes will be significant. And, you know, Thoughty was making this point earlier. I just kind of disagree that it was related to the collision shapes. Honestly, it looks better, but it's still not great. It's still bad, I think. Alright, let me see what we got. This is around 40. It's not bad. This will be probably around 50, maybe 60. It's about 60. I would say that's an improvement. This big one comes in at 70. If I put all that back in, so I just restored the arrow hover. I'm gonna see if that makes a big difference. You know, it might be a matter of optimizing the obstacles in general. Because when there's a lot of an obstacle on a chunk that starts moving after having been still, the sum of those unoptimized aspects really, really add up. This to me seems worse. I would say this seems worse. Not by much, but by a bit. By enough. It's worse by enough. me check. It seems like there's more taller ones, but maybe I tested it longer. Oh god, this went up to 90. That says 90. This is 70. This is probably around 80. And these are probably our 40, 50s. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I would say that that's making a difference. Honestly, I think I'm just going to get rid of all the arrow hover stuff. I think that's what I'm gonna do right now. I've had it with arrow hover. It doesn't work. I don't care. It's something that I want to work on at some point. But for now, you know, I'll redo it someday. All these custom errors that I put in here that's checking for the arrow, get rid of it. We are killing arrow hover from every single obstacle. Because there's a better way. For example, I could have one arrow and teleport everything to it. That was an idea from Dungeon Martian. And if I teleport one arrow to whatever we're focusing on, it's going to be a million times more performant. Okay, so that should deal with all of the programmatic aspects. Oh, we have to deal with that. As well. The hover arrow thing. We don't want that to be kept either. If it's got a hover arrow, it's time to die. On mouse entered, on mouse exited, some other day. That's for another day. Not today. I mean, I kind of hate to get rid of that. I'm not going to get rid of this because I want to be reminded. For hover arrow indicator. I'm gonna leave that because I do want to remind, because this was something Dragonblade suggested to do, was to use on mouse entered and exited, and I was very helped by that suggestion because I was doing it differently, and I would like to keep that to remind myself. Okay, but everything else, I mean, if I think about it, it would be nice to keep some of that has arrow stuff. Really, I don't need to get rid of all of that, but whatever. It's fine. I can figure it out when the time comes. I'll just paste that and pass. Paste that and pass. Okay, those are gone. And then on health as well, that's like the cows and the humans. So they have their own class script. Okay, so that should all be gone. And then I actually need to go and get rid of the arrow hovers in every obstacle, which this is the most painstaking part, actually. Dungeon Martian has got a few good nuggets of wisdom. Add that idea to the notebook. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's been Actually, I mean, it is in the project manager. For sure. How'd you do that search across all files? Oh, you're welcome. In advance. You are welcome. Control Shift F. You're welcome. But you can also access it here. If you go to search. Let's see, is my zoom around there? Almost. If you come up to search and hit find in files, there's also replace in files. It's amazing. It's one of the most useful things. Pierogigon taught me that. It's one of the most useful things for me in Godot. Like, I use it all the time. All the time. It's so helpful. So yeah, and that's different than find Control F, which will just look in the local script. But if you do search, find in files, it's gonna look everywhere. It's so helpful. It's so helpful. It's absurd. Yeah, right. I mean, changed my workflow. Yes, exactly, with signals. Yeah. There, and then what I just love about it is, I mean, that you just get the full list and it tells you the script that it's on. And then you can just, yeah. It's amazing. Thank the Godot gods for export variable every night. No, it's not what we're talking about. Yeah, export variable is cool. Export variable is cool. We're talking about find in files. So, you know, let's say you've got your entire project, basically all of these files, right? So scripts all over the place. A script for this, a script for that, a script for this, a script for that. If you hit search up here and do find in files, you can search all of your scripts. All of them. Every single script, and it'll tell you the title of the script. You can collapse this and stuff. The title of the script, and then when you click on it, it'll jump you. Dude, it's so useful. It's so useful. It'll jump you to that script, so you can see everywhere something in particular. So like here, we've got probably a signal somewhere. I mean, we could just search for whatever. I mean, you get the idea. You can see how useful it is. It's pretty self-evident. But if I wanted to, here, head health. It's a very specific signal that I have. So I can see that that's a signal set up here. I can see that that's being used on the body part. And then it's also being used over here. It's connected here, it's emitted here. So you can see the whole link. This is where the signal lives, is on the messenger. This is where the signal is emitted from. And this is where the signal is connected to. So you can see that entire chain by just searching it. Yeah, incredibly useful. Anyway, I need to find some arrow hovers. Now, unfortunately, and I don't know if this is possible. Oh, I was gonna say that, like, Dungeon Martian suggestion is in here. It is in here, Kai Guy. Replace hover arrow instances with a teleporting arrow. And of course, I mentioned Dungeon Martian. Hack and Plan looks really cool. Haven't seen that before. Yeah, I like Hack and Plan. I like Hack and Plan. I like Hack and Plan a lot. You know, it's like Trello, but it's game dev centric. It has more game dev relevant features. And I like it a lot. I love that it keeps track of, like, how much I've spent, how much time that I've spent. Apparently, this is not quite. I have to keep up. I've spent many more hours than that working on this, but I've logged 174 of those hours. Yeah, it's cool. And then everything that you do, you know, is updated. It's great for collaboration because you can have multiple people in here and it'll tell you who did what. And you can leave notes for people and things like that. Yeah, it's really nice. And then I also keep a bunch of information on here. You know, ideas about the game. I can keep files and images and stuff in here and just keep track of all kinds of good stuff. And I can also connect these to work tasks, work items, which is really nice. Yeah, it's great. You know, it does. One thing that I wish it had that it doesn't is there's no way to have like a public roadmap. So on Trello, you can have a page that's public that people who want to stay up to date on your project, who are not collaborators, can go to and look to see, oh wow, this is what's planned for the game. This is where it's going. Hack and Plan does not have that. Hack and Plan is free. They do have paid versions, but you don't need it unless you're an indie studio or something. And even then, you probably don't really need it. Depends how big your studio is. But yeah, Hack and Plan. I love it. I love it. I recommend it. Oh, I'll make it an actual hyperlink. Oh, it's a paid feature on Trello? Interesting. I didn't know that. I would not be paying for that. Hack and Plan did recently set up some Discord integration, which is kind of nice. Still doesn't have a good way to do public updates, but... Alright, what am I doing? Oh, so something that would be nice. I wish I could search for nodes, just like I was searching scripts. The only way I know how to do it is to go to GitHub, but that doesn't help me in this situation, really. Godot search project for nodes. Thanks, Kai Guy. Take care. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. See you next time. Sorry about real life, but also, I hope it goes the best it can. I assume you didn't read the docs, which covers every aspect of your question. And this is why, another reason I don't like reading the docs, because of little brats like this. Okay, this did not help me. How do you find every place in a project where you use a certain function? I don't care about that. I'm actually surprised. That this question didn't do it. Isn't it annoying? We're all learning here. We're all exactly, there's no need for that. Exactly. Honestly, I see a lot less of that in the Godot community than I do in other communities, for whatever that's worth. I function is called when it, but it always says my node is null. Oh. I guess their question isn't my question. It looks like it's exactly my question, but it just happens not to be. I don't know if there is a way to search for nodes in your project. You know, it'd be nice if it was just exactly like that. Finding node by name. I mean, I'd rather find the node by type, but that's fine. Oh, this is kind of different too. But you know, just like I can search for every instance of head health, I'd love to search for every Sprite 3D in the project, or search for everything named, I have something named Cow Barn here. If I were to search for Cow Barn, it's not going to pull up anything because it can't search the node trees. But there is a node in here called Cow Barn. But I don't think I can search the entire project. That would be awesome if I could, though. But I don't think I can. Filter nodes by type in the scene tree doc. Not exactly what I'm looking for, but anyway, it's not a big deal. It would just save me. The time that I've spent doing this, I could be almost halfway done, but that's okay. It was worth looking into. Okay, so this tool shed has an arrow hover. I gotta come in here, I gotta delete it. Save it, hop out. The copter has an arrow hover. Delete it. Make sure there's not a second. There's a second arrow hover on here. Find it. Delete it. Save it. Hay bale. Open it. Arrow hover. Delete it. Save it. I don't think I've set up the windmill yet. Doubt I've done this on the corn stalk. Oh, it has a placeholder. Delete it. No placeholder needed. The trees probably have them. Yep. Delete the arrow hover. So, by the way, we're so far removed from my original intention. But what I'm doing is I'm trying to remove various things that are on every obstacle that don't really need to be there. Or maybe they do need to be there, but just trying to see what's causing the most performance issues. Because to me, it seems pretty clear that it's when there's a lot of obstacles on a chunk that we're running into problems. When they go from a stationary state to a moving state. Big props to Pressipire for uncovering that. Get rid of the arrow hover here, save it. And so I'm hoping to make the obstacles more lightweight, because I tried putting a bunch of a mesh on there and that didn't cause problems. But when I put an obstacle itself on there, suddenly it caused more problems. Okay, that should be pretty much everything. Honestly, the easiest way I found to search, again, is GitHub. So I'll just do this, I'll make a push, and then I'll search on GitHub to see if there's any more arrow hovers. And then I'll come back and get rid of them that are left. I think that will be the process. There's going to be a lot of obstacles that aren't in these scenes that I need to do that with. Solar panels. Kind of doesn't matter since they're not here, but could be nice to be thorough anyway. Get rid of that arrow. I don't think I've set up the cow barn to have anything on it. Although this other cow barn actually does have the arrow. Get rid of it. No arrow. Okay, and then I'm gonna go to GitHub. I'm gonna say removing arrow hovers. In process of removing arrow hovers. I'll push this. Then I'm gonna hop onto the GitHub page. And I'll search up arrow hover. And we'll see all the places that it's left. A lot. Oh my god, 2 pages. Jesus. Well, there is, of course, arrow hover itself. Yes. Let me make sure I'm on the latest version of it real quick. Let me just make sure I'm actually on the latest one. Okay, yeah, we just updated it. 33 files. 2 pages. Okay. That's a lot. Of course, Arrow Hover itself, the obstacle, I mean, ideally, that should be gone. Shouldn't that be gone? I thought I got rid of that. So this must be checking old commits or something. Can we just search the one? That would be ideal. Browse files. So do I like search up here? I mean, this is just... Like if I search this, it still gives me 33. But this should be gone by now. I'm convinced. I'm confused. Advanced search. From these owners in these repositories, with this many stars, with this many forks of the size, pushed to. Pushed to? Created on the dates. Well, like, I guess, this isn't as helpful as I would have hoped. I mean, this definitely doesn't have this on here anymore. I mean, I guess I could just ignore the ones that don't matter. It's just all very, very inefficient. Cow scene. This is the old cow scene. Delete it. Newer cow scene. It's gone. Different cow scene. This still has a navigation. Kill it. Just kill all the things. I don't care if they're old. Kill them anyway. Huh. I'm a little disappointed by that. All the fences, if it's a scene, open it, check it. I think this is probably gonna be the fastest. I just gotta pull up and each one, it's gonna be, it's just gonna be like this. It's the only way. You know, a lot of these I can also look at not having in the project in general. This is kind of collision and, oh my god. I mean, again, not something I'm actually using. But unfortunately, since I can't sort it as neatly as I would like, I just kind of have to come in here and be a bit more aggressive, repetitive. Oh gosh. I guess this was my attempt at making like a full block. Yeah, that's why there's so many in there. Okay, so this doesn't matter. Block fences, I see, yeah. Okay, there shouldn't be anything in there. This doesn't matter. Aggressive optimization. Yes, exactly. Precisely. Welcome back, Frank. Okay. We just did the fences. Hey, Bale, I'm pretty sure it's gone. It's the way it's gonna be. Open this up. It's gone. It is gone. Buildings. Come to all the buildings. My least favorite thing about this is I wanted to leave them there a little bit. So I would basically go back in and add markers so I could have like a vector that the arrow would teleport to in the future. Oh gosh, these buildings are multiple obstacles all in one. And every single one not only has a hover, but it has a hover in a different position. And I wanted to leave them there so I would have those positions, but basically I'm just gonna have to come back in here someday and reset up all of these obstacles. Now you might be thinking, why bother doing all of this? They're not even in the scene right now. You're not gonna be working on the city for a long time. And you'd be right. But you know, I'm trying to do a clean break, a full purge. Because if I don't do it now, I'm gonna have to come back and deal with it later. And that makes now the time, the right time. Oh gosh, oh god, the taskbar pop out is gonna be the death of me. Oh, you know what I could have done? I could have just searched arrow. I see that now. I see that now. Buildings, apartments, office, mixed housing, and commercial. Yes. Basically. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, you're right. That's right. Okay, so no arrow in these. I think, so these are all blocks. These don't need to be looked at. It's just obstacles that we need to look at. Okay. The trees, I'm pretty sure we got all the trees. I'm pretty sure we got all the trees. I didn't get all the old trees. So I guess we're gonna come get all the old trees. Actually, setting the search filter up here is quite a bit nice. Yeah, you know, Frank, I'm excited to do all of that. I think the cattle farms are a good first. The farmland is a good first thing to deal with, because overall it's less complicated than the city is going to be really complicated. The military base, which is going to be the last one, that one will be kind of closer. Tractors, that one will be a lot closer to the farmland, so it'll be a nice full circle, we'll say. Solar panels. Oh, I did leave an arrow on the solar panels. How did I do that? I don't know. But I did. But I did. Yeah, the alien will be going after military. The military will be going after the alien. Yes, it's true. The city is going to be wild. It's going to be by far the most difficult level to set up. But hopefully by then, I'll have, you know, practiced or whatever. Why was there an arrow in here? I can kind of understand why, but I also don't approve. Jeez. Yeah, solar panels. I just try to do things that you'll find on cattle ranches, and solar panels are one of the few things that you will find on cattle ranches. Cattle ranches and those farmlands in general are very empty. But one thing that stands out are solar panels. Why would there be an arrow hover on the block? Why would the entire block have that on there? Oh, is it because it's editable children? Terrible. Alright, let's do the houses. Deleting arrow hover from those. Very nice doing the search filter up here. It makes it so much easier. Definitely helps. There's only 2 types of houses. Okay. There's a few. Right. So these all have it because these were made local. Devastating. I'm sure I've broken this. It's almost not even worth doing this. I don't even think I could run this scene anymore if I wanted to. Dear God. I'm not gonna do this. I draw the line at editable children. I'm a little confused. Whatever. It might just be because I didn't save it. That was probably a mistake that I just did. I don't care. Get me out of here. Tree, fence, solar panel, house, electric pole. I'm pretty sure I already did the electric pole. But let's check it. Yep, electric pole is good. Tree, we did the trees. The block doesn't matter. The copter should be clean, but let's check it. We might have an old copter. Nope, copter is good. Okay, I might actually almost be through all of these. Okay, I think that should be every arrow hover. Now I'm gonna try to run it. And hopefully it won't melt down. Hopefully, even, it will run better. I can't be sure though. How's our color versus color? 17 votes. 82%. I gotta be honest. That's a lot of votes for no U. Y'all are not feeling the U. The U loses. The O's have it. It's better. I can see it. I can still see it. But it is undeniably better. I absolutely still see... First of all, that took a long time for it to run. I think the reason why it took so long to run is because it had a lot of scenes to save. Since I had so many tabs open up here that I hadn't hit Control S on, right? Why is it taking so long to run? I already pressed the play button. That's new. Okay. Oh my God. I mean, we are waiting for Godot. Do I gotta read out of the book? Do I gotta read out of the book, Godot? Or are we gonna behave? Okay. But the game seems to be running quite well. So I still see some lag. But it helped. I don't even know if I do see it. So, I mean, in some ways, the fences were arguably a bit of a red herring. Because it's not just the fences, it's that the fences are obstacles, and there's a lot of stuff on obstacles. Largely arrow hovers. This is so much better. Wow. I barely notice it. I do notice it a tiny bit. It's so much better though. Wow. That's good news. That's very good news. All right, let's see. I mean, even just looking at this, I can tell it's better. Look at that. Look how few spikes there are. Oh my gosh. Look, the tallest one is 40. Arrow Hover was committing crimes against performance. Oh, just like my green screen is committing crimes. Look at that. I hate when that happens. See, now it's on this side. Now it's over here. It always happens at a certain time of night. I need another light to hit that shadow over there. But I'm very happy to say that the problem is resolved. I'm confident and happy to say that I think the problem is resolved. I think there's still things we could look at. Oh, I was gonna show you, but this is a huge step forward. Thank goodness. You look how obvious it is. You see this wall? Because my walls are painted green, and then the floor is green. You can see this wall is lit so much less well than this wall. But during the day, there's sun that shines onto here. And so that's why it doesn't look bad during the day. But then at night, that changes. And there's really not a good way for me to get a light there. I just need like another light that points at that. But I need another one. I don't have it. So for now, which is not my favorite, but for now, the best solution is to just give it a little snip. Not the best, because then it cuts off how far I'm able to go, which is not something I enjoy. Then I gotta do it on this side. But yeah, I need to fix that lighting. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. This is good news. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna save it. We're gonna close Godot, and I'm gonna say all arrow hover instances should be gone. I think. And I'm very proud to say that this has yielded considerable performance boost. Now, there's still things to look at, and it's starting to get to a point where it's a little hard to tell whether we're making improvements, but I think it's going to be safe to assume that whatever I can do to reduce the size of the obstacle node or the obstacle class, the more gains we're going to enjoy. Oh, it's still gonna have all of those scenes open. I think it's because every single scene that I modified to get rid of, can you just close them all? Close them all. Yes, close all these tabs or just open at the top. And it's making Godot melt down. So now it should load the game lickety split. Nice. It does seem like at the beginning there's a little lag spike, and then it's pretty solid. Very solid. I wonder if the reset works better. There was a couple other issues. The collision was really slow. This is great. This is running so much better. If I put on debug collisions, the game was incredibly laggy. So I'll be curious to try that and run debug collision and see if that's better. The other thing was, if the game scene reloaded, there was a lot of problems. I don't see those problems. So you're telling me everything came back to arrow hover in the end, And it just happened that because there were so many arrow hovers happening on the fence, that it manifested most acutely there. Is that what you're telling me right now? Because that's what it sounds like you're telling me right now. I think the arrows are the worst cause. But I also think that it's indicative of a truer cause, which is stuff that's on the obstacles. And the more stuff that's on the obstacles, the less optimally the project is gonna run. The game is gonna run. That's what I think. I'm trying to kill my character. I almost said something, I almost said unaliving in a way that YouTube may not appreciate. Okay, there we go. I'm trying to, because before the game was running increasingly slow every time I reloaded the scene. Every time I reloaded it, it would get slower and slower and slower. I should have had the FPS up here this whole time. It's a little shocking to think that that isn't happening. And then let me try as well the collisions. Debug visible collision shapes. Let's see if that's resolved too. Wow. It's fine now. I would say it's a little bit, but not much. Yes, I Precipier. I think it was the arrows all along. I think we can safely say all along it was the arrows. The other clue is that the arrows broke between Godot 4.1 and 4.2. For some reason, it's something that stopped working when I upgraded. And I wonder if, like, whatever caused that to stop working is also related to it. Like, it was trying to work, but, like, there was some connection that wasn't being made, and that was causing some kind of issues. I don't know. But this is butter smooth. You know, with a few things here and there, but generally, not bad. So there's probably still optimizations that I could make in the obstacle script. Not the script, but the node class. So let's open up a ranch. Yeah, and then the fences were drawing us to it because they had so many arrows in them. There were so many arrows that were spawning. Which, I mean, I guess if I think about it, like if the arrows are, because the arrows were being rendered through a sub viewport. And so that's a lot of sub viewports. You know what else isn't a sub viewport, but is there? There are these like debug hit point numbers. They're labeled 3Ds, which is obviously a bit different. But I do wonder, you know, if that could be causing issues as well. Those hit point numbers floating above. Because they're just debug, so I can, you know, check to see. It's actually really helpful for setting things up to be able to have those there. But then again, you know, they're just being made invisible. And guess what else was invisible? The arrows. The arrows were also invisible. And a label 3D is very different than a sub viewport texture being set. But I think it would almost be naive to assume that the hit points aren't causing some issue. But then again, you know, it's borderline something reasonable to have in a game, you know? To have numbers above units in a game. But then again, if I don't need them, and the difference is that they're all constantly moving forward, it raised the question whether I should. I mean, it's a really helpful... I'll say this. It hasn't been a helpful debug feature in a while, because I pretty much now understand the process of setting up obstacles. You know, it might be handy to keep around, and then if I need to debug a specific obstacle, I could just drop it onto there, and then I have it, instead of leaving it on literally everything all the time, you know? And that might make improvements as well. Again, that's on every single obstacle. It's actually on the hit points, this damage label. And so I could, on the hit points, so we're really, right now, we get an error if there isn't a damage label on here. But I could just say, don't on-ready it at all. If I get, like, a label 3D here, really the only thing is, like, it's basically a style. Because this is quite tiny. If I set up a label 3D and we compare, you can see the size difference. So, I mean, it would be kind of nice. You know what I should do? I should instance the damage label, save this as its own scene. It's a little ridiculous, but I'm going to save this as its own scene. And then I'm going to remove it from every hit points, which is going to cause issues unless I deal with this. And instead of on-readying it, so, you know, keep that out. We're just gonna reference the name of it. I'm gonna say variable hit points debug. We're gonna say false. And this is export. It's gonna be a long time till I need to use this, but that time may come. At some point down the line. And so it's just gonna look for the damage label instance. But it's only going to look for it, well, on update hit points, right? So we want to say if hit points debug, then look for that. Otherwise, we don't care about it. This makes it visible or not. Oh, we do have the debug. Forget the debug. I don't even care about the debug button anymore. Get it out of here. Don't care, don't want it, don't need it. It would only be there if I have hit points debug true and I've added it into here. I'm gonna test it before we move on. I am gonna test it. Okay. Oh, I also need to get rid of this error. Let me come in here, search up damage label. This we can keep. This is different. This is different. This is for the player. This is the player's damage label, which is quite different. And I don't want to get rid of that. That's acceptable. I don't care about it. This is the debug event that makes the label visible on the player. That's okay. This is the one that was supposed to make it visible on everything else. I don't want that to exist anymore. So right now we're just gonna pass. Debug button 2 does nothing. It has been ended. Its reign is over. What was it looking for though? Debug HP. So let me search for that. That's in the messenger. That signal is gone. And then let me make sure it still runs. Alright, it still runs. Pressing 2 is doing nothing, which is desirable. 1 will still make the player debug buttons appear, which I think will be very useful. So now there are no more hit point numbers. Those are now officially gone. Those don't exist. Killed them. There's no way it's not causing some kind of issue. It has to be hurting it, even if it's a little bit. They're always there. They're just not visible. I'm even rocking the collision shapes. I'm still testing it. It's kind of hard to tell if it's overall better. We still get a couple spikes. It feels better. Right, I need to look at FPS more. I think the collision shapes are probably bringing down the FPS a little bit. The FPS could still be better. There's a lot of stuff on screen right now, so I'll give it a break. Now if let's say I do want the debug. So let's say on the solar panels, I want to debug those solar panels to make sure their hit points are working correctly. So what I would do is I'd come find my damage label scene, drag it on here, right? Click on hit points, and then this hit points debug button. This is those export variables Insane Alpha Beta loves, which are awesome. Hit that on, and now all of the solar panels should have debug numbers and they should function normally. Well, only the ground solar panels. There's two different solar panels. There's ones that are up here and there's ones that are down here. And the ones that are down here, bam, they got them functioning. So I still have the option to debug obstacles as needed. The numbers stay up there. That was something that could be nice that they go away. Who cares? I don't care. This is great. This is fine. It looks awesome. So if I need to debug obstacles, I still can. It's just now it's on a case-by-case basis. And then I do have to make sure when I delete that, I also uncheck hit points debug. Otherwise, we're gonna get an error. What does that error look like? It'll probably crash right away. As soon as that tries to spawn in, it's gonna crash. But I wonder what it says. Oh, yeah. If debug is true, update health debug. And that's it. That's all there is to it. Beautiful. That's a good update. That was a really good update. I'm gonna say damage labels or non-player damage labels removed. Saved the label as a separate scene and added an export variable to, well, let's just say that. For future obstacle hit point debugging, add the damage label scene as a child of hit points node. Then mark its export. Then mark the hit points node's export variable hit point debug true. Yeah, that's it. Remove the label scene and uncheck the debug variable when done. Dope. That was a good change. That was a solid change. Alright, what else can I reduce? Maybe not much. The animation is very important. Animation degrade is super important. That's what makes the obstacles get destroyed, basically. So I really don't have much choice there. So for example, on the solar panel, right? If I move that animation, it's what turns it on and off or makes it destroy or not. Very important, gotta keep that non-negotiable. But I am looking for the negotiable things. The electric pole is the most complex of all of the animations here. So it's got multiple steps as it gets destroyed. The particle effects, I do need them in theory. I could instantiate the particle effects. I have experimented with that and the experiments did not go well. I could have tried harder, so there's always that. But you know, if you think about it, the particle effects only emit when you press emit anyway. So I imagine there's not a lot going on with the particle effects until you press emit. So I'm less concerned about that. Obviously, collision shapes, I feel like that's ever so minuscule a problem. It is something to think about. We could try continuing to simplify collision shapes to just like min-max that frames per second. Totally possible to think about. Other than that, there's really not much else on the obstacles. There's of course the scripts, but I still don't really think there's much going on these scripts to worry about. I don't think anything here. There might be something that's, I mean, update hit points is probably called pretty often. That would be something to look at. I mean, here's just the electric poles, of which there are a handful. If I come to the update hit points, print, this is on every obstacle. I said this is electric pole. This is on every obstacle. So this is gonna run a crap ton. I probably have other print messages now that I think about it. That actually wasn't that much. I thought that was going to be a lot more. There's only 22 so far. That's not bad. You know what? That's not that bad. If I run into the tree, it goes up. Oh, no, it's fine. No, it only runs once locally. I thought it was going to be a crap ton. Nope. Not bad. Good. I don't think these functions are running very often. On area entered, we could check that. Area entered. Hopefully it only runs locally when we bump into something, and it's not every single thing. Yeah, it just ran a couple times. So that's not constantly running all the time, and suddenly, and again, if it's as Precipier discovered, and I think it is, that when things start moving after having been stopped, I don't think a function that isn't currently running is going to be causing issues. So I don't think that's it. But you know, it can be nice to just check them. But this, again, is probably going to run exactly the same, only whenever we exit something. And there it goes. Only when I exit, you can see the little number down here. 9. If I run into a couple of these fences, it only goes up a little bit. So I don't think it's our functions. This isn't even doing anything right now. Restore collision. These only happen... I don't know why I'm typing these. These only happen whenever a chunk exits. That went up by 1 to 14, 13 to 14. Oh, and that's the other thing. It's only going to run if it's damaged. So if I don't damage anything on a chunk, this won't go up. But see there, that went up a bunch. So I destroyed one thing on that. It's going to go from 27 to 28. Now let me go to another one where I destroy a bunch of cornfield. Here, we'll just do this one. Now it's going to go from 28 to 34. Because I must have destroyed up to 6 things. So it can have quite a few calls if a lot of things are destroyed when it goes back. There was 8 calls. But it's still only doing what it needs, which is good and is cool to see. So I think we're pretty solid as far as these functions go. I don't think I can reduce this anymore right now. I think that's a success. So I wanted to do a bunch of level design today. That was my intention. That was my desire. That was my goal. But I ran into some issues. And I had to fix optimization. And you know what? It's a lot better. And now I can move forward with dealing with it. I do see we're getting a debugger explosion. I've got 445 errors. Hit points damage label was modified from inside an instance, but it has vanished, is the error. So it definitely is not thrilled that I got rid of that. It's a little upset about that. Specifically, it's from initialized chunks, which is a little surprising. So that must mean that there was stuff that was made editable, I'm guessing. And now I can't find it. I could be wrong about that. I'm not exactly sure. If I'm being honest. I'm checking all these scenes. So somewhere there's information left behind. I haven't done a clean break from the hit point stuff. I wonder if I restart the engine, if that'll help somehow. But somewhere, something, well, when the terrain chunks all load in, it's still looking for all of those hit points labels. Oh yeah, right there, right away. I don't really know where it's finding them, though. I need to kind of look this up. Was modified from inside an instance. It certainly seems like something that we could resolve. You had a base scene, you create a scene derived from it. In the derived scene, you get you set some properties of node from the base scene in the editor. Godot might have erroneously saved the properties as if they were modified, as there were some related issues. You modified the base scene so that those nodes are no longer there. And now when instantiating the derived class, Godot reads from that scene file that it has to set some properties of a node it cannot find. The issue is that the derived scene file still has the reference to the nodes that are no longer available. You should get the same warning upon opening the derived scene in the editor. However, resaving it should fix it. If you have a TSCN file, you might try opening it with a text editor to find out which nodes it references that no longer exist inside the base scene, and remove them. Gotcha. Another situation was caused there. It happens that if you have a scene that has an instance of another scene which was imported, and then you re-import it. Okay. That's a bit messy. It's a bit messy to sort out. Whoopsie. That was a whoopsie. See, how do I even want to try to find those? I don't even know where to start. Where do I even find these? Maybe GitHub will help. Maybe. Still not sure how to search exactly the commit that I want. We're gonna say look for damage label. 13 files, that's not that many. Damage label, yes, it would be in damage label. I have a damage label non-player script. Definitely don't need that. Oh, I should look in the files too then. Yeah, this script, not useful. I'm gonna delete it. What else do we got? In debug. So yes, we do have the damage label for the player. That's acceptable. There is the health bars, but that's going to the player anyway, so that doesn't matter. Hit points debug, we set that up on purpose. We want that to be there. The body part is looking for the damage label on the player. The building still has, so this is where some of those references are left behind somehow. The fence still has it. They're still baked in here to the scenes themselves. That would be why we're getting that error. I mean, at this point, I'm kind of just cleaning up after myself. I'm not exactly sure how to break that reference, unless, but like they said in that post, that I need to use a text editor to go in and remove it. I mean, but I'll get by without being able to do it in here. I'll sort it out. I'll sort it out. I wonder, I mean, I know there's a way to like check file dependencies or references or something. Edit dependencies. So maybe I need to go to the dependencies on hit points. That didn't help as much as I thought it would. Yeah, I guess text editor is the way to go here. And then I can do this on GitHub, right? I could like literally open up this. You must be on a branch to make or propose changes. Okay. Well, that's a bit messy and unpleasant. I mean, I'm pretty much like, it's not the most important thing. It would be nice to not have to worry about it, because that's gonna be a lot of errors. It's gonna be a lot of errors right there. Very much so. And that error, it's always hit point / damage label, right? Always. So that'll narrow it down in this search. I'm surprised it didn't come up at all. 0 files have hit points / damage label. Are you quite sure? Are you quite sure about that? Oh, I see. Parent obstacle hit points. So this might be more what we want to search. There, this is 4 files. And the fence is one of them. This is a lot easier to handle. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to close this. I am going to use the text editor. It's only 4 files. I think I can handle that. Objects, fences, fence 1, row 5. Objects, fences. Fence 1, row 5. And we're gonna look for that exact thing. It doesn't exist in here? Really? Are you quite sure? That's a bit surprising. Really? The word label isn't in here at all? Huh. It's almost like it is gone. But somehow that isn't true yet all the way. Let's try this other one. Tree 1. Wonder where it would be. Foliage, tree 1. Tree 1-0200. Right here. Okay, this one has it. This one has it. So I would want to come in here and cut that out. Save it. Okay. Houses, house 1. Let's go find that. At least it was in one of them. That gives me some kind of comfort. I don't know that there was 400 of those, but... House 1, 0200. Right here. Search for label. There it is. I should probably check, make sure there's not multiple of it in here. Okay. I did not check for multiple in the tree. Whoops. Okay, and then there's fence 2, row 5. I'm surprised it wasn't in that other fence. Okay, edit this, look for label, there it is. Get it out. Very good. And I just I want to check it one more time. Why would it be different? I don't know. But I'm gonna look. Peace of mind. It's not in there. All right, well, if you say it's not in there, I have to believe you. All right, it seems like there should have been more to find. But let's see if that made any difference. There might still be more to look for. I also looked for something very specific here. It might even be nice to just look for parent hit points. I mean, probably not. Like, what if I just look for damage label along with parent hit points? We checked that, we checked that, we checked that. If I look for damage label in general, that's all the places. Body part, city building. There's still this that I should probably look at. Yeah, because there's still more in other trees. I'm going to actually edit more of these. Before I pop open Godot, I'm going to actually edit a few more of these. Let's clean it up. City building 01. That's going to be in building city. City building 01, 02. And we're gonna look for label. There it is. It's in there many, many times. Oh my goodness. That is quite a lot. And dang. Alright. Right, because the building has multiple in it. It makes sense. I see why there'd be so many in there. Of course there would be. It would honestly be weird if there wasn't. Okay, so those have been removed. That's been removed. Oh, because all the line numbers changed. I have to update the search every time I do it. Ugh. And it's searching for what I have highlighted. Don't do that. Don't do that. This is not my favorite search. Okay, fine. Just find next. Just find the next one. Delete it. Find the next one. Delete it. I might not need to close the find. I don't use this program very much. But this is my reason to. Okay, just get rid of all of these position informations. These position informations are actually very helpful because one day I'm gonna need to come back and I'm gonna need to add things to all these positions again. Some part of me kind of wants to save these positions, but obviously that part of me doesn't have a lot of influence. Okay, so that's all of them in this one. That was a lot. There was only the one in the tree, but I'm sorry, I just don't remember if that was the one that I did. So I'm gonna come back to the tree and we're gonna check it again. Tree 10200. This one. Okay, not in there. I feel like we could set this up better. How do I close that search right here? Set this up. Maybe like that. Okay. Tree, oh, no. Tree 3 still has some references to it. Let's get those. Edit. Find the label. Get rid of it. Make sure there's no more. There isn't. Close it. No. We'll get there. Hey, what's up, Joe Schmo? Welcome. You know, I would say yes. I wanted to do optimization stuff today. That was my desire. No, okay. I said that wrong. I wanted to do level design stuff today, but I got stuck with optimization. I did not want to do optimization today, but that has been entirely what I have done today. And it's actually gone very well. I have managed to make the game incredibly more performant. So definitely a success. Just not what I thought I was going to be doing today. But yeah, so in that sense, definitely progress. Super progress. Because I don't have to worry about the game being slow for now. And the thing that was slowing it down was putting stuff in obstacles. Namely, an arrow that pops up when you hover over stuff, which wasn't being used anyway. And I also removed hit point labels that were used for debug. And now I'm having to go through and remove all these references with a text editor, because apparently Godot still has some kind of references left behind. And I gotta go through manually and remove each one, which is annoying. It's very annoying. But that's okay. Because otherwise it gives me some errors. We'll see if this helps. House 10200. So I would say for sure the progress is good. Oh, it's not even in here? Okay. I guess we already did it. No, don't open stuff. That's everything? Nuh-uh. Really? Fence 2, Tree 3. Did I do all of these? I remember I did, but I remember also not looking for multiple in these. Yeah, okay. All right, let's see if that's better. So now I'm gonna open up the project again. And GitHub should even reflect those changes. Yeah, so you can see I've removed damage label from those. It is good progress. I was excited to do level design. I was very excited to do level design today. But now that I've done this, I am set up to do it tomorrow. And to finish laying out some different levels and the difficulties and whatnot. All right, let's see if we get all those errors. at the beginning. We get less. Instead of 400, it's only 180. That's better. But still a bunch of damage labels still being seen. Oh wow, but now it's finding the arrows as well. It's also looking for arrows. It's so annoying. Why can't Godot figure out how to get rid of those? Why you know how to get rid of those? Like, really? This is the only way? There's gotta be a better way. Because, I mean, the error doesn't even, like, matter, as far as I can tell. Maybe, but, like, kinda not. Maybe it increases the initial load time a tiny itty bitty bit. And this is something else that bothers me, is like, you know, I just push this to GitHub, and I want to search to see if there's any spots left with it in there. But it's saying there's the same amount of things, 11 files. But that's not true, I just updated this. I guess... You know what would be nice is if I could search the files themselves, but I don't... What if I told... Can I associate this file type? In Windows with Notepad+. Why are you not letting it be an option? How dare you? How dare you? You're making me go look for this. I don't know where it is. Somewhere. There. Okay, now it's associated that. I don't know if that made any good difference. But in theory, can I search this folder on here? It's just searching titles. No search inside. So now I need like a file manager or something that can search inside of documents. Boo. This is Dullsville. This is Dullsville. What did I just do? Exclude from results? Okay. Like, how is there not a way to search the current repository? Unless that is what's happening somehow. It just don't seem like it. Or not the current repository, but the current commit. And ignore all the old commits. Because, like, I can open up this commit. I can browse the files. Filter changed files, but that's just the files. Not the stuff that's in the files. Right? Oh, and this is just literally showing what I changed. Which isn't that helpful. GitHub search specific commit. Search within. I would even say latest commit. Yeah, sure. This is close enough. Adding commit colon and then all this mess. All right. All right. It's gotta be. I'm surprised that it just doesn't already do that. So then I have to find this commit code, commit details. Where does one find? Is this it? This? That's a lot of letters and numbers. Okay. Damage label. In a specific commit. Okay, what if I search something else? Player. Okay, I think it's not understanding this very well. It says the search bar always searches the latest commit, but it's not the latest commit. If it was, and unless it is, and I'm the one who's bugging. But I'm pretty sure I just went and deleted all these. So right here, it's telling me in building 1-200. Alien Meat Worlds. Objects. Buildings. City. Building 1-200.tscn. Same file. Search the word label. It's not even in there. Word label isn't even in there. It's not in there. But it's like, no, it's in there. And I'm like, it's not in there. And it's like, it is in there. And I'm like, it's not in there. That's not true. You're wrong. You must be on a branch to make or propose changes. What does that mean? How do I be on the branch? How do I be on a branch? How am I not on a branch? Aren't I on a branch? Isn't that what we're doing here? Being on a branch? How am I not on a branch? Building 0102 right here. I can edit it now. Now I'm on the branch. Oh, yeah, damage labels isn't on here. It's gone. Can I, like, specify the branch? GitHub search within certain branch. Clone it and then search in all branches? Ew. What? What? First set the branch by selecting it, then hit the period key to open up the project in an online visual script code editor. Well, yeah. From there, you can use the sidebar on the left to search code or view files directly. Okay, so now I'm on the branch, and then press the period key. Whoa! Whoops. Wow. Oh, wow. GitHub said, step right over here. You know the secret code. Welcome. Wow. This is kind of nice. Oh, it's got search and replace? What? Give me the whole thing. Give me all that. Is that gonna take a long time? Okay, so it has its downsides. I guess I'm waiting for that. How's our color poll? Got a couple more votes. I gotta say, the O really does have it. The O really does have it. All right. Nice. This is awesome. Okay, cool. Don't care about the damage labels in here. In debug, these should be fine. This should be all for the player. Right? Yeah, this is all for the player, so we can keep those. Damn it. Dude, this is the way. This is the way to do it. Was the label node moved in Godot's file system before you had GitHub set up? Maybe Godot's references to it got messed up then. Yeah, something. I don't... I mean, I removed this and something else that I have to go look for too. I don't really know. I don't even know. But basically, I had the damage label in an instance, and that instance was on a bunch of other instances. And those instances are in scenes. I then removed the label from the lowest child instance. I saved it, I pushed it. And Godot is just like, hey, we noticed that this is gone. And then I go look around and there's still some references to it in files. And so I'm clearing it out so Godot stops saying, hey, we noticed this is gone. Because the game doesn't actually crash or anything. I don't know if that helps, but that's the truth. Okay, this we want to keep. This is only if the debug. Dude, this editor is dope. On the copter, this, oh, here we go. These are the things I need to get rid of right here. Goodbye. Get rid of that. Oh, when it goes away immediately, dude, this is dope. Cow barn, get rid of it. Yes. Yes. Delete it. Delete. You better close this in Godot right now. You better close that. You better discard the changes on GitHub. No changes. Okay. Body part. These we want to keep. That we want to keep. This is the damage label itself. It is allowed to have itself on it. This is different. Okay, so that should be everything. That should be everywhere. So now, I'm basically Right, I need to commit it. Oh, sweet. Tried removing remaining damage label references. And I still have the arrow hover references, because that I also am getting errors for. And hopefully I can find and get those out. Okay, so now I'm gonna have to come over here. And pull that. So what I want to see, I will still get some errors for the arrow hover, yeah, but I shouldn't get the damage label errors anymore. Unless somehow they sneaked more in there. That I didn't find. But that should be it. Alright, let's see. Be less than it was. Oh, it's less! It's down to 47. Let's go. Alright, now it's just looking for arrow hovers. No more damage labels. Okay, cool. This was fun. This was an interesting thing to, like, learn about. Okay. Ooh, I like this. I love this editor. This editor is legit. Honestly, I'm borderline thinking, do I want to download Visual Studio? Like, this is pretty good. Like, maybe I like Visual Studio Code. This is nice. Arrow hover. We want to purge the crap out of this. Oh, it's still got to download the repository index. Because this is the most annoying part, is having to do this. But if I had Visual Studio, I could search this all so much easier. It would be local and not on the GitHub, but I don't care. At least it could search within code. Alright, we have it all the freak over the place. Dear God. Packed scene? Really? Or like, not packed scene, but it looks like we have like an export reference to it or something. Which is horrifying. Where is that? Oh, wow! I forgot to remove arrow hover from there. That's why. Get it out. Delete it. So that should be gone. I missed it. Visual Studio Codium is pretty good if you haven't heard of it. It's like an open source version of VS Code. Oh, thanks for the heads up. It's nice to try open source. Oh, look, it's like, it looks the same. Microsoft's VS Code source code is open source, but the product available for download is licensed and contains tracking. Whoa. We clone the repository, we laid out a customized product.json that has Microsoft-specific functionality, and then produce a build that we release under our license. When you clone and build from the VS Code repo, none of these endpoints are configured in the default product.json. Therefore, you generate a clean build, without the Microsoft customizations, which is by default licensed under MIT. Fascinating. Dang, that's a hot tip, Joe. I'm gonna download it right now. So I don't forget. I mean, shoot. Shoot, dang it. Functions the exact same way. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it just doesn't have a bunch of freaking bullcrap. I don't want bullcrap. I don't like bullcrap. I like a lot of things. Bullcrap isn't one of them. I should probably read this more. Create desktop icon. Open with VS Codium action to the file context menu. Heck yeah. Directory context menu. Heck yeah. Registers to enter for supported file types. Heck yeah. Add to path. Yeah, but just don't make me restart my computer. Okay, I'm doing it now. I'm not gonna use it now, but if I install it, it makes it more likely that I use it next time. Anyway, what the heck was I doing? This? Oh yeah. I'm gonna need to remember to push this. Removed an errant arrow hover. Before I save this code, we're gonna have issues. We're gonna have some issues, Liz. I would almost recommend not make any changes here, and you just refresh this. Wait, I wonder what happens. What if I just like push it right now? I'm just kind of curious. Will GitHub, this VS Code here, will it just like be like, oh, and this will just go away? That would be pretty cool. It did not just go away. What if I search again? Oh, because I'm probably on... Here, let's go back. Let's go back. Open up the latest branch. Press the period key. Step right over here. Octocat would like to have a word. And setting up the GDScript language server so you get all the same autocomplete is super easy with VS Codium in my experience. Oh, right. Noted. So you do be using VS Code versus not. Did I just close my browser? Dang it. Why? Oh, man. I didn't mean to do that. Boo. It's okay. Click on this. No, wrong branch. Click on this. Press period. Step right over here. Search arrow hover. I already see it's gone. Excellent. But yeah, then I could just work on the local machine, which would be ideal. Launch VS Codium. I don't know that I'm ready to launch it yet. We're just installing it. And I'll put it on my my toolbar just to emphasize to myself, hey, you should think about this. You should really think about this. I got too much on my toolbar. My toolbar is getting a little too full, I would say. Oh, I also have a bunch of stuff open. It's better. All right, over here. This has gotta go. On the corn stalk. I mean, if I just get rid of this, it'll be fine. Right, the griddable one. I forgot about that. Because I'm sure a lot of these... I could even pull up in here. There it is, arrow hover. And I could delete that. So I guess what, if I'm understanding everything correctly, if I edit this out, if I cut this line out right here, that's exactly the same as if I were to right click on this and delete the node. It seems scary, but like technically that would be true, right? It's the only place that it's referenced on this scene. This is the same scene. It's an empty node. There's nothing going on it. That's it. I mean, we got collision shape 3D up here. Corn destroyed right there. Collision shape 3D, corn destroyed. So, I mean, it's literally... It looks exactly the same. I think I can just do that. I don't know why it scares me. I don't think I have to delete it. I think I can just hop up in here. And we are doing the same thing. The reason why is because this is going to be faster since I'm doing this in bulk, since I have so many of these to do. I'd rather just come through here and do it this way right now. Rather than some other way. Going into the editor and doing it so many times. I'm sure there's even a faster way than what I'm doing right now. Right? Just like in bulk a little faster. This is quite a lot. Okay, backspace all of this. Clean it up. It's cool. I like being in here. Is this C++? Am I coding C++ right now? Probably not. But it's kind of a different way to do this. I mean, like, imagine just like setting up an entire scene tree this way. It looks pretty simple. It's not very complex. UI is obviously superior. But there's something exciting after, you know, using the UI for so long. Yeah, I should probably do that. I still have to commit, push, and then pull it. So I'll have plenty of chances to do that, but... Yes, restart the editor and hope there's no chaos. But this isn't live updating. I'm not in VS Code right now. I'm in, on GitHub modifying this. So technically, I haven't actually updated any local files. I don't know, it's cool having used the UI for so many months to just like see the same thing in this form. It's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of neat. Oh god, and we're doing each duplicate? This is stupid. These are all the references that are throwing the errors, though. We're getting there. A little bit at a time. This feels like manual labor. I don't know why. It's hard not to wonder why I can't just do this in Godot, but whatever. It's working, isn't it? I learned a lot, didn't I? Arrow hover scene. Okay, you can exist on the arrow hover scene. Alright. Oh wait, what about all these? Get them out. Get them out of there. We missed a few. Get them out. This is probably pretty important. Yeah, it's weird that it thinks these are on here. I mean, it must be like some kind of local instances. Like somehow they were made editable. And so that's why removing it from the instance didn't remove it everywhere. And it's really hard to search for nodes, if not impossible, in the Godot UI. So the only way to go find nodes over the, you know, across the entire project is to look at the individual scene code. Which I'm happy to learn about. Okay. Wait, what's all these? Where do they come from? It was all worth it, because the game runs much better now. The reality is I'm gonna have to go back in and add a lot of this, but not in this same way. Alright, there's that. Removed the last of the arrow hover references. It's nice. It's nice to feel a little bit more confident about my changes. Like, instead of just being like, well, I guess I did that in the UI and I did good enough. It's like, no, I definitely removed the last of those references. I know I did. Because I searched literally the entire code base. Alright, then we're going to fetch the origin. Bring it on in. And now we run the editor. And hopefully, those errors will be gone. And I can have sweet dreams about level design. We shall certainly see. Can't stand when the output gets all cluttered with warnings and errors, even if they don't seem to affect anything. Next thing you know, they randomly cause some obscure bug when you least expect it. Yeah, it's stressful. Dude, it wasn't like the end of the world, because it happened when the game loaded, so it wasn't even at runtime or during the gameplay. And, you know, it was the yellow variety. But I can't have a bunch of mess on there, because if I ignore this, I'm gonna ignore the next thing, and I'm gonna ignore the next thing, and the next thing you know, I've ignored so much, and I've got to do 20 hours of work to try to clear it all out. Okay, let's see what we've got. We've got other areas. I've still got other things to clear out, but at least I don't think I have this particular problem anymore. Okay, let's make sure there's no more vanished. No things that have vanished. Yes, the vanished errors are gone. I still have some other things with some deltas that don't need to be there. I've got some shadowing of things that I need to go deal with. I've got parameters that aren't being used. More shadowing. Variables not being used. So these are things I need to go deal with. But not anything related to what I just removed. That is a success. Let's freaking go. I think it's time for sweet dreams. I think it's about time for some sweet dreams. Guys, I came in the stream today ready to work on level design. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to and fill in these blank spots where we have nothing in here. I wanted to just make some chunks with trees on them that are arranged differently. I wanted to make some more cattle ranches with nice dirt and grass on the ground. Make it so there aren't 3 of the same thing in the same area. But optimization needs had something else in mind for me. Speaking of which, I think I can retire this. Get out of here. Because it is so much more optimized. I can run through the game and no longer do we get stuttering when certain chunks load in. That chunk that was causing the problem, it was this one right here with the fences on it. And it wasn't the fences themselves. It wasn't the shader. It wasn't this chunk. No. What it was the obstacles. There was stuff on the obstacles, namely the arrows that weren't even visible anyway, that would hover over the top when you hovered over them. That just being there, unused, was causing problems. And it became evident because there's so many fences on here. And that's why it was most obvious on that one. And you can see I've got some things I need to deal with. Some of the fences overlap in a weird way because I made some other changes to it to try to improve it. In fact, they don't even destroy anymore when you run on them. They do, but they don't at the same time. They don't disappear. So, you know, there's some stuff to fix there. I might fix that off stream, honestly. I'll just do that before I wrap up tonight, off stream. We'll get those fences disappearing, but they're obviously not perfect. But you know what is perfect? The frame rate. It's so much better. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's not even dipping below 100. It's not even dipping below 100. That makes it all worthwhile. I have been so stressed about the performance issues, and now we're back in business. So tomorrow, I'll be back to actually set up the rest of these chunks, to have stuff in it, to be arranged in different ways, and to experiment with this and that. Yeah, it's a big success, for sure. I even got a debug level set up. Now, I didn't quite get it set up all the way. Like, I can't click on it to switch to the different levels right now. That's currently broken. But I did set it up so in theory we can come up here, change this level, and boot this up, and now we're gonna have a nice clean debug level that doesn't have anything in it to run around in. Little victories today. Little victories today. So yeah, super excited to work on that tomorrow. Thank you everybody who came through and gave help. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Y'all been helping me today. For real. I feel like I've disseminated all of the... Oh, that was the word I was trying to think of earlier. I think I've disseminated all the relevant credits, but I suppose you did give me a nice tip there, Joe Schmo. Code reference? Code reference is very specific. We're gonna make a new column. Coding consultant. Is that already... Wait, is that already a category? It is! We don't need to make a new category. Joe, I gotta give you that credit. Thank you for the VS Codium tip. I appreciate it. Thank you everybody for coming through and giving help. It meant a lot. I appreciate it. Next week, I'm not going to be doing any work on this game except for Monday during the member stream. I take a week off after 3. Next week is the 4th. So, yeah. I'll be back tomorrow, as I said. So I hope I'll see you there. Take care. Remember to hit that thumbs up button. If you haven't liked the stream yet and you're still here, you didn't leave yet? Thanks. Remember to hyper smash that thumbs up button. It helps a lot. And I want to say, if you're watching this after the live stream, thanks, Joe. If you're watching this after the live stream and you want to keep on watching, tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that I did. That's right, insane. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one, and hopefully I'll see you there. All right, goodbye, y'all.